Aquinas Academy 2005, Introducing the Bible, a course over 5 weeks given by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson. This is tape 1 of 2 tapes of the first session.
Let's begin with a sort of Ash Wednesday reading. It's from the book of the prophet Isaiah. This people seek for me day after day. They long to know my ways, like a nation that has acted uprightly and not forsaken the law of its God. They ask me for laws that are upright, and they long to be near God. They say, "Why have we fasted if you do not see? Why mortify ourselves if you never notice?" But you seek your own pleasure on your fast days, and you exploit all your workmen. The only purpose of your fasting is to quarrel and squabble and strike viciously with your fist. Fasting like yours today will never make your voice heard on high. Is that the sort of fast that pleases me? A day when a person inflicts pain on himself, hanging your head like a reed, spreading out sackcloth and ashes. Is that what you call fasting? A day acceptable to the Lord? Is not this the sort of fast that pleases me? To break unjust fetters, to undo the thongs of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free, and to break all yokes. Is it not sharing your food with the hungry and sheltering the homeless poor? If you see someone lacking clothes, to clothe him, and not to turn away from your own kin. Then your light will blaze out like the dawn, and your wound be quickly healed over. Beautiful words. No matter where they came from the Quran or from... But they're beautiful. Get this right, wasn't it? Right there. Beautiful. Can you hear me now? No, not getting it. It's on. It's on. Can you hear? Yes, it's on now. Okay. Okay. There's a saying that it's better to have your whole life changed by one line of Scripture than to have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything about it. So that Scripture is about our life. And, a beautiful passage like that, we don't actually need to know every detail about where it comes from in order to appreciate it. And yet, knowing more about it can add to it. It comes from the prophet Isaiah. Well, we're going to learn in these 5 weeks that there are 3 Isaiahs, believe it or not. That is 3 different prophets, all put together in the one book under the name of Isaiah. And one lived in the 700s, one in the 500s, and one in the 400s. And the passage we just read was the last one, the 3rd Isaiah. And we will learn a little bit, at least, of why that Isaiah, speaking at that time, wanted to give that message. And that will help us when we can put these things, we'll see that, when we can put these things into a little bit of context. Now, I can't tell you all about the Bible in 10 hours. On the contrary, we can just, touch on a few things. The greatest scholars have spent their lifetime on this book and admitted they were just scratching the surface. So there's enormous limits to what we can achieve in a brief time, but at least we'll try to look at it. I'll touch on this now because there are many translations. Which one should you get? Not easy to answer. Basically, all translations have to strike a balance between 2 things. One is fidelity to what they're translating, and we want that. But the other one is readability for our modern times. Now, there's a problem. If you're too faithful to the original, no one's going to understand you, because this is translating very different languages who use different concepts, and if it's just a purely literal translation, you've got a problem. On the other hand, the very readable modern things have departed a long way from the original they're translating. And where do you strike the balance? I'd say the Jerusalem most put. This is the one we use in the liturgy, so it's the one you hear on Sundays. It tries to be faithful, but I have to say it's a fairly free translation at times. So it does get a fair bit away from the original. The other one is the NRSV. This is closer to the original. And it's possibly the one that who knows what we're going to be using in liturgy in the future. I wish I did know. This one also, as the NRSV, has the advantage that it's tried to use inclusive language. Now, in brief, Hebrew, Greek and Latin all have 3 words. One for a man, one for a woman, and one for a human being. It doesn't tell you whether it tells you you're talking with a human being, but it doesn't tell you whether it's male or female. Now, English doesn't, and that's why they're always using man, 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 but frequently they're translating this word that Adam is the Hebrew word meaning this, and then there's a word ish meaning male of the species and isha meaning a female of the species, equally with Greek and equally with Latin. And this at least makes the attempt to use inclusive language. Now, which one are going to be in the future? Anyway, which one would be available to most of you? Who would have this one available to them? Who would have this one available to them? So it's more have the Jerusalem Bible, isn't it? Okay, well, we might keep with that a bit. Okay. The word Bible comes from the Greek and means simply book. So the Bible is the book. It's called the book because more than any other book, it contains our story and our belief, who we are. In fact, it's not a book, it's a library of 72 books. None of them big, but some of them very small indeed. 1 or 2 would fit on a page. And it's this, but books written over a period of about 1,100 years, from roughly around the year 1000 BC to 100 AD, at all sorts of different times over that period. And as we'll see, time and again it's impossible to date a book because someone started writing it in this century and then others revised it for several hundred years later. So when does it come from? Bits of it come from different times. So it's a complex library of books. It's divided into 2 parts, as you know, the New and the Old Testament. I prefer to use what a lot of scholars would use today, the terms the First and the Second Testament. For a start, the Old Testament is not gone. Paul himself says the Jews are still the chosen people. God never goes back on his covenant. So to talk of the old as though it was outdated and gone, and anyway in ecumenical dialogue as well, so I shall by and large use the terms the First and the Second Testament. Sometimes through just sheer force of habit I might say old, but anyway, First and Second Testaments. Now, testament means a will, doesn't it? Something that you... And the Bible tells us of something of God's will for the world. However, more correctly, the word that's being translated, berith, does not mean testament, but covenant. And yes, it will be the story of the first and the second covenant. The first covenant was several parts. It was with Adam, with Noah, with Abraham, and above all with Moses. And then the second covenant comes to us through Jesus Christ. So that's what the division, the first covenant and the second covenant, are the 2 great parts of the Bible. And that gives us our first clue as to what it's about. We think in terms of days and weeks. God thinks in terms of thousands of years. And we think that if something takes thousands of years, it can't be a plan. It has to be chance. But the Bible will tell us about all sorts of people caught up in the present moment. But through it all, we'll also get glimpses of this great eternal plan of God for the world, mainly through the 2 covenants, the first and the second covenant. Okay, we'll look at a little of that. We're going to start with some geography, essentially. If you can't see that, there are seats up the front. Good, thank you. Now, the Arabic word for desert is al-Sahara, right? That's the desert. That's what whenever they're talking about a desert, al-Sahara, the desert. So to speak about the Sahara Desert is actually a tautology. It's the desert. The Arabs call it quite simply the desert, because it dwarfs everything else in the world. It's the great desert. Now, in fact, it's the one desert that stretches, we haven't got it here, but all across North Africa, which would be right over to the wall almost, right across here, through the Sinai Peninsula, through the southern part of Israel, the Negev, and then into here, all around Jordan, Iraq, and way down Saudi Arabia, down to the floor down there. So it's one immense desert that covers all of that, and that's what they call Al-Sahara, the desert. Now, 3 of the world's great religions began in that one desert: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And it's 2 reasons for that. In 1994, I had the great privilege of spending 6 days here in the Sinai Desert. And we slept out on the sand, and overhead you just see millions of stars in a way you never do and could not in Sydney because of all the reflected light. And they perform this wonderful procession over the course of the night through this, all for your benefit, of course. And you just can lie there. I lay awake for hours watching the stars over the night. So the heavens are somehow close in the desert. The other thing is, when I left Sydney, I had to leave all my possessions behind and carry only what I could put in a suitcase. And then I went to Jerusalem, and we went out from there, and I had to leave the suitcase behind and take only what I could put in a little pack I could carry on the back. And then, when we got to the foot of Mount Sinai, I had to leave that behind and take with me some water, that was essential, and a few dried figs. Now, this is something about the desert too. It brings you back to what is truly essential, what I cannot do without. The rest, I've got to leave it behind. I can't take all that. So there's no way climbing mountains. I could have my computer and, or television set and all that. It forces you to choices. And this helps to explain why the 3 great religions all came out of this vast desert. Now, the other thing, and why the main reason I put this map up here, there were, of course, civilizations in ancient times in China, in India, in South America, but the ones that really influenced us were the ones in this part of the world. And civilization grew up in 2 great river valleys. One is the Nile Valley, down here and way off the map, up into Ethiopia, the highlands there, the wonderful great Nile Valley and the Nile civilization. The longest serving civilization ever by, a couple of thousand years. It went for about 3,000 years. Now, it had ups and downs, of course. There was old kingdoms, middle kingdoms, new kingdoms, dynasties here and there, but incredible stability over a period of about 3,000 years. So one of the great centers of civilization. The other was here, the twin rivers of the Tigris and the Euphrates. So here's Baghdad, here was Babylon, here was Ur of the Chaldees, Nineveh was up here, along this river. This was called the area called Mesopotamia. So that's a later name. It's a Greek name. Meso means between, Potamos means river. So Mesopotamia is the area between the rivers, right? And here's the Tigris River here, here's the Euphrates River. So this is strictly Mesopotamia, though the term broadened out to include a wider area, but strictly that's its origin. Now, this is where the very first civilizations over here came, the Sumerians down here in the Delta area. It's all modern too, isn't it? This is Basra. We've all heard of Basra and all the things that have been happening there. It's, where the 2 rivers come together. So ancient and modern. It's always been there. The Sumerians came from down here. There was a great centre called Mari up here. The Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrians, was up here. Babylon was down here. So great civilizations grew up there as well. These then were the 2 great centres. And all traffic between them could not pass over this desert. Impossible. Look at the size of that desert there. What human beings could venture out onto that on foot. Camels came only about the 11th century BC. So for hundreds of years there were no camels, and no one would venture out here. So all traffic went up here around the line of the river, particularly the Tigris River around here, fertile valley. It all followed this and then came down the coast, and so into Egypt here. in fact the two continents, Africa and Asia. This is how they were joined. This was called the Fertile Crescent. So it all came down here through Israel. Now, Jerusalem is 50 kilometres from the Mediterranean coast. And in fact, the last 20 of that were the hills, so that all traffic, in fact, passed along the flat part, about 30 kilometres wide, between the Mediterranean and the beginning of the hills leading up to Jerusalem. When you get to Jerusalem, you've got the old city, the Temple Mount, down the Kedron Valley, up the Mount Olives, and when you get to the top of the Mount of Olives, you take 1 metre over the top of that, and you're in the desert, right? It comes up that close to Jerusalem. You can have a look at this later. It'll give you an idea. This is an aerial photograph looking down. You can't see it from this distance. But, for example, here's the Temple Mount. This is the old city of Jerusalem here. This is the Mount of Olives, and you'll see in this, I'll leave it here, you'll see the desert right behind. The desert comes that close to Jerusalem. And so it gives this, everything had to come down here, right? Everything. It's a funnel, a corridor, a narrow corridor, in which everything came down. And the whole connection between Asia and Africa was through this narrow funnel. Everything. The classic example is Alexander the Great. Now, he came from over here in Greece, off the map. Here's Turkey. Well, here we are, Istanbul. He came from over here, and he wanted to attack Asia, right? The Persians. What was the first thing he did? Well, ostensibly he went to consult a god, but please, he was a military man. So what he wanted to do was to make sure that when Europe attacked Asia, Africa was not behind the lines, right? So he came around here, right down through Israel again. He stopped and laid siege to Tyre in modern Lebanon, and they resisted, and he had to lay siege to the city, and it took months before it fell, and these were the times, so he killed every man, woman and child in the entire city for holding him up. And then he came down into Israel, and needless to say, the Jewish people there said, "Please, sir, come this way, sir. Can anything we can do for you, sir?" After they'd just seen what he'd done. Then he went round, took possession of Egypt, saw his God, but pacified that, and then went off to attack Asia, and ended up, as you know, in India. So when it's not just Africa and Europe and Asia, also Europe. Anybody going anywhere, remember this is the days before aeroplanes, but it's also largely the day before ships. Ships hugged the shore, and it was only gradually that they acquired the ability to navigate by the stars and go out even into the middle of the Mediterranean, so that most things came round by land. And this narrow corridor took everything. Now, the point why I'm labouring this, why did God choose that place? Can you see what I'm saying? It's the most turbulent place here. Everything goes through here. There are other crucial spots. This one is too, because it unites the world of the Black Sea and the world of the Mediterranean. It unites Europe and it unites Asia. So it's another crucial one. But this one is the other one. Everything goes, and by everything I mean everything. I mean armies. We'll see in a little while the number of armies that went through, and everyone wanted to possess this place because it was so crucial. But not only armies, merchants went through there, religious ideas went through there in a way they wouldn't go through, not down here in the Nile Valley, much more secure. This place got everything. And also, as we will see, the great migrations. People coming from the cold up here came down here seeking a warmer place. The permafrost up there where you always got a few inches below the surface, you've always got snow, ice. So they were escaping from that. Drought over here, they were escaping from that. And wars everywhere, they were escaping. They're coming down here. When I was in Israel that same year, 94, and the way up the northern part of Israel, the area of the tribe of Dan, there's there a 4,000-year-old earthen gateway made of earth. And that was their protection against these marauders coming down. An earthen gateway, it's still standing. 4,000 years old, so taking us back to 2,000 years BC. No warning, of course, that anyone was coming. One day you'd wake up and there they'd be. And you had to defend yourself or let them through or what, or they conquered you. So, an extraordinary place. Why did God choose this place? And now we'll see, of course, that the reason is God could have chosen, after all, a tribe that lived out here in an oasis in the middle of the desert. There are oases. Again, I saw one here in the middle of the Sinai desert, middle of desert, and suddenly there's an oasis, palm trees, people living there. God could have chosen that. And then those people could have contemplated the beautiful heavens above them, could have, under divine inspiration, have analysed human nature, and it could have written a book of the most perfect poetry, a beautiful divine book. But God didn't do that. God could have chosen a stable place here, this civilization that lasted for 3,000 years. God could have chosen that. There were ups and downs in the Egyptian kingdom, but incredible stability. In fact, it was its problem. It was unable to change. But God didn't choose that. God chose this turbulent place where everything went through. And that's got to tell us something about the Bible, and we'll see what. In other words, it's not simply a divine book. The human is there all the time. The different, you'll get a book written by, say, one of the prophets, the words of a prophet, but then you've got editors who came along the next century later and changed a lot of things around, or added their own bits. And you've got, what's this going on? Very human things going on. People pushing their own ideas, and yet somehow through it, the divine is there. But it ain't easy sometimes to find the divine. We're going to find some awful stories in this. We know there are awful stories there, and they're not meant to be edifying, on the contrary. But they are part of this human business. What I've called it, and what I'll call it again and again, the Bible is the story of a journey. The story of a journey. But with all the steps along the way. Don't expect, as some people do, to find only the very last step, the perfection bit. God wrote it. Remember the old idea that the authors of the various books of the Bible were nothing more than hands holding a pen, and God moved the hand and wrote the words. Human beings wrote the words here. And yet the divine inspiration, it is ultimately the Bible God wanted. But it's a messy story. Okay, the geography is something we can never forget. Right? We'll come back to it again and again. It's important to remember where this was and how everything... you can see it, can't you? You can't come across here, not in ancient times, and even today you have to, by plane, yes, or by, train or truck, but you don't want a truck that breaks down or you've got a problem. Desert. So it all came through here, about 30 kilometres, and that's the place that God chose. Right, thank you. Yes, and to complete that picture, do have a look at that during the break. Now, we're going to do some history now to fill this out, a little bit of the history of the times. I'm going to do it through a series of maps that I got out of a book that will just take snapshots of different times, biblical times. The first one is from 825 BC. We'll fill that in. So here it is. Now, can you see that? Again, there are seats at the front. Can you see any of this? Anyway, I'll give you ideas of what it would. Now, the big line out the side, this one, is simply the area of iron working. In other words, the people inside this line were in the Iron Age, right? The people outside it were not. They were still in the Bronze Age. Iron is much tougher than bronze, and you can do all kinds of things with iron that you cannot do with bronze. So at this stage, that's all it was. As far as the empires go, this is Israel here. It'll be the same map each time, by the way. It'll be just different things on it. So this is Israel. We're about 100 years after the death of Solomon. So we had David and Solomon, the great sort of golden age of Israel history, always looking back to it, the great times of then. We're about 100 years later. The kingdom of Solomon has been divided straight after his death into the northern kingdom and then the southern kingdom called Judah. and they split into two. Split, they were no match for the empires around them, and so at this stage they're subject to Damascus and paying tribute to Damascus. But they're here. The Assyrian Empire is beginning to grow, and then the Egyptian Empire is down here. So these are the two major ones, but at this stage they're under Damascus. The Greeks, but this is mainly a merchant empire rather than anything else. In Italy, it's the Etruscans who are there. Okay, next one. That was 825. We've jumped, and it's now 670. Again, it's the ironworks have spread out a bit. Here, the big fact of life is the Assyrian Empire. The Northern Empire has been conquered. This is 670 and 722, so some 52 years earlier. The Northern Empire had been conquered by the Syrians and destroyed. 10 of the 12 tribes, goodbye. Taken off into slavery or obliterated, never heard of again. So the Northern Kingdom's gone. Assyria is the great massive empire here, and it rules by terror. It makes no attempt to win friends or influence people. It just, by sheer terror. So the more it expands, the more dangerous it is because it's hated. And everyone wants to get rid of it. Over here again, the Greeks, but this is still more of a mercantile empire. Okay, that'll do us. Next one. That was what? 670. This is 110 years later. And the Assyrians have disappeared totally, gone. Because the Babylonians, also called the Medes, also called the Chaldeans, Nebuchadnezzar has taken over. And he's 560. This is 25 years or 26 years after the fall of Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple by Nebuchadnezzar. And the people are in slavery over in the Babylonian Empire, in Babylon, the exile, so-called. The iron thing, in fact, it's all in the only, well, except for these primitive barbarians up here, but apart from them, everybody else is in the Iron Age, right? Over here, what's happened is because of pressures, the people from Lebanon were called the Phoenicians, and they were under pressure, so they'd actually taken to the seas and set up over here, Carthage. Carthage, they were called the Libya-Phoenicians, and these were called the Syro-Phoenicians. They were the same peoples. And so Carthage is becoming an empire over here. But Babylon now is the great empire. It controls Israel and way down into Egypt. The Medes are up here, the Medes will come in a little while. The kingdom of Persia is here, and the Medes here, they were the ones who will take over. But it's 560 at the moment. Our next one takes us another 80 years forward, and look what's happened now. The Persians have taken over altogether. So, massive empire over here. Carthage, however, is also expanding. And there's war between the Persians and the Greeks. 491 was the Battle of Marathon. Where the guy ran the 26 miles and 385 yards to tell the news from Marathon to Athens. That had taken place just 11 years before this. So there is war between these two. This is the League of the Greeks, but there's war between the two. Okay, that's 480. Now, this is 320 so another 150 years. The Persians had ruled for most of that time, until just before this, 332, when Alexander the Great decided to take off. And I've already told you that he began by coming down into and taking through Israel and pacifying Egypt before he attacked Persia, completely abolished Persia altogether with just I'm no military man, but even so, I can admire Alexander. Well, in a weird sort of way. I mean, he was not a very nice person, actually, with the way he killed people, but a brilliant person, certainly. And he, as you know, he got to India, and he turned back then only because his soldiers mutinied. Look, enough's enough, India. What do you want China to? And they said, no more. Remember, they'd been away from home, away from their families for years, and they just rebelled. But otherwise, nothing was stopping him. So he came back, but then he caught a fever at Persepolis and died. He was had planned to invade the other way, invade Spain. Extraordinary, couldn't stop. But he died there. But this is the stage just when he's at his peak, just at the time of his death. Carthage, as you can see, is growing over here. And for the first time, there's a tiny little place here called Rome. This is the very first time it appears. Just here, but it's still much more than the Etruscan one beside. The Hellenic League is spread out, the Greek League. Okay, that's 323. This is only a few years later, 21 years later, because the death of Alexander has thrown everything into confusion. And what happened was his generals carved it up, the empire. India was just too far away, so they didn't get there. But they carved up the rest here, mainly between three of them, the general Seleucus, the general Ptolemy, and the general Antigonus. By the way, something I've omitted that is very, very important. Alexander didn't just conquer. His teacher was Aristotle, his personal teacher. Not bad, is it, have a guy like that as your personal teacher? So, he wasn't an uncultured barbarian. He wasn't a pure military man who knew nothing more. He loved the Greek language and Greek culture, and he took it with him everywhere he went. And so Greek became the common language of this area of the world, all thanks to that one person, Alexander. And they did. It became that common language. And it had a massive influence on the Bible as a result. Anyway, these three conquered. At this stage, notice, it's Antigonus who possesses Israel. And that won't last long. But he does. Rome has increased very slightly. Carthage is big and controls the seas over here. And they've moved into the area of Marseille there. Okay, those three will do us. That's 301. Our next one is 30 years later. And Antigonus has virtually disappeared. Ptolemy now conquers and controls Israel. But the Seleucids have expanded up here. Carthage and Rome are getting ready for their massive stoush. Rome has increased here. They're the main things, though, that Ptolemy has taken over here. This is 50 years later, and a lot's happened. Firstly, Ptolemy and Seleucid have waged 5 massive wars between the last map, in the 50 years between the last map and this one. And guess which way they went each time they had a stoush? You'd got it right through Israel. So 5 massive wars in 50, and Israel was flat in the middle of all of this. And at this stage, it's still Ptolemy, really, who controls Israel. War has broken out over here, very much so, between Rome and Carthage. Rome, very smart, gained control of the seas. And so Carthage cannot attack Rome directly. Rome is now becoming quite a real power. But otherwise, it's still all of this over here. Okay. Now, over here, as you can see, Rome has won, and Carthage is now this little place down here. But it was an extraordinary time. In between the last map and this one, Hannibal, the Carthaginian leader, or general, did the unthinkable. He went up through Spain, went over the Alps, and down into Italy. And the Romans got the shock of their lives. Again, no radios, no nothing. They did not know he was coming. They controlled the seas, and they thought they were safe as houses. And suddenly an army with elephants please, appears out of the Alps. And Hannibal conquered them in battles at, Cannae and Trasimene. He completely annihilated the Roman armies. And so the Romans so this is a bit irrelevant to Israel, but I love the story. The Romans appointed a fellow called Fabius Maximus Cunctator. Fabius, as you know, Maximus means the greatest, and Cunctator means the delayer. That's what he did. He denied Hannibal a battle, wouldn't fight him, kept disappearing, let Hannibal have the countryside, fortified a few cities, and defended those. And Hannibal literally wandered Italy for 16 years looking for a battle. Extraordinary, isn't it? Until in the end, same story as with Alexander's, his soldiers rioted, said, look, we've been 16 years away from wives and family, we want to go home. And then they became so weak, and remember, their supply train was impossible. Rome always controlled the sea, and then finally Rome conquered them, and then attacked Carthage itself and conquered it. But a fascinating story. Over here it's now the Seleucids who control Israel. So notice, 3 generals, and each in turn has had possession of Israel in this period, since the time of Alexander. Things happening. This arrow gives us another clue. I haven't commented on it, but actually there's several times been an arrow in these maps. These are the people coming down from the cold in the north, from the droughts and from the wars, the new people coming in, the invasions that are constantly there. At this stage, Rome really controls everything already. The Greeks, the Persian Wars, Seleucids attacked here, and the Greeks were always fighting among themselves, which is why this part of the map always looks like this, bits and pieces of everything. And they were fighting among themselves, and they called on Rome to help them, and to everybody's surprise, Rome beat up the Persians, and then said, well, we're not going to take you over, you can run yourself. All we ask is that in all matters you respect the will of the Roman Senate. Otherwise you're totally free. I thought that was a beautiful one. And there are people in Rome who still act that way, but anyway. By now, this is 145, so we're another 50 years later. Yeah, Rome is the big fact. This is still a mess, but Rome controls it. Don't ever doubt that. The Persians, away to the Parthians, have taken up. There's these arrows coming here, the Wei Qi, greater and lesser. Chinese it sounds like. But again, these great big arrows coming into the region. Always, it was a constant fact of life. Those arrows coming into the equation. But Rome is really the fact of life here. Just 2 more to go. Yes, Rome has expanded right along northern Africa along here. It does control. This is a few years after the Roman general Pompey walked into Jerusalem and walked into the temple in his hobnail boots and armour and walked right into the Holy of Holies to see what was there. The great desecration, Jews shuddered at the idea of a pagan emperor or general walking into their Holy of Holies like that. So bad, but Rome's the fact of life now. This is the lesser Wei Qi and the greater Yu Qi, so they're still coming in over here. And this is expanding everywhere. And finally, our last map. As you can see, Rome is now the force altogether. The Parthians are still here. There's still a mixture of peoples in here, but it's all Rome. And basically this will be the map for a couple of centuries. Rome will expand greatly up here. It will, of course, include Britain. In fact, only a year or 2 after this, wasn't it, that Caesar conquered Britain. So it will move up here. But this is the map for some centuries to come. But the future's here. See? Huns, right? They're coming down to the map, and that will be the future story, won't it? The invasions of the Huns and the Goths and the Visigoths that would eventually sap the very might of Rome, and it too would collapse. So the future's there. Now, why have I shown you all these maps? Because this is the period of the Bible that was written, and it goes together with the geography that I showed you. And look at the turmoil of all of that. Everything that was going on was happening, the geography and that history, with empire after empire, and tiny little Israel, and nothing in the middle of all of that. They claim they had independence under the time of David and Solomon. May be true, but I have to say the records of no other nation mention it, which is a bit surprising. And then they did have a certain degree of autonomy around the time of the Maccabees, 164 till the time the Romans took over. Certain autonomy, never total. So it was too crucial an area to be left alone. Everybody wanted it. So any big empire took it. It was the conduit through which the corridor where everything went. So of course, apart from military advantage, you could tax people going through there, and they did. Travellers were all taxed. So it was a lucrative place to possess. And at the time of Jesus, why Jesus is always talking about the tax collectors. And there were many taxes with the Romans, but this was one of them, a travel tax. It says that Matthew, when he was called, he was probably at Capernaum, which was one of the stages along the road where people had to go, and they were taxed. So everybody wanted it. Now again, this is essential to... I've spent a lot of time on this, I know, the history and the geography, but without it, we don't understand the Bible. So I'm certainly not apologising for it, but you need to understand this if we're going to understand this Bible. Okay? Now, I've got a few minutes before we break, so I'm going to give you... Here's your first bit of homework. If you can, I want you to remember these dates, right? There are a lot of other dates, but we can fit everything else in between if you've got these dates in your mind. Abraham, 2000 question mark, 1600 question mark. That's a fair indication that it's not too certain. Well, I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later, fairly soon. You've got to be vague. You've got to be really vague when you talk about Abraham. The Exodus, yes, we can probably say about 1250. David, 1000, that's the easy one. That's actually the year, it isn't the year he started, it's the year he moved from Hebron to Jerusalem. So this is when he became king of all Israel. But 1000 is an easy date to remember, so that's the one I've put there. It's good enough. 722 is the fall of the northern kingdom. Remember I said after the death of Solomon, the kingdom was divided into two. In 722, the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom. Why that date's so important is because quite a number of the prophets, Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, or first Isaiah, and others, are all before that time and talking to that event. So it's an important one. 586 then is the fall of the southern kingdom of Judah and the fall of Jerusalem and the exile. And the exile, again, immensely important in understanding the Bible. Much of the writing comes from out of the exile and because of the exile. This was the time when everything was destroyed for them, and it's a very, very important time. And then Alexander, that's when Alexander began his great campaign. So, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dates. If you've got those, then we can fit all sorts of other things in between them. Years and years ago in my first parish, I ran a sort of Bible study group with a group of young people there, and I gave them these 6 dates. And any time afterwards I asked for that, I always got an instant answer, and I was most impressed. Until I found out, drat 'em, they'd learned 1 date each. And then, so that whatever I asked, that person said, 722. But if you've got all 6 in your mind, or jotted down on paper, we can fit other things in. But I do need that number of dates. I don't want to load you up with too much, but we do need that number. Now, I'll talk a little bit more to this history now, but we'll break for morning tea before we do. The first one will be what we've been dealing with. When was it written? Because and the answer will sometimes, as I've indicated, be quite complex. Well, it sort of originally came from this time, but other people added to it at these other times. But the time it was written, because they're writing to particular events. We'll see that maybe today, maybe next time when we look at Jeremiah. But anyway, when you ask when it was written, the other question we must ask is, what's the literary form here? Now, this is just a little taste. Some of the literary forms. We've got historical books, but it ain't our kind of history, as we'll see. But sort of historical. There's poetry, pure poetry, like the Psalms, the Song of Songs. There's drama, like the Little Book of Ruth. Or the Gospels actually come under the heading of drama, among other things. There's epic stories. The flood is one. There are allegories. This one we will look at very briefly today. The book of Jonah is an allegory. In an allegory, things stand for something else. And we'll see that in that story there. There's apocalyptic literature. The book of Daniel. In the New Testament, the Apocalypse, the book of Revelations, is apocalyptic literature, a very different type of literature. And we must not confuse, say, apocalyptic literature with historical literature. They're just, remember I said it's a library, not a book. And if you pick up a novel and think that you're reading a history book, you're going to get some weird ideas about what's supposed to have happened. If you watch a Hollywood film and think that that's what really happened, then you're going to be... There's prophetic literature, there's wisdom literature, there's preaching. In the book of Proverbs, it's outright preaching. So these are just some of the literary forms that we find in the Bible. Now, again, a fundamentalist will tend to demand that it's all prose, it's all telling us the facts. And this is, you cannot possibly sustain that. You've got to see what the literary form is. We will return to this on a number of occasions. Okay. Now, having given you something of the geography and something of the history, what I want to do now, and I've given you those 6 dates, what I want to do now is a little bit of the history behind the Bible, the history of the people of Israel. I said already that any date for Abraham has to be speculative. We've really no idea who Abraham was or where he came from or when the story really was about. The most we can say is that the stories concerning Abraham, Isaac, Jacob and his 12 sons, all called the patriarchs, form part of the great migrations from east to west that occurred throughout those times. Remember those arrows that were there? So Abraham's part of that, of this great migration of peoples coming. The stories that we find in the book of Genesis about these patriarchs come from a number of different sources, and they cannot be called history in the sense in which we understand that term today. I'm quoting from one author here. The stories belong to legend, not to history, though legend includes historical memories, right? So a legend, there can be historical memories, but then you tell a story about that memory. Legend is oral, history is written. Hence, history finds a fixed form, while legend can have many forms. History treats of great events, while legend deals with the personal. History would analyze the conflict between Israel and the Philistines, while legend tells the stories of Samson and David and Goliath, right? So it will tell you the personal story of David and Goliath or of Samson, rather than an analysis of the war between the Philistines and Israel. You see, if you're going to analyze that war, the first thing you'd have to come up with is that up to the time of David, a couple of centuries before, the Philistines had iron weapons. They were in the Iron Age, and the Jews were not. And that meant they couldn't. So they were confined to the hills. They couldn't come down out of the hills because the Philistines would beat the hell out of them. They had iron weapons. Now that's analysis. But legend tells a story, David and Goliath. What's behind, what would be the point? What would that story be trying to say to us? Anyone? The story of David and Goliath. Please.
a stone, it was what David had, and Goliath would have had a lot of other things. So it's not the strength of your weapons. If God's on your side, you'll win.
This is what they're saying. If God's on your side, then even without the iron weapons, you can prevail. Without God, you won't. Now, they want to give that abstract message. How do you do it? Do you give an abstract message, or you tell a story, right? So David and Goliath. Legend is poetry more than prose, so a different sort of plausibility applies. Legends aim to please, to elevate, to inspire, and to move. They do not aim to tell us exactly what actually happened. Right? So now, most peoples of the world, particularly those with a long, long history, have used legend. We do not have to go very far. Who would be the people close to us who have handed down their history through legend? The Aboriginal people. What's a corroboree? In other words, it's handing on the story not just through words, but through dance, through mime, through participant, through reenactment of the thing. And that's actually very, very powerful. Stories can be handed down for hundreds of years in that fashion and learned by the young. But it's also true that the same story can be enacted in one tribe this way and one tribe that way. This is what it means by saying legend has different forms, while written history tends to have one fixed form. Here's the history of it. Well, as we well know, we can have several histories of the same events, but nevertheless, you know what I mean. Whereas the oral handing down can be reenacted and the details will change. Always the meaning will change slightly as you tell the story, depending on what you want to accent. So the stories of the patriarchs, I'm not denying what he calls here historical memories, but they're told in this graphic form, this very personal form, and time and again we have to look through the personal form to find out, what is the idea that's been given behind it. But, as we will see, the Bible really there wasn't any beginning of writing until about the 900s, and it's really only about the time of the exile this stuff starts to take form. So what sort of records do they have of what happened back in the time of Abraham? There'd be nothing written down. The wandering in the desert. They didn't have paper to write on. They carved stuff on stone. What did they do? Carve the story of the Exodus on stone and cart it around with them? It's memory. But please be aware how powerful that kind of handing on can be and how it can preserve a story, but it preserves it as legend and the things that go with that rather than as simply factual history. So the story of the patriarchs really comes under that category. Then between about 1700 and 1500, Egypt was ruled by foreigners, a group called the Hyksos. And many foreigners entered Egypt at that time. When the Hyksos were driven out, a number of the foreigners were left behind, and they were all of them reduced to slavery. They were with this hated foreign regime. They were reduced to slavery. The word Hebrews may be derived, no certainty here, from an Egyptian word, habiru or apiru, that means stateless people or outlaws. And that's where our term Hebrews may come from, there's no certainty, and may indicate the descendants of these non-Egyptian people. They were used as slaves, and the revolt and escape of the group of these slaves is the beginning then of real beginning of Jewish history. We can be more confident in dating the escape from Egypt about 1250. Important to understand, and you'll read this in books that have nothing to do with the Bible, simply of history books. It was one of the great dark ages of history. There was the fall of a number of empires. From Egypt, there was a fall of regimes there, Assyria, to Turkey, to Troy. It's roughly the time of Troy. There was war, pestilence, famine, and an inability to establish any real law and order. So it was mercenaries who roamed that whole section of the globe. It was an extraordinary time, a sort of real dark age of history. And these external circumstances may have given a group of this Habiru, the stateless people, the outlaws in Egypt, their chance to escape under the leadership of a man named Moses. In this process, they became a religious community, for they were convinced that their escape had been brought about by a new and a unique God named the Lord, YHWH, which Jews never pronounce. Catholics, unfortunately, have got into the habit of banning it about all over the place as Yahweh, and Protestants as Jehovah. But actually, the Jews understand it better by not pronouncing it. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be mystery. So I don't use it. In your Bibles, you'll find there's different words for God. When they use the common word Elohim, it's translated as God. When they are translating YHWH, they say the Lord. Right? So if you're picking up an English Bible and you see the Lord, that's what it's translating. If you see God, that's what it's translating. That's how they distinguish when they don't use Yahweh or something like that. But others, God and the Lord. Anyway, this group became convinced that this God had helped them to escape from Egypt, and that this was somehow a unique God. It was the beginning of monotheism, though monotheism actually came slowly. At first, they believed in one God for them. They believed other people had other gods, and they didn't deny the reality of those gods, but they had only one. And that marked most other people, all other peoples, had many gods. The Jews had only one. It was centuries later, that they finally came to the realization there's only one God. There is no other. And for a long time they believed if you left Israel and went else, well, you'd left your God behind and had to worship others. King David said that. You'll find in the Bible. When he was driven out by Saul and had to as an outlaw, he'd left the land of Yahweh. There were other gods in the places where he went. So it was a gradual understanding this. But anyway, this was its beginning. The Exodus, of course, became the central event of the First Testament, and Moses by far the greatest person to appear there. Everything that occurred after that related back to that event. It was the great religious experience of the nation, as important to them as the death of Christ is to us. It was the Exodus that gave form and identity to the nation, creating in the people of Israel the consciousness of being God's chosen people. In other words, that this is part of God's eternal plan, that God chose one people, not because of any merit of their own, through God's free gift. This people were chosen, and they were meant to be the vehicle of God's revelation. And that would gradually, in God's eternal plan, lead up to the second covenant through Jesus Christ. And the words that occur literally hundreds of times in the First Testament are, I will be your God and you shall be my people. This, the covenant. I will be special to you, you will be special to me. I will be your God and you shall be my people. That expresses the first and the solemn covenant. Now, the great advances that have taken place in our understanding of the Bible in recent times have come largely from archaeology, the digging up of ancient civilizations and the digging up of ancient records. And it's brought whole civilizations alive. It's all happened in the last 150 years. A lot of archaeology was there in the 19th century, but then throughout the 20th century. And it's just brought to light, it's made us reassess a whole lot of different things. In this case, archaeology would indicate to us that the Exodus was not nearly as large as the Bible indicates. Meticulous Egyptian records have been discovered. And from those we know that they kept a very strict control of their eastern border and who crossed it. And they make no mention of 1 million people crossing the border. And that's what the Bible would tell us. It says 600,000 men. So we've got to say, women and children, we're certainly over the million mark. Now it will tell us that 5 people crossed. So if 1 million crossed, you'd think it'd get a mention, wouldn't you? And yet it's not there in the Egyptian records. What happened was, a common occurrence. When writers saw events as important, really important, they tended in the telling to increase their size. That was how you emphasize the importance. Now, a good example of that actually is the story of Troy. in that same trip I had in 1994, I got to Troy. And what struck me above all was how small it is. It looked like a village. And yet, if any of you saw the film last year, Brad Pitt and all that, massive, massive city of Troy. And two great poets wrote epic stories about that. Homer wrote the Iliad, and then the Roman poet Virgil wrote the Aeneid. Magnificent. And for both of them, there's 1,000 ships. Is this the face that launched 1,000 ships of Helen of Troy? If you look at the size of Troy, you'd have to say, well, maybe one ship came across. That's about all it took to take this place. But again, someone, a poet, in trying to tell a story and dramatize the story, will expand it. And here, people are trying to say, but our utter conviction is that this God, this new God, no one had ever known before, helped us in this escape. And one way of telling that is to expand the story. Now, what is also possible is that the Exodus was more gradual. In other words, groups of slaves gradually escaped. And somehow this has been conflated into one story. The modern mind has its problem here because it's always saying, you've only got two choices. It's true or it's not true. There's no other choice. And this is a modern problem. The ancient Hebrews had no such problem. There were levels of truth. There was what actually happened, and then there was above all to them the interpretation and the telling of the story. And with inflating the numbers and making it a bigger story, because they say, but we're trying to express a profound truth here. This was an important event. And so if we, the numbers, that's our means of doing that. That wasn't a problem to them. So the real event almost certainly was much, much smaller, because we find later on, I'll come to that in a very brief time. It seems that the smaller group was not strong enough to force its way into the north, and so may, by all means, have spent a considerable time in the desert before it could. So again, the historical memory may well be correct, though it has been formalized in many ways. But the historical memory may be correct, that a time was spent in the desert before they were able to enter the north. At the time of the Exodus, the land later known as Israel was populated by various Semitic people living a simple farming and village life. When the Moses group, under Joshua, entered the country, they mingled with these peoples, and gradually significant numbers accepted the God of the Moses group. So the Hebrew people then became not just those who had come out of Egypt. The evidence would indicate that they were the minority. The majority were the people living there who accepted the Moses God, the God of the Moses group. And they became a group. And then the crucial chapter is chapter 24 of Joshua, where some years, so if it was 1250, the time of the Exodus, then we're talking about 1200, these tribal groups met at Shechem and formed a confederacy under the banner of the Lord, the God of the Moses group. They accepted, and so they became a sort of people in that chapter 24 of the book of Joshua when they accept this. See, again, archaeology has... there's a famous story, a great biblical scholar of yesteryear, early 20th century, called John Albright, an American, and a very good man, a very powerful and influential man in this field, and a very devout Protestant. So he said to himself, if we want to prove the truth of the Bible, archaeology. We'll study this and it will prove this is true. So what he did was organize for archaeology to look at all the towns that the book of Joshua says the group under Joshua conquered and razed to the ground. There's a contradiction. The book of Joshua's got some big statements generalizing, they conquered everything. But when you get down to the details of what it says, they conquered a small number of towns around in the vicinity of Jerusalem. Now, he arranged for archaeology to study all of those ancient towns. Not one of them shows evidence of being razed to the ground in about the year 1200. Not one of them shows evidence of that. Now, Albright was a very honest man. He believed implicitly that archaeology would prove the truth, and he had to face it didn't. And to his credit, he accepted that and says, okay, here's the truth, we must move on from here. And it would indicate that, again, the story of the taking of the land is once again historians with a mind saying, this was important, so we're going to present it in big terms. But the reality was something considerably less than that. The people did come in, they did bring this God with them, and then in a sense, they converted a lot of the people of the land. Also, they found the towns had no big defences, so it wasn't battles, it was a much more peaceful takeover. And eventually, significant numbers, not all, but significant numbers accepted the God of the Moses group. I hope I'm not taking away too much from anybody here, but this is what the evidence would tell us is something factual behind the stories that we have. Always remember, Jesus believed in the Old Testament, so I do too, okay? He didn't believe in literally, every last detail, but he did accept and that it was a revelation of God, and therefore so do I. But we've got to see what kind it was. There followed some 2 centuries of precarious possession of the land, for many groups had not joined the Confederacy at Shechem. That becomes obvious. It was significant numbers did, but others didn't. By far the most powerful group to refuse to join was the Philistines, a seafaring people who occupied the coastal plain, and from whom we have derived the name Palestine. If you're wondering where Palestine comes from, that's where it comes from, the Philistines. These people had the great advantage that they had iron weapons. So the Israelites, who were still in the Bronze Age, had to remain in the hill country and couldn't really go down into the plain or they were defeated. This is the period written about in the book of Judges. The Judges were local tribal leaders, for the Israelites were a group of separate tribes at this time and had no national unity. There'd been this confederation at Shechem in chapter 24, the book of Joshua, but they were still a group of tribes. There was no national unity. It was towards the end of the 11th century that the Philistines pushed their way right up to the central shrine of Shiloh and captured the Ark of the Covenant. This caused some people to see the need for a greater centralization of power. We're too weak divided into all these tribes. We need to be a more unified group, otherwise the Philistines will do what they like with us. Like they'd come right up into the heart of their territory and taken the very Ark of the Covenant, the most holy object they possessed, and taken it away. And that was a great national shock, and it caused them to say, maybe we need to get together. The main rivals, tribes, were those of Judah in the south and Ephraim in the central hill country. So a compromise king was chosen from the small tribe of Benjamin that was lodged between them. And so Saul came from the tribe of Benjamin. It was a little bit like when Australia became federated and Sydney didn't want the capital to be Melbourne and Melbourne didn't want the capital to be Sydney, so they chose Canberra, that sheep farm. And this is a little bit like that. Judah said nobody from Ephraim, and Ephraim said nobody from Judah, so they found this little tribe in between of Benjamin, and they chose a king out of there, Saul. One group of people saw this as God's answer to their cry. We need a king. But another group opposed the move, seeing it as a failure to trust in God as their only king. And this division about the king was never resolved, for the king expressed a real tension within the people. On the one hand, the king was the focus of national unity, and they needed a leader, and they needed government, like any other nation. On the other hand, the king became an alternative focus to God, and often got in the way of God. Now, how does the Bible handle this? It tells us 2 stories of the appointment of Saul. One favourable to the appointment, the other against the appointment. Now, you can read it and say, what's going on here? But hold on, look, it's telling us the truth. The king was a tension. The king, they needed a government, of course they did. They needed someone to lead them in defending them against the Philistines, but they did not want someone to lead them away from God. So the king was a tension. And down through the history of the kings, that continued to be true. The Bible's way of handling it is to keep the 2 stories there within the Bible. Okay? Saul was succeeded by King David, a brilliant military leader from the tribe of Judah, who did eventually rule the whole nation. He first ruled for 7 years in Hebron, and then when he was accepted as king of Judah, and then when he was accepted as king of the whole country, he moved to Jerusalem, which was a couple of things about Jerusalem. Firstly, it was in Judah, but on the edge, so it was more acceptable, whereas Hebron was smack in the middle of Judah. Jerusalem was on the edge, and so it would be more acceptable. And then also, Jerusalem has these two massive valleys, really steep, going down, that in fact they come this way, so they cover 3 sides, and therefore all you had to defend was the northern side. The others, no one would attack up a hill, that steep. So it was better to defend, and there was a water supply. So he chose Jerusalem, and that's where he moved in the year 1000. So that's the date that I put up there, the easy one to remember, when he moved to Jerusalem. He united with the Phoenicians, who were the Lebanese people who lived up there, and they were a seafaring people, and they had iron weapons. So by his uniting with them, David got iron weapons, and now he could confront the Philistines on a more, going more on a par. The story of David and Goliath is exactly as you have said. It's a story that if you trust in God, then the little can confront the strong. But the reality would tell us that didn't stop them getting hold of iron weapons. So, you've got to balance the two. We do need to know this real story, as it were, behind the thing as well. And then we can understand the stories that they are telling. So that through the Phoenicians, David got iron weapons. The whole of David's reign was a time of war, but he brought a security to the nation that it had never possessed before and would never possess again. He conquered the whole land, and this meant control of the lucrative trade between Egypt and Arabia to the south and the whole of Europe and Asia to the north. So he controlled that. The Bible tells us that. The trouble we've got is the records of no other country mention it. So, what's the real truth? I don't know. Lots of times I'm going to tell you that. I don't know. I don't know what actually happened. Probably, almost certainly, David and Solomon were more important to the people writing the Bible than they were to the and they called the house of Omri as the northern kingdom. The Assyrians have got a number of records of it. But anyway, David was succeeded by Solomon. So Solomon's years are roughly 960, or a bit before that, to 925. His reign was the most peaceful the nation would ever know. And the reigns of David and Solomon were the golden age of Hebrew history. All later ages long to restore that golden age. Precisely for this reason, however, we again have the phenomenon of inflating the true story in order to make a point. As I said, the surrounding nations have no mention of this. Solomon built a temple in the palace and surrounded himself with a court. And it was these circumstances that made possible the first bringing together of records, right? You need somewhere to do it. And when you've got a king and a court, you'll get professional writers for the first time. If you've got to look after sheep out in the mountainside, you're not going to have much time for writing, even though that might be a natural bent. But when you've got a king and a court, then there'll be somebody somewhere whose real bent is for that, who loves that, and so ends up in the court. Now, this is the first bringing together, not writing a Bible yet, okay? But the first bringing together of records. Solomon, however, and this bit's important to understand, was not nearly as wise as his reputation would suggest. He ruled on the autocratic model of the Egyptian kings. He imposed a crushing taxation in order to further his building program. Above all, and this is his worst crime by far, he used Hebrews as slave labor. So he reduced Hebrews to slavery. Slavery was accepted part of the world. Everybody had slaves. And so they would use foreign slaves, but he used Hebrew slaves. And that was not wise. He favored Jerusalem against the country and his own tribe of Judah over the other tribes. He broke up the traditional tribal areas and centralized religion in his own palace sanctuary. The alliances he made with other nations led to all kinds of compromise in the worship of the Lord. In particular, he played politics, and his method of politics was to marry daughters of kings and rulers by the dozen, by the hundred. He's alleged to have had 300 wives and 700 concubines or something. That's the inflation we hope. But anyway, we know this was a practice of forming marriage alliances, multiple marriage alliances. And then when he did that, he allowed these wives to bring their own gods with them, so that there were many gods being worshipped around Jerusalem. And this was utterly contrary to the fundamental beliefs. And it particularly compromised in the area of justice. Now, justice had been the very foundation of the nation, because the original group, the Moses group, were a group of ex-slaves who escaped and who believed passionately that God had had pity on them in their slavery. A God of justice who said, this is wrong, and who had taken them out of that. So the nation was based on justice. And here you had an unjust king. So there was massive discontent under Solomon. Massive discontent. Under him, freedom from slavery in Egypt had led to no more than enslavement to a Jerusalem king. The secular state, rather than the covenant, had become the binding force of the nation. So massive discontent. The northern and central tribes, therefore, had many reasons for resenting the dominance of the tribe of Judah. And when Solomon died, and his son was occupied defending the southern borders against Egypt, they took the opportunity to break away and form an independent kingdom. And this happened virtually immediately after the death of Solomon, and because of Solomon, because of the way he had acted. So now we have it split into two, a northern kingdom and the kingdom of Judah. Divided, the nation could not possibly stand, and it was soon taken over by the kingdom of Damascus. From 925 BC to 1948 AD, a period of almost 3,000 years, Israel was a vassal of some other nation, with the exception of a somewhat limited autonomy from 129, when the Seleucid kingdom fell, to 67, when the Romans took over. And that was not absolute autonomy either. Otherwise, for 3,000 years, they were a vassal of some other nation, part of their history. The northern kingdom, generally known simply as Israel, was tribally very diverse, and so never had the stability of the southern kingdom. Leadership depended on military power. There were frequent coups d'etat. Political alliances and expediency made the north particularly vulnerable to the constant dilution of the religion of the Lord. So the prophets appeared there, and we'll talk about them later. In 722, the kingdom of Israel, it had unwisely formed an alliance with Egypt, picked the wrong horse. Assyria came in and conquered it, took all the people away. They were the first, the Assyrians, were the first to practice mass deportation. Since then we've refined it, and nowadays it's a very common practice. Look at Mussolini in northern Italy. He brought people from Sicily up there. Look at East Prussia, where the Russians killed or drove out every single German and imported Russians. Look at China and Tibet, where they've put, 8 million Chinese in there so that it will never be an independent nation again. This mass deportation. Well, the inventor of that was the Assyrians. The great Assyrian kings were Sennacherib, Tiglath-Pileser the first and second, and Sargon, names like that. And anyway, they took away the people. They put their own people in. And the descendants of those people, whom they put in place, centuries later were called, anyone? The Samaritans. Right? That's why there was such antagonism between Jews and Samaritans, because they were the descendants of the conquerors, the Assyrian conquerors, who'd been brought in and put in the place of the Jews who had lived there and taken into slavery. Okay, now I'm going to stop this now. We've got a little bit more to do, the exile. Instead, I'm going to turn to something else because I'm going to give you a little bit of homework. Okay? We're going to go back to literary forms. Here's a song, popular, probably the 60s, remember all the folk song era? On a wagon bound for market there's a calf with a mournful eye. High above him there's a swallow, moves swiftly through the sky. Stop complaining, said the farmer, who told you a calf to be? Why don't you have wings to fly with, like the swallow so proud and free? calves are easily bound and slaughtered, never knowing the reason why. But whoever treasures freedom, like the swallow, must learn to fly. How the winds are laughing, they laugh with all their might. Laugh and laugh the whole day through and half the summer night. And then the title of the song is Donna, Donna. Donna, 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 Donna. Do you know that song? Anyway, I won't sing it for you. Now, key. It's a Jewish song, right? And it's an allegory. So things stand for something else. Who might the calf stand for in this story? A calf bound and led to slaughter, never knowing the reason why. Who's going to answer me? Who might the calf stand for? Who was bound and led to slaughter? No. This is a Jewish song. And they're not going to tell a story about Christ. This is a Jewish song. That's the key. No, not the exile. No, not the Babylonian. No way. Come on, get a lot more modern, please. Who was bound and led to slaughter? Oh, slaves, you're still back 1,000 years or two. Come on, get modern. Who was bound and led to slaughter, The Holocaust. 6 million Jews. That's what he's writing about. So the calf bound and led stands for the 6 million Jews. Who is the swallow? So proud and free. See, the story is saying to the calf, who told you a calf to be? Why don't you have wings to fly with, like the swallow so proud and free? Become something different. Don't be bound and led to slaughter ever again. So who's the swallow? Oh, the Zionists. Well, yes, I suppose that's closer. I'd put it simply as the state of Israel. That's what he's really writing about. So the Jews who are in charge of their own destiny and will fight, and no one will put them into a cart and lead them to slaughter again, thank you. And anybody who tries to will beat the hell out of them. So they're so proud and free. Right? So this is an allegory. Now, notice 4 things about it. Firstly, there is a true story behind this. Right? 6 million Jews were bound and led to slaughter. There is now a state of Israel which will fight anyone who tries to treat them like a calf again. Right? So there's a true story here. But the second thing to notice is it involves an interpretation of the story. Now, if you ask someone from Hamas to tell the same story, what might he talk about? Not a calf and a swallow, but what? A snake and a scorpion? So a snake became a scorpion? You know, Hamas, the Arab terrorist group. They're going to tell a story about, as I say, a snake that became a scorpion. So it'll be the same historical facts, but with a very different interpretation put on them, right? So we've got a true story, but interpreted. Then we've got a meaning or message. What's the meaning or message here? What is the writer of this song and these words saying to the Jewish people? Don't be calves. Don't be led to slaughter like that's 6 million. Particularly Jews, as you well know, today one of the things that upsets them so greatly is how meekly so many people went to their own death. And I said, how could? What was that? And this really excites. So this person is reacting by saying, don't be calves. Be your own nation, be in charge, have a strong army, among other things. And anybody at all who tries to push you around, belt them back. No, I mean, that's the message, isn't it? You may not like it, you may not agree with it, but that's the message. Now, it's interpretation, so he's actually picked a very mild thing, a little swallow. And as I said, other people would say, if you use the calf image, well, a calf who became a lion or something, but certainly a stronger message than a swallow. But that's the message behind it. Now, why I use this is because it's a good example of some things we will find in the Bible. Not everything, but some things we will find in the Bible. There are many literary forms, I've said, and this is an allegory, and we will find allegories there, but only one. It's not true that everything's allegory. Parables are different from allegories. Parables are true-to-life stories, otherwise they're not good parables. A parable is a just-as argument. Just as things happen in the field of nature, so they happen in the higher spiritual plane. The parables of Jesus all fall into that category. And they're not allegories, where something stands for something else. Now, and here's your homework. I want you to have a look before next week at the book of Jonah, which is an allegory. This one does come fairly close. There are differences, but it comes fairly close to this kind of literature. In the middle of it, you will find a psalm. Ignore the psalm, almost certainly added later. Right? Just go for the story. You know the first part of the story, certainly, where, all about the fish. There's a second part that you may not be quite as familiar with, where he does go to Nineveh and what happens there. And I want you to answer those questions. What's the true story behind this? There was a true story here. 6 million Jews were bound and led to slaughter. There is a state of Israel, which is a fairly belligerent state, will not be pushed around. These are true facts. So there is truth also behind the book of Jonah. But there is also interpretation. And there's a message. And that's what I want you to do. See if you can find out what's the sort of the true things behind this. Who does Jonah stand for? Yeah, and then what's the message being given? Now, just to sort of lead you into this complication, but the way the Bible is, there is a prophet called Jonah mentioned, but he's in the 800s, or is it the 700s? Anyway, way back there. Then Assyria was dominant, but at a quite different time. Not the time in which this prophet Jonah lived. So Jonah was in the 800s. Assyria was dominant in the 600s, the 7 and 600s. And we know the book was written sometime after the exile, so about the 400s. Right? In other words, what's happened? A writer in the 400s wanted to give a message to his people. So he's picked a prophet from centuries earlier, mentioned in the Bible, put him in a time that was neither Jonah's nor his, but when the Assyrians were dominant, and told a story, an allegory, in order to get a message through to the people of his own time. Right? Now this would be ordinary things they would do. And if you look at it, why I picked it, it is one of the highest points of the entire First Testament. It's a beautiful message. Leave out the psalm, which is a bit pious and comes later, but the story is one of the highest points in the Old Testament. It contains for the people of the time, but he's taken a prophet from centuries earlier, put that prophet in a time that wasn't his own, and then told the story in another time again. He's picked the Assyrians for a reason I've already given you, because they ruled by terror. They made no attempt to win friends. They just do it or we'll kill you. As brutally as we can. So that's why he's picked the Assyrians. Now, I want you to read it, but now read it as an allegory, looking for what factual truth there might be behind the story, who the people in it stand for, and what is the message that he's trying to give them. Okay? So this is your homework. We won't ask for written assignments, but we will talk about it. I want you to think about this, and then we'll talk about the beginning of next week. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Aquinas Academy, 2005, Introducing the Bible, a course over 5 weeks given by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson. This is session 2, tape 1 of 2 tapes of that session.
Oh. That's all right. Particularly in this period, he's in conflict with many of the powers that be. King Josiah's gone, other kings have come, and he's in conflict with the other prophets, and he's in conflict with the priests, and he's in conflict with the king, because he's saying things they don't want to hear. In particular, he's saying, look, the conquest has happened, go with it. Finally, he's saying, look, the people in exile, they are the future of this nation, the people in Babylon. So he has passages there about, get wives for your sons and husbands for your daughters, increase and multiply and live and support the Babylonians. They are the future of the nation, he keeps saying. Now, at this stage, the people don't want to hear this, and certainly the king and the other prophets and priests don't want to hear it. They say, no, with God, we will conquer the Babylonians. And Jeremiah is saying, no, you won't. He was right, of course. I mean, he didn't need divine inspiration to know that, actually. Babylon was infinitely more powerful than little Judea. So, but he's most unpopular, so he's put in prison, he's put in stocks, he's let down into a well, all kinds of things, and all this conflict, and he's also the most personal of all the prophets. He didn't want to be a prophet because he had to cry, death, destruction, ruin, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted to be liked, like almost anybody. So he hated the role. And there's this very powerful passage in chapter 20, one of the most beautiful, I think, in the Old Testament. I'll read it first, and then I'll tell you a little story about it. You have seduced me, Lord, and I have let myself be seduced. You have overpowered me. You were the stronger. I am a laughing stock all day long. They all make fun of me. For whenever I speak, I have to howl and proclaim violence and ruin. For me, the Lord's word has been the cause of insult and derision all day long. I would say to myself, I will not think about him. I will not speak in his name any more. But then there seemed to be a fire burning in my heart, imprisoned in my bones. The effort to restrain it wearied me. I could not do it. Isn't that a beautiful and powerful passage? I don't want to be the, death and destruction, and everybody's against me, and I'm hated, and all the rest of it. And I said, I won't. He rebelled against God. But then there was a fire imprisoned in his bones, and he couldn't keep it in. He had to. This is the prophet, the man taken over by God, who somehow has to speak God's words, even though they'll be so unpopular. So this is what I mean by he's the most personal of the prophets, something, very much of himself, and we can relate to him. Sadly, in our modern, when people say Jeremiah, others say, oh, that means a sad sack, always saying, sad things. But he's a far richer person than that, as we can see, I think, from that passage. He's also the one who then finally gives up on the reform. That's not the way to do it. At the time he was enthusiastic about it, because it seemed that the king was truly genuine in reforming things. But later he realizes, no, law will never solve the problem. So instead he has another very famous and beautiful passage. And he keeps in the middle of it's this repetition of, it is the Lord who speaks. And the force of that is, hey, this is not me, this is God saying this to you, okay? So he says, look, the days are coming, it is the Lord who speaks, when I shall make a new covenant with the house of Israel. But not like the covenant I made with their ancestors, the day I took them by the hand to bring them out of Egypt, a covenant which they broke, even though I was their master. It is the Lord who speaks. No, this is the covenant I shall make with the house of Israel when those days have come. It is the Lord who speaks. Within them I shall plant my law, writing it on their hearts. Then I shall be their God, and they will be my people. There will be no further need for everyone to teach neighbor or brother, saying, learn to know the Lord. No, they will all know me, from the least to the greatest. It is the Lord who speaks. Since I shall forgive their guilt and never more call their sin to mind. So the law of Josiah, the law of Deuteronomy. One day Jeremiah says, no, it has to be replaced by a law in the heart, where we don't need to read it in the book. We know within ourselves what is the right thing to do. God will write that law on our heart. This is what he comes to. So he's first of all enthusiastic about the book of the law, later sees that just won't work, comes to this law written on the heart, preaches against the political alliances, don't trust in Egypt, don't trust in Babylon, trust in God. And finally he says, it's the people in exile. They are the future of this nation. Through this, the nation will be purified and then it will rise again. Now, can you see how the history is essential to understanding that? Take the history away and what have we got? Believe me, a mess. You know, it doesn't go logically from chapter 1 through to the end. It's all over the shop. And you'll find bits here, bits there. You know, with all the prophets, you've always got a problem. What they wrote and what editors did to it. And believe me, editors put their own opinions in to the things. So you've always got that. But also you've got, you know, just people who wrote and didn't put a consistent story starting at the beginning and working through logically, and said it's more complex. And as I said, Jeremiah is probably the second most complex book in the Bible. But given the history, we can begin to sort it out. Without that history, we don't know what on earth he's talking about. And he changes, as we see. He trusts in law as a young man. That will solve, that will, you know, bring us the great... Then he realizes later, no, can't do it. We've got to look elsewhere. And so he moves on in his life. Okay, I hope this shows, you know, just how important it is to put things in their historical perspective. If we're going to you know, so this is the first thing you need to do with any book of the Bible. When was it written? And then at what later stages did other editors put other bits in? That's the complicating bit. But at least when and what was going on. This is the essential bit.
We know about our history, the more we understand our present culture, don't we?
Of course.
It applies right through, universally.
Everybody knows to know something of history. Yeah, you know, the old phrase, if we forget the lessons of history, we're condemned to repeat them. The mistakes of the past. Okay, that's something of the geography and the history and their, you know, crucial importance to what we're going to do. Now, yeah, a problem, I've said I've only got 10 hours to do this, and we cannot do everything. Now, what I could do is take a few passages of the Bible, we could meditate on them and break them apart, and that would be beautiful. But I didn't think that that's what you came here for. I think that you want to understand the whole, you know, some structure. Then hopefully you'll have many, many opportunities to do exactly that. But you'll be able to fit them in. So we're not going to do too much of taking up the Bible and you know, and going through a particular passage. We'll do a little bit, not much. Instead, I'm going to try to give you this overview of the Bible. Now, we've looked at something of geography and something of history. We've touched on literary forms. We've seen that there's prose, there's poetry, there's legend, there's, you know, all these different kinds of literary forms. We'll look at a little bit of that too. But before doing that, I think we've got to look a little bit at what I've called the nature of the Bible. What kind of book are we dealing with here? Well, firstly, it's one of our two great sources of religious knowledge. The Bible and, well, what's the other? Our great source of knowledge of God. I can't hear you. Well, what other one? There's two. Yeah, the world around us. Because that was created by God, and any creation will tell us a lot about the Creator. We know a lot about Shakespeare from his plays. We don't know terribly as much as we'd like to from other sources. But from his plays we know a whole lot about his values and, you know, how he thought of the world, etc. Michelangelo, from his sculptures, we know a lot about him, what he believed and who he was. You cannot create without revealing yourself. So God has revealed through the world around us, and let's not forget the world within us, which tells us a great deal about God too. The Bible is one of them. There's a problem, however, in that the divine wisdom that is reflected there is inextricably mixed with the human wisdom and lack of wisdom of the human authors of the Bible. And it is a most difficult task to separate the two. So what's coming from God, what's coming from human beings? Alongside the stories of good people, the Bible contains stories of bad people. For example, King Ahab and his wife Jezebel. They were not nice people. You would not wish to invite them to dinner. They were not nice people. Together with sublime religious thought, it contains many insights that were at best partial and much that is far from sublime. So that a poem that begins as a profound spiritual longing, one of the Psalm 137, sorry, 139, yeah, 137. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down and there we met when we remembered Zion. You've heard that, of course. Beautiful passage. You know how it ends? Happy shall they be who take your little ones and dash them against the rock. Bang, end. That's how that psalm ends. We never read that bit in church. But it's there. In other words, this great longing also contained a hatred of the people who'd overcome them and taken them into slavery. And that's what they wanted to do, you know. Let's be brutal again. Take a baby by the feet and bash its head against a rock. This is what we're, you know. So that's not a very nice thought, is it? But it's right there in the Bible. It contains examples of good deeds we're meant to imitate, bad deeds we are meant to avoid, and mixed deeds where we must distinguish the good from the bad. It contains profound sayings that are reflections of divine wisdom. For example, that beautiful phrase of the prophet Micah, act justly, love tenderly, walk humbly with your God. Wonderful, beautiful phrase. But it contains also sayings that are no more than human and even worldly wisdom. Take this one. When you sit down to eat with a ruler, observe carefully what is before you and put a knife to your throat if you have a big appetite. You know, worldly wisdom, isn't it? If you want something out of a ruler, don't be a glutton at his table. You know, you're sitting down with a king or something and you want something from him. Don't be, pouring food into your mouth. That's not going to impress him. So it's you can't say divine. This is worldly wisdom, isn't it? Good pragmatic stuff. If you're sitting down with someone more important than yourself and you want something, don't be a glutton. Yeah, it's there in the Bible. How do we know, which one to take as God's wisdom, which one, how to, to assess all these things? Furthermore, the Bible contains copious amounts of racism, or any amount of that. Jews up here, everybody else down there, Assyrians worst of all. God loves Hebrews but not Egyptians. All of that in abundance. It contains abundant sexism. Men are superior to women, all through the Bible. All through the First Testament anyway. When we come to Jesus, it gets a bit different. But women do also do some extraordinary things in the Old Testament. But by and large, there's a great deal of sexism there. It assumes the existence of slavery and does not condemn it. Slavery is a fact of life. No one could imagine a world without it. There'd never been one. There it was. So, conclusion. The Bible is the story of a journey. The story of a people's long and painful spiritual journey through a world of turmoil towards a deeper understanding and a higher morality. Let me repeat that. The Bible is the story of a people's long and painful journey through a world of turmoil towards a deeper understanding and a higher morality. Now, if you'd had your group out around the oasis in the desert, they might have, under divine inspiration, have written a beautiful book. But precisely because they lived out there, they would not have gone through the same turmoil, and they would not have grown in the same way. Think of how you've grown in your life. And I think most of you would answer that the things that did most growing for you were the things you didn't plan. Things that happened from outside at you. The sudden death of a parent or something. And you had to adjust and, say, take an example. I always remember speaking to a lady whose husband had walked out on her. She had 3 little children. No support from him or anything. She went through hell. But later she wrote, I would never have chosen the path my life has taken. and would never wish it on anyone. And yet I would never want to give up the insights and the strength that I have gained through this. And I think we can all echo that. It helps to explain why God chose the turmoil and not the oasis, because here is how growth occurs. Now let's look at one example, an important one, of how growth occurred in the Old Testament. This is me, by the way. Well, you can agree or disagree with it, but I see 5 levels of morality in the Old Testament. But the first one is a level of superiority and revenge. In chapter 4 of the book of Genesis, so right back there early, you've got a man named Lamech, whose sense of his own importance was such that he said to his wives, "Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for striking me. If Cain is avenged 7-fold, Lamech 77-fold. There you got it, right? This is a fierce old tribal chieftain somewhere who's, I'm superior to everybody else, and anybody who hurts me 77-fold, I'll get back at him. So it's a level of superiority and revenge. Now our first reaction can be, well, that's really ancient history, chapter 4 of Genesis. No, we don't think that way. Come on, we do. Can you think of places in the world today where this is the level? You know, look at Israel. You know, you send a helicopter gunship and we'll blow up a bomb. You blow up a bomb and we'll send 3 helicopters. We'll send 10 bombs. You know, it escalates. It keeps escalating and it gets nowhere. Furthermore, can I suggest that any time someone seriously offends you, this is your very first instinctive reaction. You punch me and I'll punch you twice as hard. You know, children will actually say that. Adults won't say it, but they mean it. So it's still there with us. So the level has never gone away. And any one of us, at any split second, can fall right back to that level. We are never, we've never left it totally beyond, that's not part of us. And it's dangerous to think so. We are all capable of falling back to that level. So it's never totally behind us. Okay, second level is that of justice without mercy. Now, this is the level of the saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This saying must not be seen as some order from God concerning the manner in which we should act, but on the contrary, as part of the story of the human race in rising above the level of Lamech. And it was actually a conscious attempt to do so. Far from being as primitive as it's often thought to be, this law was a conscious attempt to rise above Lamech. Its force was not 77 teeth for one tooth, not even 2 teeth for one tooth for one tooth, and no more. So if someone knocks out your tooth, you can knock out one of his teeth, but not 2. Right? Now, in other words, equality. But not 77-fold vengeance anymore. So can you see how it's a conscious attempt to rise above? That was its force. 1 tooth for one tooth. And see that the first one, it goes on and on. It's an endless cycle of violence. It never finishes. You always got to get back and do more to them than they're doing to you. Like Israel today, where nobody goes nowhere. Well, there's talks going on at the moment, and that's we hope. But we're not filled with too much confidence, are we? So this is the serious attempt to get above that level. It's still, unfortunately, too close to the first level. And Mahatma Gandhi's comment on it was, an eye for an eye leaves the whole country blind. And there's always the truth of that, isn't there? One also remembers the chilling phrase attributed to Joseph Kennedy. Remember that? Don't get mad, get even. It's a chilling phrase, isn't it? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, get even. You'll, of course, as you're well aware, hear it in the school playgrounds, won't you? Getting even. Kids are good at that, getting even. Once again, adults don't say it, but they can think it, and they can act that way, getting even. This is sort of justice. Or, of course, you hear it in the United States all the time over capital punishment. The Lord said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. And so if anyone has committed murder, they get killed. Okay, but it's that level of morality. It's the second level. Now we come to the third. This is the gigantic step upwards from the first two. Respect for dignity. Now, in all dealings between human beings throughout history, they've dealt with one another on one of two bases. One has been the usefulness of other people to me, and the other has been respect for dignity. The first by far has dominated and still does. It'll be a wonderful day when we rise above that one. But I generally, will tend to cultivate the people who are useful to me. I won't tend to cultivate the outcasts, the people who have nothing to offer me. It is, it's a very human sort of thing, but there it is. It's hard to come to respect, even to that level of respect for dignity. But the Jewish people did, and they did it through the 10 Commandments. This is what they are. Now, there are commandments about our relationship with God, but leaving those aside, come to the ones which deal with our relationships with other people. Let's leave aside even here the one about honouring your parents, and look at the next 4 and put them together, which nobody ever seems to do, but I believe should happen. And what they're about is respect for life and physical integrity. You shall not kill. And the greater includes the lesser. Just as we are not to kill, so we are not to wound. I'm not to harm your physical health or your physical body. That's included under you shall not kill. Relationships that give life meaning. You shall not commit adultery. I don't think, contrary to a lot of Catholic tradition, I don't think it has anything to do with sex. I think it's about harming relationships that give life meaning. And just as do not kill includes do not wound, so do not commit adultery means also do not harm relationships between parents and children, between brothers and sisters, between friends. Any of the relationships that give life meaning. And again, always the Bible will be concrete rather than abstract. So instead of giving some beautiful abstract phrase, it will go for the, you shall not kill, you shall not commit adultery. Then material possessions, you shall not steal, and a good name, you shall not bear false witness. Right? Now put those 4 together, and to me they are a very powerful statement of respect for dignity. If I respect, in all matters, your life and physical integrity, the relationships that give your life meaning, your possessions, and your good name, then aren't we a really long way down the track to good relationships between people? And I'm building everything on respect for you. So this is, to me, I believe the 4 need to be put together. By the way, the one after it says, I don't even think of doing any of these things. So do not covet your neighbour's possessions or donkey or wife or whatever else. Don't even think of doing it. So they're very powerful when they're put together and seen, I believe they are to be seen in this way, but you must make up your own minds whether you agree with me or not. I don't know whether anyone else has put them together like that, but I have, and I stand by it until I'm proved wrong. Anyway, there they are. Now, even this is not enough, because they're all negative. You shall not. That is, because you respect your neighbour's dignity, do no harm. But I can observe every last commandment perfectly, and it still doesn't say I've done very much for my neighbour. I haven't hurt my neighbour, but I haven't yet done anything to help. For example, if I was able to and gave not 1 cent to the tsunami appeal, I didn't actually break a commandment. Not one of the 12, not one of the 10 anyway, not that one could think about that, but I can't, surely if I'm a Christian at all, and if I had some money to give and didn't give it, then there's something radically wrong in the face of such an enormous catastrophe. So we've got to go beyond not doing wrong things to a neighbour, not harming. We've got to come into positive help. And that's where we come to the next one, to love as you love yourself, to treat others as you would have them treat you. That came, say Christians, from Jesus. Wrong. Jesus took it straight out of the Old Testament, the First Testament. It's there. To love God is in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6. To love your neighbour as you love yourself is straight out of the book of Leviticus. So Jesus was, and he wasn't the first to put the two together. Other rabbis had done so before him, but Jesus certainly did too. See, the commandments are not harming my neighbour. This one is going further and saying, help your neighbour, do good things. If I respect you, I will give you all that is yours by right. If to that I add that I love you, then I will give you all that is within my power to give you, to help you in your life. And that's more. Yes? To love your neighbour as yourself. Book of Leviticus. What is it? Chapter... It's either 18:19 or 19:18, one of the two. I think it's chapter 19. It's Leviticus anyway. And the love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and strength and mind is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6. Yes, loving is going beyond the level of the commandment. And this is where the Beatitudes start to come in. You know, this is why Jesus said, yes, the commandments stand, not changing a word of them, but let's add the Beatitudes. This is moving from this level of respect for dignity to, and respecting the rights, to loving my neighbour and doing whatever love commands me to do. And that takes us up to the fifth level, the top level, to love as God loves. For us, of course, in the example of Jesus Christ, love one another as I have loved you, which is a whole world beyond. See, the other one takes the measure of myself, but this one goes beyond that to love as God loves. It's a whole different thing. In fact, it's so high that many people might go, oh, that doesn't apply to us. Well, it does. Sometimes it happens. A couple of months ago, a fireman raced into a burning building to rescue children, didn't succeed, and died himself. Now, that man loved as God loves. At that moment, he just rose to that level. That wasn't loving as he loved himself. That one went beyond it. Would we do the same? Answer, we'll never know unless we're faced with it, and then we might surprise ourselves. But we don't know. So it does exist. And it's real. It's not something to just ignore. Anyway, these are 5 levels. Now, important to understand, they occur in the First Testament. Even that top one, I think we're going to come to it straight after the break, and we come back to, or soon after the break, and we come to Jeremiah. And we're going to see that that's, sorry, not to Jeremiah, Jonah. That's getting up very close to this loving as God loves. But, you know, this is the story of a journey, isn't it? And you're going to find in the Bible all sorts of things reflecting each one of those levels. You're going to find more than one reflecting the level of Lamech. You're going to find lots of, getting even. You will find people trying to live commandments, but you'll find them treating, other people because of their usefulness. And then you'll find examples of people loving as they love themselves. You'll find examples of people loving as God loves. The story of a journey. We break.
Aquinas Academy, 2005. Introducing the Bible, a course over 5 weeks.
Just isn't true, is it? In this life, God rewards the good and punishes the wicked. But they come close to saying that. The Lord does not let the righteous go hungry, but he thwarts the craving of the wicked. Well, nice thought, but just not experience, is it? Sometimes the righteous do go hungry, and sometimes the wicked seem to get on very well indeed, thank you. They do not actually say that people who are poor must have offended God, but they come very close to doing so. For example, a slack hand causes poverty, but the hand of the diligent makes rich. Well, at its own level, that's true. If you sit around all day under a palm tree, you'll grow poor. If you work, you're more likely to become rich. So it's okay at that level, but don't take it further. And don't say that if a person's poor, therefore they must be a bad person and have done wrong. And this comes very close to doing that. The book of Job, on the other hand, specifically and repeatedly rejects the premise that if Job was now suffering, he must have done wrong. You know, that book of Job repeatedly rejects that premise. This means that one book of the Bible specifically rejects the major premise of another book of the Bible and seeks to go beyond it. Right? The book of Job is specifically rejecting what all these proverbs are saying to us and seeking to go beyond it. At the end of the book, Job has found no rational explanation for his suffering, but because he has come to realize that suffering is a mystery to be lived rather than a problem to be solved, he's a wiser man. Because he's not only heard about God, but in the mystery of suffering in some manner experienced God, he's a more spiritual man. Because he has been tried by suffering and grown through it, he is a fuller and better man than he was at the beginning of the story. And that's the true message of the book, not some abstract answer to the question of suffering, but the growth that takes place within the person of Job. So in this field of wisdom literature, we again have the story of a journey. And we'll come back to that when we talk about inspiration, which we will in a moment. But firstly, a third example of this gradual movement. And this is the all-important question of the understanding of God. In any religion, everything without exception depends on the kind of God that is worshipped. So if a particular religion worships an angry God, everything in that religion will reflect that. If it worships a loving God, everything in the religion will reflect that. Everything depends on the kind of God we are worshipping. So, in the Bible, what kind of God are we worshipping? Do we find in the Bible a consistent revelation of the nature of God? Or do we find, once again, the story of a journey towards a better human understanding of who God is, with true, partial, and false ideas of God jostling with each other, and with steps backwards almost as frequent as steps forward? Side by side with sublime ideas, do we also find misleading and quite false human ideas about God? Well, one of the first great religious insights of the people of Israel was that the God who had been revealed to them in their slavery in Egypt was a God who, the Bible phrase, who hears the cry of the poor. And that's said specifically in chapter 3 of the book of Exodus. God has seen their oppression in Egypt and cares about it. So they believed in a God of justice. Everything else came from that. The idea of a God of love was present, but developed much more slowly. The essential basis was a God of justice. And we'll see a little bit later how that went wrong. And they got it out of proportion. Now, the God of justice and the God of love were not brought into harmony, and they never have been, by the way. They still aren't. We tend to veer between the God of justice and the God of love and never really get them together. And so the God of love was sometimes pushed aside by the false idea of a God who could be vengeful in the pursuit of justice. Indeed, there were times when the Israelites interpreted their God as ordering them to follow a quite perverted sense of justice. For example, in exterminating all the peoples of the land as they moved into it. Now, in fact, that's almost certainly not true. They didn't exterminate all the people. They didn't succeed, whether they tried to or not. They certainly didn't succeed. But this went so far that Joshua has not unfairly been called, by one writer, the patron saint of ethnic cleansers. Well, there's a certain truth in that, isn't there? You know, that's what he's saying. Kill them all, put them under the ban. So the patron saint of ethnic cleansers, I like the phrase. His actions constituted justice only if one starts from the premise that because the Hebrews had been chosen by God, anyone who might stand in their way or contaminate the religious beliefs could be justly exterminated. Now that's a very interesting concept of justice. But should we blame God for this? Or should we blame false, and by the way, convenient human ideas about God? Very convenient to say God told us to do this. It means you can slaughter babies by day and sleep profoundly by night. Is it a divine revelation concerning the need to keep religious belief uncontaminated, and hence something we might contemplate repeating today? Or is it a cautionary tale about how easy it is for human beings to convince themselves of what they want to believe, no matter how horrendous, and then blame God for it? Is it a divine revelation, or is it part of the story of a journey, once again? It was only later in the Bible that the prophets came to the startling idea that God loved not only Hebrews, but also Egyptians, Canaanites, Philistines, and even Assyrians. The God of Jesus is very different from the God of the book of Joshua. Surely they represent two starkly opposed human understandings of the one God. The God of Jesus would never have said exterminate the lot of them. Never. To take another example, when chapter 24 of the second book of Samuel says that God killed 70,000 people by a pestilence because King David committed the crime of numbering the people. Must we see this as literally true? No. May we suspect that the truth could be that many people died in a pestilence, and a writer falsely concluded that God had killed them because of an action of King David, or that a writer not concerned about the kind of God being presented deliberately and wrongly used the pestilence to hammer home a message that people must have trust in God alone and not in human strength. This was the criticism made. Numbering the people was trusting in human strength, not in God. But to then say, but then as a result God slaughtered 70,000 innocent people, by the way, not King David who'd done it, but 70,000 innocents. Come on, this is just not, this is not history. This is not fact. This is a very different idea of God. And be it said, preachers down throughout the ages in every religion can sometimes be so keen on getting people to do something that they will abuse the concept of God in the process. God will do this, it happens all too often. So is there not overwhelming evidence of a long and gradual progression from more primitive ideas of God towards a more exalted idea of God that we find in some of the later books of the First Testament and on the lips of Jesus? Once again, we have this story of a journey. In assessing all of these matters, must we not use our powers of discernment to the full? Was the world created in 7 days or 24 hours? Or are people who hold this view closing their minds to everything we've been able to learn from science about the universe? Did a prophet named Jonah actually spend 3 days in the belly of a fish? Should we imitate the actions of the judge Geoffrey, who offered his daughter as a sacrifice to God because of a vow he'd made? You've heard that story? Chapter 11 of the Judges. He was in battle and it was very difficult. So he said, God, I promise that I'll offer in sacrifice to you the first person I meet coming home. And of course the only person he meets is his only child, his daughter. And he sacrifices her. Slits her throat, his own daughter, to offer to, and the God he believed in was the Lord, the Hebrew God. And he offered this sacrifice, believing it would be acceptable to God. We're supposed to imitate that? Or is this a cautionary tale, a good example of what we should not do? The Bible reflects times in which people calmly accepted the existence of slavery and the inferior position of women in relation to men. If we must use our discernment in reading the Bible statements on slavery, and everyone would agree with that now, must we not use the same discernment concerning its statements on women? If our powers of discernment have told us that we should not accept the statement, well, the letter to Titus, this is worth the getting. Titus. Sorry, I've got these things, but they don't always open at the place I want them to open at. Titus. Here we are. There's 2:5 and 2:9. Where are we now? Similarly, older women should behave as befits religious people with no scandal mongering and no addiction to wine. They must be the teachers of right behaviour and show younger women how they should love their husbands and love their children, how they must be sensible and chaste, and how to work in their homes, be gentle, and obey their husbands, so that the message of God is not disgraced. Go down 4 verses. Slaves must be obedient to their masters in everything, and do what is wanted without argument. Now, it's actually the same. I hate it when the Bible translates the same Greek word in two different ways. You lose the connection. And here, in both cases, the actual Greek is slaves must be submissive to their masters, wives must be submissive to their husbands. Same word. Don't translate it in different ways. One defective Jews in the Bible that does that many times. Anyway, so let's take the phrase, I've got them here. Now, we don't accept any longer, chapter 2, verse 5, or sorry, to verse 9, that slaves must be submissive to their masters. We say, come on, slavery is all wrong. So if we reject that, by what right does anyone turn around and say, 4 verses earlier, wives must be submissive to their husbands? That's God speaking to you. Come on. Isn't there a bit of a contradiction? 4 verses apart, same words. Why do we give 2 quite opposed interpretations of those 2 phrases? So the conclusion here, in other words, are even letters of Paul, by the way, Titus is probably not letters of Paul, even though it's given under his name, but we won't enter into that. It's still part of the Second Testament. In other words, are these letters that are part of the Second Testament still part of an unfinished human journey? In other words, the journey, the story of the journey, did it finish then? In other words, the New Testament, are all the books absolutely perfect, or are they still part of the journey? In other words, is it a journey that ends only in the person of Jesus Christ and nowhere else? So the writers of that book of Titus, is that person still on a journey? It would seem so. Hasn't come to a point where it said slavery is wrong. So, even the New Testament is still part of the journey, rather than, again, simply finished product. Okay, talking in pictures. The story of the Exodus contains many extraordinary incidents, such as the sun halting in its course, the sea parting to allow a dry passage for the Israelites. Must we believe that these accounts are literally true? Or on the contrary, must we reject the literal reading? Well, an Aboriginal leader in Australia, Patrick Dodson, who in his youth had been thoroughly trained in European thought patterns. Don't know whether you know it, he was actually ordained a priest. So he'd studied philosophy and theology, and he knew all that. Now, he tells a story against himself, that he was once addressing an Aboriginal community, and that one of the elders sat on the ground beside him. After a while, the elder became agitated and started constantly interrupting him with the advice, talk in pictures, because with his philosophical, he was probably talking in more abstract language. And the Aborigines saying, that's not the way we do it. Talk in pictures. This is the way of the Aboriginal people and of many other peoples. It was the way of Jesus. It was the way of the Jewish people of the First and Second Testament. You talk in pictures. That's how you did. And by the way, preaching on Sundays would vastly improve if preachers took that one to heart. Don't you agree? Talked in pictures. It's rather than abstractions, lose you quickly. If you can paint a scene, then you've done it. And by the way, it's exactly what I've just done. I painted the scene of Patrick Dodson. In other words, you could all imagine him. You all know what he looks like. You can imagine the elder sitting there. You can imagine him interrupting. I talked in pictures. So you've got much more chance of remembering it and getting its message than if I'd said the same thing in abstract language. Okay. Scholars of the Bible have always believed that the people who fled from Egypt were utterly convinced that they had experienced a genuine action and presence of God in their escape. Most scholars now believe that they then told the story of this escape in vivid, imaginative, powerful, and highly effective pictures. They're not lying to anyone. This is the way it's done. Remember also, we're talking about, if they'd written down, what they do? Inscribe it on tablets and cart them around the desert with them. We're talking that time when things were handed down by word of mouth, and above all, they were handed down through poetry and through picture stories. And this was reinforced by song and by dance. So again, the Aboriginal corroboree. And it's an extraordinarily powerful and effective way of handing things down through generations for a very, very long time. As long as we realise things I said last week, you'll end up with different versions of it, inevitably. When it's done this way, one tribe will, their corroboree will be different, even though they're telling the same story. It will always be concrete stories, not abstractions. So if they want to tell what happened at the Exodus, that's how they'll do it. They'll tell these powerful, imaginative, and highly effective stories. Now, remember something I said last week too, that Troy was I found it, a small place, but the poets had, and I said that equally the writers of the Bible were trying to say, this was important, God intervened. And their way of doing that was saying there was 1 million people who escaped. And, you blow up the story because you're trying to emphasize it and tell it and give its essential elements. So that's what we have to look for in all of this. Quite simply, they talked in pictures. The evidence we can gain from all sources supports this view and is so strong that it can no longer be sustained that Christians must believe that each of these stories tells the literal truth of what happened. That just isn't possible. I've met people who say, but God can work miracles. And I come back at them and say, what about the golden calf? Now, God would not surely have worked a miracle to produce the golden calf, because that was a false god. But tell me, how do you make a molten calf in the middle of the desert? You try and work that one out. Possibly, I don't know, but I can't imagine how to do it. You need a kiln, you need lots of wood to burn in the desert. Not easy. It's impossible to sustain that one any longer. The ancient Hebrews, like many other peoples, told their factual history through pictorial stories. And many Christian problems began when people began to reverse this process and treat the stories as factual history. See, that's reversing the process. They took history and told it through stories. We've taken the stories and said they are history. And that's where the real problems of fundamentalism began. Now, looking at the other side of the picture, am I entitled to demand that others believe what I do and see the stories of Exodus told as history told through stories rather than through factual details? Well, in many matters, no, I'm not entitled to do this. If someone wants to believe that the sea actually parted and they were on the free came back and drowned Egypt, okay, that's I'm not going to get on my high horse and say that's impossible. You may not believe that. How there's stories. How you take stories is up to you. I don't see that anything absolutely essential is there between us. On the other hand, if someone wished to believe, the one I referred to a moment ago or a little while ago, that God literally slew 70,000 people, not because they'd done anything wrong, but because their king, David, showed some trust in human power by numbering the people, I would have to reply that we had a serious problem between us. For we appeared to believe in very different gods. I just do not believe in a God who would slay 70,000 people, innocent people, for something the king had done, let alone something like numbering the people. I just don't believe that. And I would say if anyone who treats that story as literally, we have a problem. And somehow we've got to solve it, but we really have a problem here. In between these two is the story of the sun stopping in its course while Israel fought a battle. Now, I have no strictly religious objection to the idea that this might be a literal account, but I recognize that scientists have strong scientific objections. It raises all sorts of problems, doesn't it? If the sun stopped in its course. And I have taken these scientific objections seriously in making up my own mind that it's not a literal account. It's again a story, an imaginative story, to bring home a point. So that now in our reading of all this, there are 3 stages of understanding. The first, the Bible is full of stories of people talking in pictures. The first stage occurred when we first heard the story as children and probably believed it literally. So I once believed that a fish swallowed Jonah in 3 days. I believed that when I was a child. The second stage is when we come to realize that that's not true. Now, for a lot of people, that second stage is seen as a sort of liberation. I no longer have to believe all that nonsense I'm told. I'm free. And as a result, they never get to the third stage. And it's the third stage that is essential. And that's where I want to do your homework from last week, the book of Jonah. Did you have a look at that? And remember I said to you, it takes true facts, tell them as a story, and there's a meaning or message to the story. And I said that one was an allegory, where Jonah stood for something else. Anybody, who did he stand for? Let me remind you again, it was written about the 400s. It took a prophet from the 700s, placed him in the 600s. That tells us we've got story already. And it placed him in the time of the Assyrians, who were the most hated people of the Old Testament period because they ruled through terror. So who might Jonah stand for? So I can't hear. No, no. Don't look for meanings like that. That's looking way ahead to something the writer would never have had in mind. No, not Jeremiah. Who would the prophet stand? Who would Jonah stand for? Yeah, the people of Israel. Can you, now, taking that, can you interpret the story? What's the writer saying to the people of Israel?
They're not the only race.
Yes,
They're being loved by God.
that's right. And what are they supposed to do about it? Finish the sentence. Yeah, to go out to these people. In other words, they had been given a gift by God. The people of Israel had this gift of God's revelation. And it wasn't meant for them alone. They were supposed to spread it to other nations. So Jonah is told, Jonah stands for the people of Israel. God said to him, go to Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrians, and bring God's message to them. And what does Jonah do? He heads off in the exact opposite direction. He heads off towards Tarshish, which was in Spain, the Gibraltar, the Pillars of Hercules, they were called. He heads off in the exact opposite direction. He does not want to go. From what we've said, can anyone think of a reason why he would not want to go?
He did not want to face the facts of
What
himself.
fact?
The facts of himself and the facts of why he couldn't that God would look after those people.
What would he think should happen to those people?
I think that God should have punished them or something.
This is where we're getting to it now. Remember I said, they believe first and foremost in a God of justice. Love came, was there, but it came second. And often justice pushed love out of the way. So Jonah's idea, Syrians should be condemned to hell and slaughtered and torn up. That's what should happen to Assyrians. Now I'm supposed to go and tell them to repent and God will forgive them. No way am I going to teach such a message. They should be punished. So he goes off in the opposite direction. Heads off. And then if you read the story, what happens when he gets on the boat? The wind comes up. What about the sailors? Did you notice what they do?
Well, they turned to God a little bit first, yes.
They turn to their gods anyway.
Yes, didn't they?
And they try everything they can to save Jonah. They are presented as good people, right? Good people who try everything. They row, they cast all the goods overboard, they do all that. Finally, only in extremity, they realise it's Jonah. And he admits that. And that there's no other solution but to toss him overboard. And reluctantly, these good men finally do that. And then the fish takes him. And did you notice a little bit? What does the fish do eventually? Spews him up on the shore. Even the fish couldn't stand Jonah. Right? Then the word of God comes to him again. Now go where I told you to go the first time. So he goes. What does he do when he gets there? He gives them a most ungracious message. 40 days and you're all going to be destroyed. And that's all. Nothing else. 40 days and you're all going to be destroyed. And then what happens? No, long before that. What happens when he gives this most ungracious message? They listen to him. They repent. And not only the king decrees, not only everybody, all the people to repent, so are the cattle and the sheep to repent in sackcloth and ashes, right? Notice that bit? What's Jonah's reaction to this? Angry. Why is he angry?
Because he wanted God to punish them.
That's right. And here's this God being merciful to them, and not right. Not right at all. I might as well be dead, he says. Then what happens? That's right. And what happens then?
God asked him, did he have a right to be angry?
Even just a bit before that, the plant grows up over his head and gives him shade, and he says, isn't that nice? And then a worm gets at it, and the sun comes, and I might as well be dead again. And then God gives the beautiful message. And you notice how it even ends up, should I not care for this city of 100 and the animals? God cares even for the animals. It's a beautiful little touch at the end. Now, can you see the power of this story? Remember, this man stands for the people. So this prophet, we don't know his name, and his name is not Jonah. Jonah, he's taken that name out of the Bible and used this man Jonah as his protagonist, who stands for the people of Israel. So this man is writing this story for the people, and he's, as it were, holding up a mirror to them. This is what you look like. This Jonah, okay? God tells you to go out and preach his message of love to all peoples. And what do? You run off in the opposite direction. You don't want to do it. You believe they should all be punished, and you alone should be loved. This is the message he's given them. And can you see why it's a powerful message? Can you see why I've called this one of the highest points in the entire First Testament? Because it's a story of God's love, and it's a beautiful story. Now, let's imagine you were a producer and you're making a film of this story. It would not be a 2-hour Hollywood extravaganza, forget that. It would be a 10-minute, 15-minute film. How would you do it? Any ideas? What form of film?
Put it in as a drama, and it has been done in music. Jonah Man Jazz is one version.
No. I'm thinking of how you might best do this. We'll take some of the elements. A fish swallows him and vomits him up. Cattle repent. Plants grow up and die. What sort of film are we talking about here? Cartoon. There's no other way to do it, is there? You try and put real actors in to do this, and you're losing it. It's meant to be a cartoon. In other words, apart from anything else, this is a very high standard of literature. You follow what I mean there? This is clever satire that we're dealing with. A picture holding up to this is what you look like. And it's a very powerful picture. And the people of the time were supposed to say, oh, well, but yes, we do look a bit like that. And maybe we'd better start living. When you come a couple of 4 centuries later to the time of Jesus, particularly in the Gospel of Mark, this becomes one of the big grounds on which Jesus and the people from afar were the pagans. And there was no fruit for them. And it's symbolic. In the Jewish religion, they were not finding the fruit they should have because the Jewish religion would not reach out to them. So it becomes very powerful even in the story of the Gospel. And back here you've got this prophet, this unknown prophet, writing this very small book. The psalm in the middle was probably added later. It really destroys and gets in the way. Take it out, you've got this very brief, couple of pages, and very powerful and beautiful story. Now that's our third level. And this is where, sadly, many people never get. First level, yes, the fish did swallow Jonah, literal fact. Second level, it's all a lot of nonsense, we can chuck that out and forget all about it. Third level is this level we're talking about here. Right? But this is where the work has to come in the Bible to get to that third level. This is why, I can't do this on a Sunday morning, can I? In a few minutes. I could get as far as destroying their faith in the first level, the people in front of me, leaving them only with the second level. And that's the last thing I want to do on a Sunday morning is say, oh, this book of Jonah, a lot of nonsense. Of course it didn't happen. And then go away. I've got to come in and give them, but I can't do that on Sunday morning. And that's the dilemma that we face today, of how to get them to this third level And in any story in the Bible, no matter how difficult, say, well, come on, what's going on at this third level? What's the meaning behind the story? Now, the one I've just given you, Jonah, is an allegory, right? You won't, the others, the allegory is somewhat rare. Many others are not allegories. But we still have to do this sort of work with them. You know, the literal level, the realization it's not true at that literal level, but then seeing what it is saying. Now that we've been through it and I've tried to explain it, can you see the power of this story? You know, very powerful, and then again you situate it in its time. This is the time after the exile, and the time when the last thing the Jews wanted was to go out and help other people. You know, look what other people have done to us. You know, look at that. Look at the exile, slavery, all this. Who cares about other people? And that's the time when God inspired somebody to write this powerful, beautiful story for them. And that's what we must do. We must come to this third level. Always. Even, as I say, with difficult stories. Take probably the most, very close to being the most difficult story in the whole of the First Testament, when Abraham is told to sacrifice his son Isaac. Now again, same thing. What are we doing here? First level, it literally happened. Second level, load of nonsense, forget it. Third level, what was the writer trying to say? And you know, well, I won't try to answer that one. I'll go into it now, and I'm not sure that I have the answers. But this is what we need to do. What is the writer trying to say to us? Well, the story of the band, you know, that Joshua was supposed to kill all the inhabitants of the land. What's going on? You know, that one I'll comment later. That story of them coming into is, read it sometime and you'll see it's nothing to do with military tactics. It's all to do with ritual. So they were to, you know, march around the city 7 times, blowing and all that sort of stuff, all following ritual rather than actually military. If you talk of military tactics, in fact, it makes absolutely no sense. It's, pardon me, but it says the day before the battle, Joshua made sure that every last male was circumcised. Well, pardon me, of practical politics, that's not the way to prepare for battle. You know, it's ritual, see? And it's trust. In other words, the message is trust in God. I'll read a phrase when we come to it. Okay, that's the talking in stories bit and the 3 levels of understanding. Inspiration. Now, this was also taken, remember I did use this phrase last week. For a long time, people believed that the writers did nothing. They were hands holding a pen. God moved the hand. And so God wrote the words there. Well, now, that is impossible to sustain. And it makes no sense. You know, to make any sense out of the Bible, we must see it as the story of a journey. We must see this gradual refinement of understanding over a long period. We must see all these conflicting ideas jostling with one another. So what does inspiration mean? Well, I think 2 things. Firstly, it must mean that there was a genuine presence and action of God in the origins of Israel. Somehow, somewhere, whatever actually happened, God became revealed to this group of people. However small they were, whatever it was that actually happened, they became utterly convinced that their God had been revealed to them in this process. And then they were inspired by that to try to tell the story. So that's the first level of inspiration, where we're inspired by an incident to tell a story. As, for example, a young man who falls in love can be inspired to write a poem. Now, it might be dreadful poetry, but he's inspired, and he does it. He tries to do it. It's a means of saying, I love you. Okay, good. Without being in love, he wouldn't have thought of dreamt of doing that. But, you know, he does. Well, here, they were convinced that God had been revealed to them, and this is their response. So in that sense, inspired. In the second place, inspiration must mean that human beings somehow work with God, open their minds and hearts to God, in some manner experience God, and then sought to express as best they could that part of the story of the journey that they had within themselves. In the light of all that is contained in the Bible, it is not logical to conclude that among the many human authors... is it not logical to conclude? The question. That among the many human authors of the Bible, there were degrees of working with God, degrees of opening the mind and heart to God, degrees of experiencing God, degrees of human understanding, degrees of ability to put religious thought into words, degrees of ability to tell stories and paint word pictures, and hence degrees in which the human authors could allow God's inspiration to be expressed. Okay? So God's somewhere there, they're somehow responding to God, but there are many, many, many degrees of this. Is this the only explanation that fits the mixed nature of the material we find there? Now, even when we admit these degrees of inspiration of the different authors, we may still claim that the whole Bible is inspired, for it seems evident that God did not want a book of unalloyed perfect wisdom. God wanted the story of a journey towards a deeper understanding of higher morality. God did not want only final answers, but the story of a journey towards those answers. While the words came from human authors, the Bible as a whole is exactly the Bible God wanted. I'm not saying every single word, I'm saying the Bible as a whole is exactly the Bible God wanted. And in this sense, the whole Bible is inspired. As we will see next week, there are different strands in the first book of the Bible, 4 of them, mixed together, and even the later editors simply let them sit side by side, even though they present different and sometimes opposing views. So the Bible doesn't, as one writer commented, it's a very bad book for orthodoxy. In other words, it doesn't say, this is the one thing that's right, nothing else is. Instead it puts down different ideas. Now, again, I'm saying God, that's the Bible God wanted. God wanted us to think about this. God wanted our growth, or another phrase is, God's glory is not to be found in our obedience, God's glory is to be found in our growth. Right? Now, obedience is actually part of growth. You can use the analogy with little children. What you really want for them is their growth. But you know that obedience plays a part in it. It's never the end, and it's never the sole thing, but it's got a part in it. Well, equally, obedience has got its part, but God's glory is to be found in our growth. And the Bible that I'm talking about helps our growth in a way that a perfect Bible would not. Because a perfect Bible wouldn't encourage us to think for ourselves. You know, that's the fundamentalist again. You mustn't think about the Bible, just obey. You don't grow that way. You don't grow by just obeying without thinking. You grow by, the conscious thing of thinking. Yes? I wouldn't. Can you specify the question? Well, the Quran is very much in that field of obey, so far as I know it anyway. And I don't think that's a particularly healthy religion, if that's what it is. I speak out of a fair ignorance of the Quran, so, a Muslim would probably say you've got it all wrong. But a religion that simply says, don't think, just obey, is not a religion that helps to grow. I mean, just as a child doesn't grow just by obeying and nothing more, particularly once they start growing up. The child who's too obedient, parents have sometimes got to say, excuse me, you've got to think for yourself a bit here. Don't come to me all the time looking for answers. You know that's part of growth. And so with the Bible. We'll skip that there. Yeah. To take an example, remember I was talking about chapters 10 to 31 in the book of Proverbs, the collection of collections. And let's look at, see, are they inspired? In what way? The Proverbs contained there were first coined over many centuries in many countries by many different individuals. Hebrews, Arabs, Persians, others, Hittites, what have you. Only in an impossibly broad sense could it be claimed that each one of these persons was responding to some form of divine inspiration. Is it possible that the true inspiration, the true openness to God, belonged to that group of persons who centuries after the first Proverbs were coined, put them all together into this collection and decided to include this collection in the Bible? Because, imperfect as these Proverbs were, talking about people being rewarded in this life and punished in this life, but imperfect as they were a significant part of the story of a journey. That's where, at one stage in the journey, people were. God had to reward in this life and punish in this life because there was no other. The book of Job, then, is both more intelligible and more powerful when set against the background of these Proverbs. So the fact that they're there helps us because we see the stages of the journey. We see these proverbs, we then see Job. We then later see Jesus grappling with these same problems, and we see progress through them. It is time, isn't it? Okay, so we shall finish there. Right, I'll move. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeff. And just again, a reminder, if you want the notes, would you put your name on the list over on the shelf there? Thank you.
Aquinas Academy, 2005. Introducing the Bible, a course given over 5 weeks by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson. This is week number 3. This is tape 1 of 2 tapes of that session.
So, good morning to everyone. We'll start off again with a little reading from the First Testament. Today I've chosen a passage, a famous one, Moses' first meeting with God, a very crucial passage in the whole development and very important in our understanding of the kind of God who they understood was revealed to them. Moses was looking after the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian. He led it to the far side of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. The angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame, blazing from the middle of a bush. Moses looked. There was the bush blazing, but the bush was not being burnt up. Moses said, "I must go across and see this strange sight, and why the bush is not being burnt up." When the Lord saw him going across to look, God called to him from the middle of the bush. "Moses, Moses," he said. "Here I am," he answered. "Come no nearer," he said. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. I am the God of your ancestors, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." At this, Moses covered his face, for he was afraid to look at God. The Lord then said to him, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying for help on account of their taskmasters. I am well aware of their sufferings, and I have come down to rescue them from the clutches of the Egyptians and bring them up out of that country." Moses then said to God, "Look, if I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your ancestors has sent me to you,' and they say to me, 'What is his name?' what am I to tell them?" God said to Moses, "I am he who is." And he said, "This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you." That'll do us. A very foundational passage, a lot of things in it. The kind of God, first of all. I suppose a mysterious God, a burning bush, a flame. So not a picture of a God, which the old ancient world was full of, statues and pictures of gods. Instead, here we have this
far more mysterious symbol of a flame burning but not consuming. So a more distant and an unknown, a more mysterious God. But very quickly afterwards, where are we now? I am the God of your ancestors, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. So a God of history, a God not just way up there, but involved in history, the God of their ancestors. Next, and very important, I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying for help on account of their taskmasters. So a God who cares about injustice and doesn't like it and wants to do something about it. That's important too. And then the name. Not happy, I have to say, with the Jerusalem translation here. This is very common. He who is, I am he who is, or I am has sent you. But that's reading Greek philosophy into a Hebrew text, and you cannot do that. You just cannot do that. The people who wrote this had never heard of Greek philosophy, and it was the last thing they had in mind. Besides, I am is not an accurate translation. It's a very mysterious, this YHWH is very mysterious. I've heard variously that it's a future tense or it's an imperfect causative tense. It just isn't I am. And that's reading outside into it. So it's much better to leave it as what it is, a very mysterious term. That's really why, a God of mystery is what it's saying to us. So yes, it goes together with the symbol of the flame. A God of mystery, but a God of their ancestors, so a God involved in history, and a God who cares about injustice. So it's actually, for the very first revelation, it's a quite good idea of God, not perfect. Why not? Because there's a few, it's a God of the Hebrews who likes Hebrews but doesn't very much like Egyptians. So a local God, a tribal God, not yet the universal God. We have to wait a long time. In fact, to the book we saw last week, the book of Jonah is, I believe, the highest point in the Old Testament in their concept of God. A God who loves even Assyrians. And if a God can love Assyrians, God can love anyone, was the attitude there. God loves all people in the world. And isn't partial of this, that, or the other group. So it's not a perfect idea of God, but it's a quite profound one, and it's a very, very, very crucial passage. Okay. Now, this is our third week. The first week we looked largely at geography and history, and their importance in all of this. The second week we finished off the history, and then we looked at the nature of the writings we've got in the Bible. And so just to go through a few things that we looked at very briefly last week, we saw that it's got the good, the bad together. It's got the sublime and the less than sublime side by side. A poem that starts off very beautifully ends up with smashing babies against a rock. And, a very human sort of document altogether. We've got act justly, love tenderly, walk humbly with your God. And then we turn a couple of pages and we've got, when you sit down to eat with a ruler, observe carefully what is before you and put a knife to your throat if you have a big appetite. Beautiful worldly wisdom. It's got nothing of the divine in it at all, just pure worldly wisdom. We looked at the 5 levels of morality. Remember that? Of revenge and superiority, and then equality, but a harsh justice, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. We looked at respect for dignity in the 10 Commandments. Then we looked at loving as you love yourself. And finally, the top level, loving as God loves you. And the journey from one to the other with steps backwards and forwards, but a journey. We looked, remember, at the book of Proverbs and at those whole chapters 10 to 31, really based on the idea that the good are rewarded in this life and the bad are punished in this life, which simply isn't true. And then how the book of Job went beyond it. But the book of Job is more intelligible because you've got that other section there. It's the story of the journey. You've got all the different stages. We looked at the gradual understanding of God, at the very false ideas of God, so that a man, a judge like Geoffrey, would sacrifice his daughter to God, to his understanding of God, because of a vow he'd made, and would see that as the right and proper thing to do, the thing that would be pleasing to God. God would be pleased by human sacrifice. We saw then them come, to higher ideas, but again, the story of a journey. So we said that there's need for discernment in the Bible. We have to discern where truth lies, where's the good, where's the bad, where's the mixture of good and bad. Even in the New Testament, we said that that's still true. Remember I quoted the book of Titus, where 4 verses apart, it's got slaves should be submissive to their masters and wives should be submissive to their husbands. Now, no one agrees with the first one, that slaves should be submissive. Every Christian today would say slavery is wrong. And that, so in other words, we disagree. And yet people will still say, but the second one applies and there's a divine revelation. Well, that's surely we need a bit of discernment going on here. And then remember, I talked about talking in pictures. And I quoted Patrick Dodson, his story about the elder saying, talk in pictures, and how the Bible talks in pictures constantly, and how that's how it gets its message across. But the pictures they're not a basis for orthodoxy. This is the only way of doing things. Rather, they put truths side by side and say, well, consider both of these truths when you're thinking through this question. So then I talked about 3 stages of understanding, where, we took the book of Jonah here. First stage of understanding, the Bible says that a fish swallowed Jonah, therefore a fish swallowed Jonah. Got to be. No other choice. Second stage, that's a lot of nonsense. Throw that away, I'm free, I can believe what I like now. But hold on, you get stuck there. Third stage, no, it's not literally true that a fish swallowed Jonah, and yet in that story, there is a very powerful message. Remember we looked at that, how Jonah stands for all the people of Israel, and those people were told by God very clearly that the revelation given to you is not for you alone. You are meant to spread it out to the rest of the world, and you're not doing it. And this is what you look like. This prophet, always moaning and complaining, doesn't want to do it, runs away. When he finally does go there, gives a most ungracious message, but everybody believes him and promptly repents. Even the cattle repent, remember. So it's a quite powerful story about the obligation of the people of Israel to reach out to other peoples. And by the way, as relevant in 2005 as any other year, we are the same. What's been given to us is not a gift meant for us alone. We are meant to share it also with the whole world. And then finally we looked at inspiration. And I suggested to you that inspiration means 2 things. Firstly, the first action came from God. There was a revelation of God somewhere, somehow, in the escape from Egypt, the coming into the promised land. The details of how it happened, we've got the stories. And remember I suggested that they, in order to accent their importance, they've conflated their size. Remember I quoted the example of Troy, and when I actually went to Troy, I was surprised by how small a place it was. And I thought, who needs 1,000 ships to overcome this? And yet, the 2 writers, Homer and Virgil, this was their greatness, to be able to make an epic story out of a smaller event. And this is what's happened in the Bible. They've made epic stories. A very natural, normal thing that people do. And I've said that, the first action came from God, and so the Bible is inspired in the sense that it is a reaction to God's action. That came first, and these were the human responses to that action. So it was inspired by God. I quoted an example there. A young man falls in love and is inspired to write a poem. Whether good, bad, or indifferent, who cares? He's inspired. Okay, it's the love that has inspired something that otherwise he probably wouldn't attempt. So in that sense, inspired. But secondly, I suggested that inspired means that, the human beings worked with God in some manner, opened their minds and hearts to God, in some manner experienced God, and then sought to express as best they could that part of the story of the journey that they had within themselves. And then I suggested that from everything that's contained in the Bible, is it not logical to conclude that among the human authors of the Bible, there were degrees of working with God, degrees of opening the mind and heart to God, degrees of experiencing God, degrees of human understanding, degrees of ability to put religious thoughts into words, degrees of ability to tell stories and paint word pictures. So, some are better than that than others. The prophet Isaiah writes beautiful poetry. It's very poetic, full of wonderful images. Other prophets are far more prosaic. They just haven't got that pictorial ability that Isaiah had. So we've got these varieties in the midst of it. But then I've suggested that while the words came from human authors, the Bible as a whole is exactly the Bible God wanted. God didn't want solely the finished product of perfect, everything perfect and in its place. God wanted the story of a journey, and that's what we've got. And it's rich precisely for being the story of a journey. Okay. And where inspiration lay, I don't think I did this bit last week. Take those same chapters 10 to 31 of the book of Proverbs. Remember all those different proverbs, good, bad, and indifferent. But basically based on the idea that the good are rewarded in this life and the bad are punished in this life. Now, those proverbs, the proverbs contained there, in fact, are not solely Jewish proverbs. They come from wisdom literature from all over the Middle East. And so from Persians and Hittites and Egyptians, what have you. And they've been gathered together. Now, where does inspiration lie? Well, it would be impossible to claim that every last author of every last proverb was somehow inspired by God. These are proverbs over centuries of time and over a whole period of time. So where does the inspiration come? Well, perhaps it comes precisely from this, that a group of people gathered all these together and said, these are very imperfect, but they belong in the Bible because they're part of the story of the journey. And I suggested the book of Job is more intelligible and more powerful when seen against the background of those proverbs, because Job rejects the idea that if he's being punished, therefore it's proof that he's an evil person who's done wrong. And the whole book just rejects that idea. But what the inspiration therefore comes in the people who said, we want the whole story of the journey here, not just the good bits. We want the story of the journey, the beginning, the middle, and the end. Okay, so what is the genuinely essential truth about the Bible that we must believe if we are to call ourselves Christians? It is not whether history is told factually or through stories. It is not whether every word was directly inspired by God. It's something more fundamental than either of those considerations. And one writer has expressed it well. I'll read this. For Christians, the status of the Bible as sacred scripture means that it is the most important collection of writings we know. These are the primary writings that define who we are in relation to God and who we are as a community and as individuals. This is the book that has shaped us and will continue to shape us. The Bible is the constitution of the Christian world, the ground of the world in which Christians live, the primary collection of ancient documents with which Christians are to be in continuing dialogue. And this continuing dialogue is definitive and constitutive of Christian identity. If the dialogue ceases or becomes faint, then we cease to be Christian and become something else. So to be Christian means to live within the world created by the Bible. We are to listen to it well and let its central stories shape our vision of God, our identity, and our sense of what faithfulness to God means. It is to shape our imagination, that part of our psyches in which our foundational images of reality and life reside. We are to be a community shaped by Scripture. I find that very well said. It expresses to me, yes, what the Bible is and ought to be in my life. So not false claims about the Bible, but when, even when we've said this didn't happen exactly as the Bible says, or, this was greatly conflated, this is what we're still left with. It's the constitution of our Christian world. It's what we constantly come back to, and it's the book and the story with which we must be in constant dialogue. And if the dialogue disappears, gets faint, then something's gone radically wrong. So it's the story of a journey towards God. And it is through the Bible that we make ourselves part of that story. Does any of this mean we can ignore the Bible and decide for ourselves what we want to believe? No. If we are Christians, it does not mean this. I believe we can liken it to archaeology. You dig down, and you have to dig through all sorts of dirt, and just occasionally you'll come across a real treasure. And the Bible is like that. We have to dig down into it. And the treasures are there, the real treasures, but we have to do the work. There's no basis on which to claim that the Bible must contain the direct answer to every possible question, and that our only task is to read the Bible and obey. This claim is clearly in the category of unprovable assumptions, and a genuine religious faith cannot be based on unprovable assumptions. The contents of the Bible strongly indicate that while God did reveal powerful truths, God refused point blank to do people's work for them. God wanted people to grow, and it is only free response that brings growth. So God did everything possible to encourage free response. I think I quoted that phrase last week that God's glory is not to be found in our obedience. God's glory is to be found in our growth. Now, obedience is part of growth, but only part. It's not never the end of everything. Obedience on its own does not bring growth. So God did not give the people of Israel specific orders on all possible subjects. God did not give them answers to every possible question. Instead, they had to struggle through all the turmoil of the world around them in order to understand what they should do. They frequently had to make their moral decisions in the midst of uncertainty and in the absence of any divine revelation. There is much divine wisdom in the Bible, but there's nothing there that excuses us from the hard work of separating the divine wisdom from all the faulty and misleading human ideas that the Bible also contains. Does this mean that the Bible is only for learned scholars, that you have to have a degree in theology before you can dare to open it? No. Part of the beauty of the Bible is precisely that much of it's told in stories. And these stories can be read at many levels. They can be understood by both an illiterate person and a learned scholar. The scholar may well understand many things that the other person does not, but it's also true that the less learned may be able to see the essence of the story with perfect clarity, while the scholar gets lost in the details. So it's one of the beauties of the Bible. In our reading of the Bible, is there the danger that divine wisdom can be made subject to human wisdom? Well, yes, this can happen. But there's also the danger that human wisdom can be mistaken for divine wisdom. It's wrong to seek to manufacture certainties for ourselves where God chose not to provide certainties. And instead of seeking to manufacture certainties, we must ask why God wanted us to live in uncertainty. We go right back to the geography here. Why did God put it all down there, in that turbulent spot on the face of the earth, and not out at some oasis? Why do they have to live through that turmoil? Why do we have to live through so much turmoil? And I think the answer is basically because that's how we grow. And that's what God wants, not simply obedience. God wants our growth. Okay, very briefly, a couple of other things on this. At the end of the first reading in church, the reader says, the word of the Lord. Well, we've got to be a bit careful about that phrase, haven't we? You know, it might be the story. I know in one reading, I think in Lent, we get the story of Jephthah sacrificing his daughter to God. The word of the Lord. Only in the sense in which we've talked about it here. The Bible is exactly, I believe, the Bible God wanted. But it is the story of a journey. It is wrong if by the word of the Lord we mean God wrote that as an example of what you all should do. So if you promise to sacrifice your daughter, you must sacrifice your daughter to God. Hold on, that's not the word of the Lord. So we've got to be a bit careful. I must say I have, reservations about throwing that word around in the church in the way we do, because often it's a very human thing that's in fact being read out to us. Study of the Bible, just very briefly on this. Yes, there's a lot to it. No, it's the wrong way up. There we are. This is what scholars spend all their time on. Textual criticism, meaning getting the right text. You see, you've got manuscripts here, written out all by hand, bits and fragments here. And there are differences between them. So which is the right one? So getting the exact text is your first problem. Linguistic analysis, what's the meaning of the words in the time they were used? Then a literary criticism, what kind of literature we're dealing with here. Is it prose? Is it poetry? Is it, epic story? What is it? What's the tradition criticism? Where have the stories come from and how have they been put together? And we're going to see this morning a little bit of the complications of that in the way they're put together. The traditions are where do they come from. The redaction is how are they actually put together. What did the editors do? And say when we come to the prophets, we'll see that's quite a problem to say what came from the prophet and what came from a later editor, who sometimes had views rather different from that of the prophet. So all in the one book you've got these different ideas putting together. So this is redaction. Then the history, we've commented on that already and the importance of knowing it, but also the social history. We cannot assume that people did things the way we did. Look, what's an example? Well, the simple one, take from the New Testament. The parable of the people taken into the vineyard at different times of the day. And many people read that through the mind of modern industrial relations. Nonsense. This was a time of unemployment. People came into the square. The man took the ones he wanted. Who would he take first? The healthy, the young, the strong. Who would have been left still at the 11th hour? The weakest of them all. So what does he do? He takes these weak, sick, elderly people in as well to do an hour's work, and he gives them a day's pay, right? A full day's pay. And then the others complain because they didn't get more. Did they have a right to complain? They'd got a day's pay for what they'd done. It's a charity on his part, but a kindly one. Instead of saying, here's a handout, he says, come and work. And then he gives them a wage for their work, and it's a generous wage. Now, if you read that against modern industrial relations, you're off on the wrong foot. You've got to say, how did things happen then? There was no social security, no pensions, nobody looked after the weak and the elderly. So it must be seen against that background. So these are just some of the things that, the scholars, it's why it's, it is, people can spend a lifetime on this and admit they're still just scratching the surface. Right, now we must move on. Oh, just one final thing here. It should not be thought, however, that this science will always arrive at one simple and clear interpretation of each passage. The Bible makes great use of symbol and imagery, for this was the way of thinking and writing. But symbol and imagery allow many different meanings, and it's perfectly legitimate to interpret such texts in different ways. The Jewish rabbis love to quote the words of Jeremiah. Does not my word burn like a fire? It is the Lord who speaks. Is it not like a hammer shattering a rock? In the flickering flame of a fire, an endless succession of shapes and forms appears. When a rock is shattered, myriad splinters of rock each reflect the light in a different way. In the same way, the text of the Bible can be seen from many different viewpoints, and each time we'll gain a slightly different glimpse into the mystery of God, so that we will never have exhausted the Bible. It's a beautiful little phrase. Does not my word burn like a fire? It is the Lord who speaks. Is it not like a hammer shattering a rock? So a flame or the different splinters of rock reflect different facets, and equally we can see the Bible from different directions. Okay, it's now time, against all this background, finally, halfway through our third of 5, we're actually going to get to the Bible and talk about the different books. So that's what most of the rest of this will consist of. We'll go through them. We're going to start at the beginning with the first 5 books of the Bible, called the Pentateuch, from the Greek, penta meaning 5, so Pentecost is 50 days, and the 5 books of the Bible. And you'd know them off by heart, wouldn't you? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Yeah, okay. These 5 are the foundation of the First Testament, in the similar way as the Gospels are the foundation of the Second Testament. They're the key books altogether. There's another parallel, however, between the Pentateuch and the Gospels. In your very early days, a thing called the Knock Gospel story. Yeah. You remember what it tried to do? It took the 4 Gospels and put them into one. So it was supposed to be one continuing story. Now that goes back, they did that in a thing called the Diatessaron, way back I think about the 4th century. People have, tried to put the 4 Gospels into one story. Nobody would attempt it today. It's just a mistaken exercise. You cannot do it. It presumes things which are quite simply not true. We have 4 different pictures of Jesus, and you can't put them into one. You've got to do terrible violence in order to do it. You just cannot do it. So we've got these 4 different viewpoints on Jesus. But our picture of Jesus is all the richer for that reason, that you've got these 4 different ways of seeing him. Now, the same is true of these first 5 books of the Bible. We've got 4 different pictures there too. Problem. While in the Gospels we've got 4 separate Gospels, when we come to the Pentateuch, they've written all 4 into them. Right? So you get a bit of one of these stories, and then you swap to another, and then back to the first, and over to a third, and back to... So you've got them all interwoven. For example, this will be just sort of pictorial, but the story of the flood is 2 stories put together, the so-called J story and the so-called P or priestly story. And this is you don't need to read this. This just gives you a picture. It starts in the Bible with the J story, swaps over to the P story, right? Back to the J story, through to here, back to the P story. See how it does? This is just the story of the flood to there. So it's going from one story back. Now this is an easy one because you've got whole passages separate. Sometimes in the one sentence you've got the different stories. We actually had that in what I read out to you at the beginning, the story of Moses of the burning bush. I don't know whether any of you picked this up in passing, but where is it now? When the Lord saw him going across to look, God called to him from the middle of the bush. Dead giveaway that you're swapping stories there, where he's called the Lord and he's called God, all in the one sentence. So the 2 stories have been coming together there. Yes, you've got 4 stories, and not only that, but what happened was some of the later ones continued to edit the earlier ones and put them together. So it's the net result is fairly complex. Thus, we have 2 stories of creation. You're familiar with those, the chapter 1, the 7 days, and then the second one of Adam and Eve. And they are from different sources. We have 2 genealogies of Cain, 2 interwoven stories of the flood that I just showed pictorially, 2 accounts of the covenant with Abraham, 2 dismissals of Hagar, 2 interwoven stories about Joseph and his brothers, 2 accounts of the calling of Moses, 2 water miracles at Meribah, 2 texts of the 10 Commandments, 4 liturgical calendars, and many other examples of duplication of stories. And what we'll find out is the Bible eventually, the later editors did not cut out. This is the good part about it. They simply added. And so you get the 2 stories sitting side by side. I'm glad of that, rather than if they'd started cutting out, in other words, only our view is to prevail, that would have left us with a poorer Bible. Whereas they've added their bits to the other, and sometimes interwoven them in, even into the one sentence. So, yes, there are 4 strands. They're called the JEDP. J because this theory all came from Germany, basically, or in the main part from a man called Wellhausen, who wrote his book in 1880. So that's where it goes back to. He was the first who really identified these 4 strands. Things have moved on from him now. No one would any longer agree with exactly what he said. But everyone would say, you know, basically you got it right. A lot of details would need to be varied, but yes, those strands are evident in these first 5 books of the Bible. It's called J because YHWH in German was JHWH, okay? And what we would pronounce as Yahweh with a Y, they would pronounce as Yahweh with a J. So it's JEDP. J is the strand that refers to God by this name, as I've said, translated into English usually as the Lord rather than God. The material available to this J school consisted of ancient rules of conduct, legal maxims and decisions, sagas, legends, short stories and anecdotes, lists of names and places, blessings, curses and taunts, songs of war and victory, songs of thanksgiving and praise. The material had originally been used either to instruct the young or to accompany celebrations, so that even the narratives tended to be always of a popular folk character rather than carefully researched historical documents. This was, in our Australian language, it was the language of corroboree rather than the language of a carefully written history that was handed down, and very accurately handed down at times. The J school used this material imaginatively, and its style of writing is lively and vivid. So you get God walking in a garden, that kind of thing. That's whenever you see that kind of language, you're almost certainly dealing with the J strand. It's thought that this strand came from the southern kingdom of Judah sometime before the fall of the northern kingdom in 722. Right? So from the southern kingdom, but sometime before the fall of 722. This is where things have changed. It used to be, a lot of it used to be put back to the time of Solomon. That he got together a court, and it was when he had a court that for the first time you could have writers, professional writers. And a lot of people for a long time thought that that was where the J strand came from. They would put it later, and they would say majority of it sometime before 722, but with later additions. They were never left alone. They were always changing these things for everyone. I'll tell you an absolutely fascinating bit that the scholars have discovered, or realized is better to say. The story of Adam and Eve in the garden, which is the J strand, is not quoted by a single prophet. Not once. The first time it is ever quoted is in the wisdom literature from about the year 200 BC. Now, what's the conclusion? That it was always there, but they just didn't bother quoting it? Or that it wasn't written until later? Now, nobody can give you an answer to that, but they find it very strange that that story of all stories is not quoted by a prophet. What do we conclude? I don't know. I mean, I'm not making a conclusion. I think it's a fascinating piece of, when I came across that, I thought, wow. Some of the very early prophets, yes, were in the 800s. Well, yeah, fine, it wasn't written by them. But the later prophets, people like Malachi and co., they're not referring to ever, not quoting the story of Adam and Eve. And yet it's such a foundational story that you'd think that in the imagery they use, they'd want to go back to it again and again. So when was it written? Who knows? But the J strand, of which it is part, comes, it is believed, from the southern kingdom before the year 722. E, then, is the strand that reserves the name of the Lord until the time after Moses. Before that time, it refers to God by the name of Elohim, which is therefore where the E comes from. El, or El was a very common name for God.
And we still use it in a lot of our names today. Any name ending in EL. So, Michael, Gabriel, the name El means God. Gabriel means God is strong. So it's still around, hidden in a number of our names. This strand is believed to come from groups of people in the northern kingdom. So the J came from the southern kingdom, E came from the northern kingdom. There is debate today as to whether J or E came first, and there were later additions to both. This strand begins only with the story of Abraham, so it's not present in those first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis. In the story of the creation, the flood, the Tower of Babel, it's not there. It begins only with Abraham. It's more sober and less vivid in style and has a more exacting moral standard. It seeks to highlight the transcendence of God. For example, where the J strand had God engaging in intimate conversation with people, the E strand has God keeping a greater distance, thank you. So it's a different understanding, a different attitude. So any of those, God walking in the garden and having chats with people, that's not E. That tends to be J. D is then the strand that's in the book of Deuteronomy. This just gives a little overall, not much, don't pay too much attention to this one. Much better if I actually put up the... Oh, here we go. Gives us just some idea. All of Genesis and Exodus 1 to 24 tend to be J, E, and then organized by P later on. As I've just said to you, chapters 1 to 11 of Genesis are J and P alone. Well, sorry, there's bits of D in there too, but then Genesis from 12 to the end and Exodus 1 to 24 would be J and E, but again with P in there. JEP is, Numbers is that. P then almost exclusively was Genesis 1, and then all the law bits, or not all the law bits, but the majority of them. So Exodus 25 to 40, all of Leviticus and Numbers 1 to 10, they're all the P source. And then D is Deuteronomy, is the D source. D is the strand then contained in the book of Deuteronomy, though there are also D insertions in the other books. D did take a part in editing other ones. D is, its style is the full style of a speaker rather than a writer, with certain formulae recurring again and again and with constant reaffirming of the same teaching. You know how a speaker, particularly a fairly verbose one, will tend to say, and I say to you, and I say to you, repeat the same phrase again and again. Well, there's a bit of that in the book of Deuteronomy. You tend to get that speaker style. It's an attempt to get at the core of the life and work of Moses, and it's presented as his inspired last will and testament. It was all given out, of course, as being written by Moses. I don't think there's any serious scholar who would still claim that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. Let alone did he write the story of his own death. That bit at least we've got to cut out of it all. It safeguards the transcendence of God by speaking of God's name rather than of God. It's believed to come from the influential school of writers who supported the reform of King Josiah in 622. Remember I've spoken about, it's not one of the 6 dates I put up, but it's an important date. It's leading up to the fall of Jerusalem in 586, but in 622 King Josiah tried a reform through law, and it's believed the book of Deuteronomy came there, out of that school. Their key provision was to seek to abolish the worship of other gods by centralizing all worship in the temple in Jerusalem. It was the only place where you're allowed to offer sacrifice. It insists on the stark choice between blessing if they obey the laws in this book and curse if they disobey them. It presents a God who chose people out of love, but while this love is passionate, it's also jealous. There must be no other gods. Finally, P is the priestly tradition. The style of this school is somewhat abstract and theological. It's probably this school that interwove the J and E strands into a continuous narrative, adding their own material whenever they considered this opportune.
In the light of the exile, they saw the future salvation of the nation as taking place through the worship of the temple, through observance of sacred times such as the Sabbath, and through obedience to the law. It was they who added the first chapter of the Bible, the story of the 7 days of creation, presenting the creation in very liturgical terms and reinforcing the observance of the Sabbath. A quote from a writer here. The recent debates about the Pentateuch show that the reconstruction of earlier forms of the biblical text is a highly speculative enterprise. Perhaps the main lesson to be retained is that these texts are indeed composite and incorporate layers from different eras. We should allow for differences and contradictions between different passages. The final editors did not revise the older tradition systematically. Rather, they let stand material with diverse points of view and were content to add their own distinctive emphases to the mix. The biblical text that resulted from this process is not a consistent systematic treatise. Rather, it is a collection of traditional materials that places different viewpoints in dialogue with one another and offers the reader a range of points of view. So it's not a text that lends itself to imposing orthodoxy. You know, there's only one way to think. It's got these different ones side by side. Rather, it should stimulate reflection and debate by the unreconciled diversity of its content. The Pentateuch cannot have reached its present form earlier than the post-exilic period, so after the return from the exile. It's impossible to claim that it had its present form before that, and it may well have been, well after the time of the return from the exile. So we've got a long, Moses, remember we said, was about 1250. Now we're talking about this thing getting its final form, best part of 1,000 years later. Think how different the world was 1,000 years before us. So we're talking that kind of gap in time between the events of the Exodus and the time the writing of it. We're talking 500 years before any writing much, and we're talking 1,000 years before the final form. So that's the kind of book we are dealing with here. I'm going to break a couple of minutes early. Give my voice a bit of a rest here. Thank you.
Aquinas Academy, 2005, Introducing the Bible, a course over 5 weeks given by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson. This is session 3, tape 2 of 2 tapes of that session.
All right, we'll begin again. All this JEDP stuff is not terribly exciting, but I think it's important that you know it's there. Because it is. I mean, it's just part of those crucial 5 books of the Bible, and it is important to know which of those documents is speaking. They also contain, of course, the basic law. The word Torah is usually translated as law, but actually it's not. It means instruction, so it's a broader term than law. And there are these 4 sets of laws embedded in those 5 books of the Bible. But I've got a little bit about it in the notes. I'll leave you to read that for yourselves. Let's get back to try to bring a little bit of this alive. To come to the This now is the first 11 chapters of the Bible. We're talking prehistory. There are no historical records or memories of this. This is the creation. So there are no historical... Now, this is how we cover the first 11 chapters. Firstly, you've got from verse 1, chapter 1, verse 1 to 2, 3, you've got the priestly story of creation, the 7 days of creation. We'll look at that in a little more detail in a moment. Then from straight after that, from 2:4 to 3:24, you've got the J story of creation, the Adam and Eve story, and the fall, the serpent and all the rest of it. 4:1 to 4:16, you've got the story of Cain and Abel, who are presented as the 2 sons of Adam and Eve, but also as the 2 basic categories of people in the ancient world, namely the farmer and the shepherd. And so it's the clash, which there's always been a clash, right down to modern times between the farmer and the shepherd. The accusation that those animals are cropping the grass to, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a fight between those 2. Now, the bit I'm going to read you, 4:17 to 24. This one, because the other stories there all get lots of attention, but this one doesn't, and it ought to, because it's quite crucial. 4:17 to 24. Let me just read it to you. Cain had intercourse with his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to Enoch. He became the founder of a city. So we're talking about the development of the human race. Now, suddenly, this is still chapter 4 of Genesis, there are cities. Then various other people fathered so and so and so and so. Lamech married 2 women. The first was named Ada and the second was Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal. He was the ancestor of tent-dwelling herdsmen. So tent-dwelling herdsmen, this is in comparison to the city. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the ancestor of all who play the harp and the pipe. So music and art, culture is starting to enter human life as well. As for Zillah, she gave birth to Tubal-Cain. He was the ancestor of all who work with copper and iron. So can you see in these few verses we're getting cities, we're getting tent-dwelling herdsmen, we're getting art, music, and now we're getting work with copper and iron. So practical work, but also artistic work. But then instantly afterwards, a little passage I've already quoted to you when I was dealing with the 5 levels of morality. These are the 2 wives of Lamech gave birth to these last 3 people mentioned. But then instantly, Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. Wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. I killed a man for wounding me, a boy for striking me. 7-fold vengeance for Cain, but 77-fold for Lamech. So this extremely primitive morality. So in other words, in those few verses, the Bible is talking about the progress of the human race, the natural genius of human beings beginning to assert themselves. So they learned to gather in towns and eventually cities. They learned to create art and music. They learned to work with copper and iron. They learned all these things, but their morality didn't necessarily keep pace. So this is all part of the story. All contained in... As I say, that's not a famous passage, is it? Most of you would probably say, I've never heard it before. But I think it's... I hope you can see what I'm saying about it, why it is so important. So the overall story here, you've got 2 stories of creation. You've got a story of Cain and Abel. This is all goodness in creation. Particularly the chapter 1, God saw that it was good. God saw that it was good. God saw that it was very good. Everything. There's no problems at all. Here problems start entering, but here they are very much present. The fight between the herdsman and the farmer, leading to a murder. Then there's one about technical progress but primitive morality.
Then you get all the P insertions, the genealogies, long lists. The P source loves the lists. It's always full of them, and all the begatting usually comes from the P source in here. Then you have the story of Noah and the flood, a quite lengthy story from 6:5 to 9:17. But remember, it's where you've got the two sources. Remember I showed you, on at least pictorial on page, how you swap from one to the other. So there are two of them there. We go back to the genealogies, or the cursing of Canaan, and then the P's genealogies again. Then we get the Tower of Babel. Now the effects of evil coming in and confusing the languages of people because they again, as in the Garden of Eden, thought to be like God, and here to build a tower that would reach the heavens and would reach up to God. And so the confusion of the language, more genealogies leading to, at the end, Abraham. And so we get then the change. That's all our prehistory. And then we come to chapter 12, and the very beginning of chapter 12. The Lord said to Abram, leave your country, your kindred, and your father's house for a country which I shall show you. And I shall make you a great nation. I shall bless you and make your name famous. You are to be a blessing. I shall bless those who bless you and shall curse those who curse you. And all clans on earth will bless themselves by you. This is the beginning of salvation history. So this is the prehistory, the state of the human race, as it were. God's answer, the call of Abraham. And through that call of one person, as the Bible presents it, will lead the whole story that follows, reading through Moses and eventually to Jesus Christ in chapter 12. But this is the prehistory that's put before it. And I think you can see something of the symbolic meanings and the way it's put together. If you cut out the P genealogies, you've got two stories of creation, Cain and Abel, technical progress but primitive morality, Noah and a flood, Tower of Babel, salvation history. So it's a literary structure, isn't it? We're not talking history here, whatever else. It's a literary structure in which he's bringing out, the way the human race came ahead, but morality didn't always keep pace with the other. Well, what's new? Morality didn't always keep pace with what was happening externally. Now we'll look at briefly at the at chapter 1 of Genesis. So that P history of the creation. Firstly, a little bit of the cosmology of the ancient world. This is the way they understood the world, right? So you had water above and below, water everywhere. These are the waters above the firmament. These are the waters below the firmament, right? These were the pillars of the earth. This was Sheol, that strange half-world that people went to after death, as it were. The mountains were parts of the pillars of the earth and the sky. Then you had the firmament of heaven. You had the stars and the moon and the sun up here on this. And rain, of course, was sort of letting in little holes in the firmament above, and so the rain coming down, because it was all water up there. Now, this is the abyss of waters here. It's got windows through which rain might come. This is the understanding of the world as they had it, and it's so the first chapter of Genesis. Forget our understanding of the world today. This is what it's written against. Okay. Now, yes. So this is the creation story. And why I've got these arrows is because you obviously see how day 1 and day 4 go together. Light, separation of light and darkness, sun, moon, stars, day and night. They go together, right? Quite how you have separation of light and darkness before you've got sun, moon and stars, not interested. Not the way that, the practicalities of this. 1 and 4 go together. 2 and 5 go together. The firmament, the lower and the upper water. Remember we had those two lots of water? They are separated. And with that go the creatures of the water and the air. On day 3 we have the separation of water and dry land, and so we have the land creatures and the human beings. On day 3 we also have the vegetation, and vegetation is given as food on the 6th day, and then God rests. So can you see how there is, again, a literary structure here, where days 1 and 4 go together, days 2 and 5 go together, days 3 and 6 go together. And then all leading up, remember this is the priest who wrote this, all leading up to day 7. God rested, and therefore you lot should rest on the Sabbath, right? So there's a moral, a sermon strongly embedded into all of this. This is a priestly account, and priests are very concerned with the week and with the observance of the Sabbath. Just as priests today still want you to go to Mass on Sunday, nothing's changed. It's all certain concerns of priests that are evident here. So it's a carefully constructed literary structure. At the level of science makes nonsense. You can't have separation. The separation of light and day is again through the sun, moon, and stars, isn't it? So how can you have that without the sun, moon, and stars created only on day 4? As I said, it's a very positive view of creation. There's nothing evil in there at all. There's no explanation of the origin of evil in this story. It's all God saw that it was good, God saw that it was very good. So it's a very positive story of creation. It's not a creation, by the way, out of nothing. The waters were there beforehand. And yet, scholars have traced all kinds of influences here of the creation myths of other nations. You'd have heard of some of those, that were there at the time, the Babylonian, the Enuma Elish, and the others. And they've had their influence on this. And yet, what's really stands out is not the things that come from those stories, but the differences. And particularly, the very first words of the Bible, in the beginning God created heaven and earth. That you do not find in any of those other stories. That instead it's a conflict between gods that gives birth to the earth. But here the concept, in the beginning God created heaven and earth. Now the earth was a formless void, there was darkness over the deep, with a divine wind sweeping over the waters. Well, that's an interesting translation. But it's presented as though the formless void was there already, so it's not quite a creation out of nothing. But it is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But then this very literary, very liturgical story that is told, again, to bring out some of the very powerful truths that it brings out, all leading up to the story of the human beings and their creation on the 6th day. Very interesting little fact, they're told they can eat the vegetation. They're only told they can eat meat chapters later, in a much later occasion. So it's the vegetation that's given to them there as food. What are we now? Yes, I give you all the seed-bearing plants, everyone sitting, all the trees were sitting. This will be your food. And then meat comes at a much later stage. Don't ask me why. I can't really explain that one, but there it is in the Bible. And then, of course, the 7th day, and of course the great charges to the human beings. Let us make man. Now, man here is not the male of the species. The Hebrew word for the male or female together is actually Adam. So we've made it into a proper name that would be pretty exclusively used for a male of the species. But in the Hebrew, it's Adam is actually the male or female, the person, the human being. Let us make in our own image and the likeness of ourselves, and let them be masters of the fish of the sea, birds of heaven, cattle, and all the wild animals. And so God created Adam in the image of himself. In the image of God he created Adam. Male and female he created Adam. So it's these are actually very powerful theological truths, of course, placed into the story. Whether we've time to go very briefly through the second story of creation, again carefully constructed. The Lord God made heaven and earth. There was yet no wild bush. God planted the garden in the east of Eden. And then, where are we now? Took the man, settled him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate and take care of it, whom he'd made from the dust of the earth. Then God said, it is not right that the man should be alone. I shall make him a helper. Now, again, translation is always a problem. Helper sounds like a secondary being, someone to help the real person. That's not what the Hebrew says. The word it uses there is used of God. God is my mighty helper. So we're not, we should not from the Hebrew think of a secondary being at all. So it's not right that he should be alone to make him a helper. So from the soil God fashioned all the wild animals and all the birds of heaven. These he brought to the man to see what he would call them. Now, in the Hebrew world, to give a name to something meant two things. It meant that you understood the thing you were giving the name to, otherwise you couldn't give a name, and it meant that you had power over it. And this is important. So the man gave names to all the cattle, all the birds of heaven and the wild animals. But no helper suitable for the man was found to him. And here's part of the reason. He understood them fully, and he had power over them. So then the Lord God made the man fall into a deep sleep, and while he was asleep, took one of his ribs and closed the flesh up again forthwith. The Lord God fashioned the rib he had taken from the man into a woman and brought it to the man. And the man said, "This at last is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken from man." Now, the word Adam means a man or a woman, right? The word for a man, male, is ish. The word for a woman is isha. So it's the same word with a feminine ending. And what he says here, she shall be called isha because she was taken from ish. What it means is he can't name her. He can only give her his own name with a feminine ending. Right? Which means basically that he has no power over her and he doesn't understand her. Let's not read too much into that, okay? Here we're not talking psychology here, we're talking a far more profound theology. The human being is too deep for us. I don't care male or female. We do not understand, the depths, the divine image. We do not understand that's present in the human being. Yeah, I mean, let's please interpret this theologically the way we're meant. We're not getting into other questions. And then this is why a man leaves his father and mother and becomes attached to his wife, and they become one flesh. Precisely because she can be a helper, an answer to his loneliness. Again, not just a psychological loneliness, but something more profound than that. Precisely because he's not superior to her and does not understand, cannot reach her depths. And that's why she can be a companion, a helper, or whatever word you wish to use. So can you see there's a rich theology here too? As long as we get away from some of the stereotypes and some of the English translations, the words like helper, and we read too much into that isn't meant to be there. And see the story this way, it becomes a quite powerful one. The story does start from the male of the species. Why? Because that's the world the writer lived in. There was no other place to start. As long as you understand that, it's a quite radical story. In saying that he could not name the woman, and it's precisely for that reason that she could be a companion to him. He was making quite revolutionary statements in his own time. Yep. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, yeah, we can't really be, we can't be terribly literal about, these are stories, remember? And it's starting from the male because that was the point of departure for the world in which the writer was writing. He had to start from there, but he's making these quite revolutionary points in the middle of it all. So, it's with all the problems that you meet in the Bible, with all the misunderstandings, all the very human stuff, we have two pretty brilliant stories with which to begin it. They can both be got totally wrong. That first story, the chapter 1, this one that's up here, again, the three stages. The Bible says the world was created in 7 days or 24 hours, therefore the world was created in 7 days or 24 hours. That's stage 1. Stage 2, what a load of nonsense. Science has disproved all of that. We throw it out, and now I'm free. But stage 3, it's a brilliant story. And so is the Adam and Eve. And between the two of them, they've got extraordinarily powerful theological messages to give to us. And that's the stage that we need to come to. Okay, so that's how those first 11 chapters of the Bible and their function. And then in the beginning of chapter 12, God calls Abraham. And that's the beginning of salvation history. That's God's answer to the problems that have arisen and are expressed finally there in the concept of the Tower of Babel. Okay? All right. Let's turn that off now. Now, this is a cook's tour of the Bible we're doing at this stage, so we've now done the Pentateuch. You do understand, of course, that we haven't touched the thing. There's the depths in that. And it's, as I've said to you several times, it's as fundamental to the First Testament as the four Gospels are to the Second. We need to go back into it, into its rich imagery, to understand what the rest is commentary. One of the problems that Judaism ran into was precisely this, that these five books dominated. And say the Sadducees later on at the time of Jesus, these were virtually the only books. And what the prophets had said could not come near. So if there was seen to be a contradiction, the Pentateuch won. And now we'll see a couple of cases in which there's a very constant message coming from the prophets, which seems to be contrary to some of the things said in the Pentateuch. For example, the prophets were, by and large, almost all of them, highly critical of the cult, the worship in the temple. That it was all empty, that's not what true religion's about at all. True religion is right here within the heart. Now, in doing that, they were coming awful close to saying the Pentateuch got it wrong. Well, that was powerful. That was, pretty heretical stuff that these prophets were saying. The Pentateuch dominated. But anyway, we've got a lot of other books to do, so I'll really have to leave the Pentateuch there. Instead, we'll move on to the Deuteronomic books. Now, remember, I've said that the book of Deuteronomy is separate from the other four books, so that at various stages there were talk about, the Pentateuch only developed slowly, that there were 5 essential books. For a long time there were 4. The first one, in Deuteronomy, it was later decided, no, it belongs in there too. But it's a retelling of the story from its own point of view. It's an updating. In some places, it does in fact make moral progress from the earlier books. For example, in the treatment of slaves, Deuteronomy would be more humane than, say, the book of Leviticus on that very subject. So it's making progress. But it was a separate one. And it was written by that group, it's believed, who gathered around King Josiah in the Great Reform of 622, the reform that at first Jeremiah supported, though he then came to see, no, law's not the answer. We've got to go beyond law. Now, those writers wrote the book of Deuteronomy. They also wrote several other books, the same group. And in fact, they wrote what we would know as the historical book. So they wrote Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, and 1st and 2nd Kings. The ones from which we get most of our history of Israel up to the time of the exile. And it all comes from this same school, who've got, their own fairly powerful ideas, and particularly that one, all worship, all sacrifice must be in Jerusalem, nowhere else. Now, that at the time of Josiah may have worked, but remember, it was not long afterwards we had an exile, and there were Jews all the way over in Babylon. How did they come to Jerusalem to worship? So we'll see later on that those Jews had to find their other way, and they did. That was, not based on this. They had to find their way in exile towards their God. So those books, all those historical books, are history interpreted according to the religious ideas of Deuteronomy. For example, the secular achievements of a king are ignored. There's not, king may have done wonderful things, but who cares? Not these writers. The king is judged exclusively by the criterion of whether he promoted a true worship of God as the Deuteronomists understood it. So of particular importance is whether a king did or did not allow worship outside of the temple in Jerusalem. That becomes all important for kings, even those who came long before Josiah had centralized it all there. They drew on earlier material, but these writings found their, final form, centuries later, but anyway, their near final form only in the Deuteronomic writings, and were accepted into the Bible along with Deuteronomy. So Joshua, the first of them, tells the story of the entry into the Promised Land and the sharing of the territory between the tribes. Historical research would indicate that entry into the Promised Land was more gradual and less bloodthirsty than this book would imply. I think I've told you that already. Particularly Albright, that great and influential scholar, American, and he thought, archaeology will prove that the Bible's true. So he went and arranged for American archaeologists to go and study the towns that the book of Joshua tells us Joshua conquered and razed to the ground. And I said, we'll dig down and we'll find proof that around the year 1200, these towns were all destroyed. And they dug every last one of them and found that none of them were destroyed around the 1200. Furthermore, the book of Joshua makes some big general claims. He conquered the land. But when you come down to look at the book of Joshua itself, you see that all the towns he conquered were in a quite small area, around, near Jerusalem, actually. Not, the vast conquests. And then when you dug them up, you found there was no destruction of them either. So this has caused scholars now, and, Albright himself, who was always an honest man, whatever else, he hoped the archaeology would prove his point. It didn't, and he accepted that and moved on from there. The story appears, and then all the archaeology that's been discovered would show that most of those towns, for a start, were not fortified at that time. And if they were not fortified at that time, it proves that the land wasn't, quite as upset as others might say. They didn't need walls all the time. Furthermore, everything about them tells us that they were Canaanite people. And that's, hence the scholars would now say, the group who did come in with the Exodus were a smaller group, and that they had their influence in that other people accepted the God of the Moses group. And that's how the people then grew. In the taking of Jericho, ritual seems to be more important than military tactics. Remember, I quoted that bit that he had all the soldiers circumcised the day before the battle, which is just not good military tactics. And then they also remember the marching around the 7 times, all that. It's all ritual. And one writer has commented, I love this, if, as the archaeologists have concluded, Jericho was not even occupied, logically correct warfare. How you are supposed to theologically conduct warfare, but unhindered by historical traditions. In this case, it would seem, from what the archaeologists tell us, Jericho was not occupied at that time. The judges, and then chapter 20, I've mentioned chapter 24 of the book of Joshua, which talks about the great meeting at Shechem, which is north of Jerusalem, and the confederacy. You can follow other gods or you can follow the Lord. And they all say, we will follow the Lord. And this was the confederacy that bound them together. This whole group of people who in various ways accepted the Lord and had that much in common, but were still, at this stage, very much tribal groups. So the book of Judges, which would then cover the period from about 1200 to 1000, so best part of 200 years, tells the story of the years between the entry into Israel and the time of Saul, the first king. Well-known judges would be Deborah, Gideon, and Samson. They are, in the main, local stories of individual tribes. There's no nation. In their literary form, they would have to be considered as tales of tribal heroes. So stories, not factual accounts again. They are the passing down of tribal legends rather than serious history. Even the name judges is something of a misnomer, because there's very little of actual judging they do, far more than military leaders who meet a particular crisis and fight a particular battle. There's very little virtue in most of their actions. I've quoted Geoffrey, who was a bandit, lived by banditry, and then promised God that he would sacrifice his daughter, and then did so. Samson, his only virtue was he was strong. Well, there's nothing else much that's virtuous about him. So it's not really a story of virtue. But that's one of the things about the First Testament that's beautiful. It just tells stories as they happen. It doesn't make moral judgments on them. So you get some quite awful things happening without any moral comment. We're certainly not meant to conclude that they're there for good actions. They are just stories. Okay, then the two books of Samuel, the story of the prophet Samuel, the anointing of Saul as king, the story of Saul and David, the death of Saul, and the reign of David are all there in the two books of Samuel. In modern Bibles, it's divided into two books, 1st and 2nd Samuel. There was one stage at which there were 4 books of kings, 1, 2, 3, and 4 kings. But now we'd call them 1 and 2 Samuel and 1 and 2 Kings. But originally, it was the book of Samuel and the book of Kings. It was pragmatic reasons, just questions of length that I think caused some people to divide them into 2 books. While many details may have been written down by some scribes shortly after the events they record, the earlier materials were gathered into a book only in the great Deuteronomic reform in the time before the exile. Conflicting ideas are allowed to stand. That concept we've already seen. So that the writers at the time of Josiah tell a story favorable to kingship. You know, that God willed this, that the people should have a king. Yeah, because these are the people who wrote were followers of Josiah. He's a king, so what are they going to do? Say kings are no good? So, of course, they tell a story favorable to kings. But writers during the exile, remember that Josiah was 622, 40 years later, the exile, 36 years later, the exile came. And then writers, still in the Deuteronomic school, but revising, in the years of the exile, didn't think kings were such a good idea after all, because the kings had just got them into all these problems. So they told a story unfavorable to kings. You know, a king will sequester all your goods and demand this and that of you, you know, all the negatives of having a king. But the Bible allows the 2 stories to stand side by side, virtually. And that's one of the beauties of the Bible. You know, you can get upset if there's a contradiction, but the beauty of it is you've got these different viewpoints. And you can compare them and say, well, there's truth here and there's truth here too. And the full truth is when we put both together. David is said to have been chosen by the Lord, but the story also paints a picture of a young opportunist who could be quite unscrupulous. Much that is said in this book is political propaganda, because remember, it's written by supporters of a king. So it manages to excuse David from most things and place the blame elsewhere. Even so, he is possibly the most rounded figure in the Bible, the good and the bad. He's hot-blooded, guilty of many crimes, but he's also emotional and largely likable. Not always, but largely likable. It was only later tradition that credited him with prophecy and composing psalms. That's a much later thing, and it's one of these reading back into the past and exalting a past king. Nothing contemporary would say that. The book of Kings is again divided into 2 books today, but really ought to be 1 book. It concludes the story of David, tells the story of his son Solomon, and the division of the kingdom after his death. I've already commented on why that happened, because, quite simply, Solomon was not a very wise king, despite his reputation. He may have been wise in other matters, but he's not a wise ruler. He taxed the people unmercifully for his big buildings. His major one was that he used Hebrews as slaves. And that was just, you know, and then he put his own tribal city of Judah over the other tribes, his own court, you know. He really wasn't a very wise king in many of the things he did, such that as soon as he died, division. The 10 tribes split off from him, virtually immediately after his death, with the 2 sons, Jeroboam and Rehoboam, after which we've named champagne, haven't we? Remember the big bottles? One's a Jeroboam and the bigger one is a Rehoboam. This is their origin. Anyway, the division. Then the 2 books of Kings describe in parallel the story of the twin kingdoms up to the time firstly of 722 when the northern kingdom was conquered by the Assyrians and the people taken off into slavery in Assyria, or wiped out, and the Assyrians put their own people into the land. And then it continues then with the story of Judah up to the fall of Jerusalem in 586. And there that book ends. So it's a story right down to that time. Only 2 kings receive unqualified approval. One is a king called Hezekiah, and guess who the other one is? Josiah, of course. Well, it was scribes at his own court who were writing all of this. So he was the best of them all, according to these writers. Modern scholars are very skeptical of the massive claims made about the glory of Solomon. This is almost certainly a writing up of the past. For a start, Solomon barely gets a mention in the records of other nations. You know, the first one who does is a century and a bit later, King Omri. And the Assyrians always refer to the northern kingdom as the house of Omri. Omri was the father of a more famous king, Ahab. Ahab was famous partly because he married Jezebel, and partly because he was king at the time of the prophet Elijah. And he's the one who figures in that story, Ahab and Jezebel. But his father Omri is the first one who gets serious mention in the surrounding nations. So, you know, we've got, in other words, non-biblical evidence. We get it with Omri, but very little before that. And the claims about the kingdoms of David and Solomon are almost certainly exaggerated. Again, this, you know, playing up of the past, because they were the golden era to which they always looked back. And they were a time of relative freedom because of the collapse of other empires. But as soon as the kingdom divided, it was almost immediately taken over by a quite minor kingdom, Damascus, you know, modern Syria, that took over Israel because divided they couldn't stand at all. And then the big kingdoms, the Assyrians and the Babylonians and the Persians, then took them over. 1 Kings 17 to 2 Kings 9 contain lengthy sections on the prophet Elijah and his disciple Elisha. And these give us an idea of how prophecy worked in practice. So these are the Deuteronomic books. So whenever you read them, that's what you need to keep in mind. The same people who wrote the book of Deuteronomy wrote this. They had certain ideas in their mind, and these are the interpretation that's coming through all the time in writing these books. Okay? No, the books we're talking about are the books of Joshua, Judges, 1 and 2 Samuel, and 1 and 2 Kings. But this is basically the history section, isn't it? This is where we get all our history of Israel, and all our Bible stories of that time come out of those books. That's why it's important to realize that they form a unity, and they come from this Deuteronomic group. The book who wrote the book of Deuteronomy, and they wrote it at the time of King Josiah, all as part of this reform through law, through the book of Deuteronomy and its law, and through the centralization of the cult in the Jerusalem temple. So that's the message they're preaching throughout all of these books. So it's an essential fact to understand in reading. All right, in our Cook's tour, we'll move on to the prophets. We've still got a bit of various historical books to come back to, but it's even in looking at it historically, it's important to move over to the prophets. Now, who were the prophets? Well, the word prophecy comes from the Greek, prophetes, which means a proclaimer. So that's the basic idea, first of all, a proclaimer. And so one who spoke on behalf of a god. The role varied from one culture to another. Generally, they were said to have received their message through ecstasy or a vision. The prophets address specific situations in highly concrete terms. So always, we've seen this, their message must be placed in its historical context. And we looked at that with Jeremiah and saw that, take Jeremiah out of his time and you couldn't begin to understand it. So we must see a prophet against his time. On the other hand, the oracles were embedded in collections for later generations and were often, change that, from often to always, edited with later situations in mind. So we've got the prophet and then we've got the editors. And this becomes a massive problem in reading the prophets. There is an inevitable tension between the two factors. The prophets were often highly critical of the political and religious establishments of their day. Scathing language. You know, you priests, you do these terrible things, and you kings. They're really anti-establishment people in many ways. While the scribes who later edited them tended to be part of the establishment. They worked for the king. They were in the court. And they tried to place the oracle within their context. So you've got opposing forces often, an anti-establishment one and a pro-establishment one, editing the earlier one. Sometimes this takes the edge off extreme statements that are a bit over the top. At other times it dulls powerful oracles. For 2 centuries up to now, scholarship sought to recover the original words and context of the prophet. That was the whole work of scholarship. Today, there's more accent on their final form. Both interests are legitimate and important. But it is a real problem in dealing with the prophets. You've got the original prophet, and then you've got the editing that goes on, which can sometimes have quite other ideas in mind. As the bearer and interpreter of the Word of God, the major role of the prophet was that of being the conscience of the nation, reminding it of God and of its special relationship with Him, and calling the people back to the basics of religion. The prophets opposed all who acted unjustly, be they priest, judge, or king, and they were especially critical of the hypocrisy of those who perpetrated injustice in God's name. Prophecy may be called the public speaking of truth in love. A good phrase, I forget who made up that one now, but a writer some time back. The public speaking of truth in love. And the word itself means to proclaim, to speak out. So we've got the example of Jonah holding up a mirror to the people. That's what he did. That's what his work of prophecy was. This is what you look like because you have refused to reach out to other peoples. That was their major job. Or calling back to the essentials of religion. You're all familiar with this one, the first chapter of the book of Isaiah. What are your endless sacrifices to me, says the Lord? I am sick of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of calves. I take no pleasure in the blood of bulls and lambs and goats. All this sacrifice, all this ritual, all this worship. I don't care about that, says God. Instead, take your wrongdoing out of my sight. Cease doing evil, learn to do good. Search for justice. Discipline the violent. Be just to the orphan. Plead for the widow. Come, let us talk this over, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. You know, this is the role of the prophet. Come back to the essentials and what those essentials were. This is their basic role. Now, if you look up an English dictionary, you'll probably see prophet means someone who foretells the future. This is what the word has come to mean today. It's not the meaning it has in the First Testament. The foretelling of future events forms only a very small part of the role of the prophet. Even when the prophet appears to tell the future, it's sometimes true, in fact quite often, that the story was written after the event, at which times it's very easy to predict the future, isn't it? If I predict that in 1939 Hitler will declare war on Poland. Ooh, what a wonderful prophet I am, yes. It's sometimes true that any intelligent person could have foreseen what was going to happen. You know, the Syria rising, something was going to happen. Babylon, and there's going to be a fight between them and Egypt, easy. And guess which way they'll come? Right through our place. It didn't take divine inspiration to foretell this. It's also true that there were a number of predictions that did not come true. We've got them. They're still there. They were left standing, by the way, which says something to the editors. Prophecies that they made and that didn't happen. For example, a couple of different prophets foretold the triumph of the Davidic dynasty and the triumph of a reunited Israel and Judah. The kings were not restored after the exile, even though prophets had foretold that they would be. There was not a restoration of Israel and Judah after the exile. So there were prophets who got it wrong, and they're allowed to stand. As a result, there are, though, examples of attempts to correct earlier predictions. So, we mustn't read too much into that foretelling of the future, certainly not as the major work of the prophets. It's important to understand also that prophecy, like everything else, had been institutionalized and tamed. For there were large groups of prophets gathered around the king. And they usually said what the king wanted to hear. Well, their bread and butter depended on it. You didn't get far by telling the king what he didn't want to hear. So there were hundreds of prophets, whole schools of prophets, and they were institutionalized, tamed. On the other hand, the ones who have books of the Bible dedicated to them tended to be the loners, who did not belong to the schools or groups of prophets. But you read about them in the Bible again. There's a wonderful story about Micaiah, son of Imlah, and the king asked the prophets, should we go up to battle or should we not? And they all say, oh, yes, you should go up. And then he calls in Micaiah, and Micaiah says, yes, go up. But the king knows he's having him on, just from his tone of voice. And he says, that's why I never consult you, because you never tell me what I want to hear. And it's a quite good dialogue and debate between them over the issue. But yes, prophecy was tamed, institutionalized. Anything can be. But the great prophets stood out as loners. There's no book of one of the greatest of the prophets, Elijah. His story is contained in the book of Kings. Most books were not written by the prophets themselves, but are written accounts by disciples of the words of the prophet, and then the editing that went on later on. Copies of the Bible divide the prophets into major and minor prophets. However, the 12 minor prophets are distinguished only by the shortness of the books, not by any lesser or greater importance. Right? So there's called the major prophets and then the minor prophets. And the minor ones, it's solely because their books are shorter, which is not really a criterion of how important they were. I shall deal with the prophets here, not in the order in which you'll find them in the Bible, but insofar as we can know, in the order in which they lived, which is more important because it's our old principle, if you want to understand a prophet, first of all, find out when he lived and what were the particular circumstances he was talking to. But that's not the order you find them in the Bible. Why you find the books of the Bible in the order they are now is a complex story which would take us too far afield. But what we'll try to do here is look at them in the order in which they are in the Bible. I think it's too close to 12 to start on these, so we'll finish there, I think, for this week.
Could I just make a little announcement before you go? Excuse me, Jeff. Sandra has extra copies of the notes. I think some of you missed out in the break. And secondly, we have our Jubilee lectures coming up in the first one is on the 9th of March, and I'd be grateful for any spreading of the word that you might be able to do on our behalf. The first one is by Associate Professor James Franklin. He's entitled it Traditional Catholic Philosophy, Baby and Bathwater. James Franklin wrote a very, very fascinating book called Corrupting the Youth of Australia, the study of Professor Anderson at Sydney University, and the Aquinas Academy actually gets a little run in that particular book with the doc. James Franklin was once a student here in 1973. I think that will be very, very entertaining and insightful. So anything you can do to promote that, and of course come along yourself. There's plenty of Jubilee brochures here, so thank you very much. Aquinas Academy, 2005. Introducing the Bible, a course given by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson over 5 weeks. This is week 4, tape 1 of 2 tapes.
Good morning. We'll be looking at the prophets today, so we'll begin with a reading from one of the prophets. Most of them have, not all, but most of them have some account of their calling, and they're very different. Here's one of the more exotic ones.
It's a reading from the prophet Ezekiel. I looked, a stormy wind blew from the north, a great cloud with flashing fire and brilliant light around it. And in the middle, in the heart of the fire, a brilliance like that of amber. And in the middle, what seemed to be 4 living creatures. They looked like this. They were of human form. Each had 4 faces, each had 4 wings. Below their wings, they had human hands on all 4 sides, corresponding to their 4 faces and 4 wings. As to the appearance of their faces, all 4 had a human face and a lion's face to the right, and all 4 had a bull's face to the left, and all 4 had an eagle's face. There's a lot more of that. I saw a brilliance like amber, like fire, radiating from what appeared to be the waist upwards. And from what appeared to be the waist downwards, I saw what looked like fire, giving a brilliant light all round. The radiance of the encircling light was like the radiance of the bow in the clouds on rainy days. The sight was like the glory of the Lord. I looked and fell to the ground, and I heard the voice of someone speaking to me. He said, "Son of man, get to your feet. I will speak to you." As he said these words, the Spirit came into me and put me on my feet, and I heard him speaking to me. "Son of man, I am sending you to the Israelites, to the rebels who have rebelled against me." And then when I looked, there was a hand stretching out to me, holding a scroll. He unrolled it in front of me. It was written on front and back. On it was written, lamentations, dirges, and cries of grief. He then said, "Son of man, eat what you see. Eat this scroll. Then go and speak to the house of Israel." I opened my mouth. He gave me the scroll to eat, and then said, "Son of man, feed on this scroll which I am giving you, and eat your fill." So I ate it, and it tasted sweet as honey. Now, whatever happened, that's a pretty powerful way of saying, hey, I've got a message from God here and you'd better listen, isn't it? You know, it's an extraordinary story. We'll see a little bit more about Ezekiel a little later, who he was, where he fitted into things. A very, very powerful and important person. And you'll notice, of course, that some of that appears again in the New Testament, in the book of the Apocalypse, doesn't it? The 4 faces, which we now associate with the 4 evangelists. You know, the man's face, the bull's face, the lion's face, the eagle's face, given to the different evangelists. So that came out of the book of Ezekiel. But it's a powerful beginning, isn't it? And generally, yes, the prophets are very, very powerful in what they say. Better keep this. I gave you a brief introduction to prophets in general last week. They spoke to specific situations. So always, first question, what was that situation? What were they speaking to? That's what we have to look at. I said there was a tension then between what came from the prophet and what came from later editors. That's always a problem in reading any of the prophets. Particularly the prophets tended to be somewhat anti-establishment figures. They're criticizing the temple cult and the priests and the leaders. They tend to be anti-establishment. The people who edited their work later tended to be scribes who belonged to the establishment, right? And who weren't going to offend the people who employed them. So there's a real tension in here, and it is a problem of all prophetic books. I said that the crucial role of the prophet was to be the conscience of the nation, holding up a mirror to it. This is what you look like. We saw that already in the book of Jonah. You know, I said you'd need to put that on screen as a cartoon, and you'd draw Jonah as a real sad sack, wouldn't you? A long face, you know, it's all going to, should be punished. That's how you'd have to draw him. So that's what the prophet's doing. This is what you look like. God gave you this wonderful, beautiful message, and you were meant to share it with others.
but instead of that, this is what you look like. So that's their central role. Everything else comes after that. Someone else has also used the phrase, prophecy is the public speaking of truth in love. We'll see that the love gets a bit hidden at times. They're very, very forthright. But yes, it's for the good of the people that they see what they're like, even if they don't like what they see. But they need to be told it. I said that the telling of the future is a very minor part of prophecy. And even when we find it, as I said, often that was written after the event when it's pretty easy to foretell. Often anybody could have foretold, certain things that were happening, they were pretty evident. And sometimes also, let's admit, the prophets got it wrong. They foretold something and it didn't happen. A couple of them foretold the dynasty of David will be established again. Well, it never was after the exile. So they were wrong. So we've got to accept all of those things. We'll see that these are very, very human books too. The brilliant divine shines through occasionally, but oh boy, they're very, very human people. Now, you'll get them in an order really of size in the Bible, which has not much help to you at all. What I'm going to do today is, using the best scholarship around, give them in 4 groups depending on when they live. That's far more important, and that's what you need to understand in order to work with them. So here's our first lot. Prophets before the year 722. And of course, none of you need me to tell you what happened in the year 722, do you? You all know that one. What happened then? The fall of the northern kingdom. I hope that wasn't the one date you were supposed to remember. Yeah, okay. So this is the fall of the northern kingdom, right? So these are all, that's the earliest of the great prophets of whom we have books come from that period. So the 8th century, the 700s. They're in that 50 years or so before that time. The first of them is Amos. He's called a herdsman and a dresser of sycamore trees. So a plain, simple man, countryman, and he's from the south actually, and then he's called into the north. He attacked the injustice and the hollow religion of the people. They were the 2 things above all that he attacked of the cities. And he's got a fair number of the countryman's comments on the city. Your soft life, all that sort of stuff, the tough countryman. He has some people have described this as brilliant psychology, where he begins with denunciations. Well, most of them do that. He starts off very quickly. The Lord roars from Zion and makes himself heard from Jerusalem. And then an oracle against Damascus, so against Syria. One against Gaza and the Philistines. One against Tyre and Phoenicia. One against Edom. One against Ammon. One against Moab. All of these people. And then right at the end of all of these, one against Judah. And some people have said this is great psychology because first he attacks all the non-Jewish people around the enemies. And all the Jews are saying, that's right, they're awful people. And then at the end of about half a dozen of those, bang, Judah too. Ooh. And then you've got to listen a bit better, haven't you? If you've just agreed with the speaker in condemning all these other people, you've got to listen a bit better. And this is the truly striking bit. Anyone would have said these things about these other peoples around, the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Tyre and Phoenicia, but it took courage to say that against the people you're talking to. So this is our friend Amos. He's a strong. Also, his other big theme is the concept of the day of the Lord. Now, this one seems to go back to somewhere about, this time or 100 years before. The idea that the things were so bad that God would have to intervene, and there'd be a day of the Lord when God would come down and punish all the wicked and set things right again. And for the Jews, they understood this as a wonderful and glorious day when God would come and bash up all these other peoples around and exalt them, you see. But Amos took this and turned it on its head. And so he spoke of the day of the Lord, this concept that he took from the people, but instead of a great and glorious day, it would be a day of wrath, a day of gloom, a day of, not a pleasant day at all, when God would come and fix things up, including you lot. So, this is his other tactic too. Yes. Okay, that'll have to do us with Amos. There's not, I don't think, any, particularly famous and certainly not any great comforting phrases that I can take out of him. The next one then is Hosea. Now, this is another kind of prophecy. Same time, a little, about the same time as Amos, in those 40, 50 years before 722. He also preached in the north. The political and social world was rapidly falling into anarchy, and Hosea saw the cause in the people's abandonment of God. But while Amos had been the man with the really strong words, attacking all these other nations and then attacking Judah itself and, the psychology of that, Hosea is another form of prophecy, but also very common. It's not words. He's got words, plenty of them. But it's not words, it's his actions. Now, he's the one I'm sure you've heard of. As a sign of God's faithful love for an unfaithful people, he had to live his message by remaining faithful to an unfaithful wife. That was the whole, that was his major prophecy. And much that's said around it is said around that, including, he's not the only one. Isaiah has to do this later, but where they're sorry, I'm going to get it. Here we are. Where he had to be unfaithful to this unfaithful wife. They had children, and the children became what one commentator has called walking billboards. That is, their names were supposed to be very significant. The first one, call him Jezreel. For in a little while I shall punish the house of Jehu for the bloodshed at Jezreel. So this is the name the poor kid had to carry around. The second one was a daughter. And the Lord said to him, call her Lo Ruhamah, for I shall show no more pity for the house of Israel. I shall never forgive them again. So she had to go down and, yes. And the third one is, call him Lo Ammi, for you are not my people. That was his name, not my people. And this poor kid had to go around, my name's not my people. Whenever the teacher asked him for his name in school, yes. Not my people. So the message troubles us today, for it does not seem to be concerned with the fate of the individuals involved. And the Bible, yes, we must say, this is where there's a clash between our own age, a very particular age in world history, which is so much on the individual, whereas the Bible is far more social, the nation, the common good, and far less about the individual, though we will see when we come to the book of wisdom, the wisdom literature rather, that's more on the individual, at least more. But the Bible, by and large, is about the nation, the whole, the community, and not so much about the individual. So, but that troubles us, that individuals should be somehow sacrificed to the good of the community. It also takes cultural assumptions of the time about relationships between men and women as its starting point, and we have problems with that. Despite that, the image is appealing, and it's been greatly used. It is the story of God's faithful love. So we have the phrases about, I've loved you all your life, as a man might find a young woman, and this one is one, she'd been badly treated, lying in the mud, he'd found her, he'd cleaned her, dressed her in beautiful clothes, given her everything he possibly could, and now she'd been unfaithful. And there's some quite beautiful language there that we still use today, this analogy between God's love for his people and human love in marriage. All very much from a masculine point of view. Realize what I mean by some of the cultural assumptions of the day. But nevertheless, it is things that we do use very much today. Hosea was scarcely less vehement than Amos in his criticisms of the priests and their cult. Amos did, and so does Hosea. His phrase, I desire steadfast love and not sacrifice, the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. You've heard that phrase many times. No, that one's from Hosea, and is typical of not all, but most of the prophets. They attacked the cult. They attacked the temple. Empty show. That's not what this is about. And one after another, they're on that message. Okay. First Isaiah, so chapters 1 to 39 of Isaiah, comes from that time. We have a story of his calling. Interestingly, it's not at the beginning of chapter 1, you only get it in chapter 6. In the year of King Uzziah's death, I saw the Lord seated on a high and lofty throne. His train filled the sanctuary. Above him stood seraphs, each one with 6 wings, 2 to cover its face, 2 to cover its feet, and 2 for flying. And they were shouting these words to each other. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of Sabaoth. His glory fills the whole earth. The doorposts shook at the sound of their shouting, and the temple was full of smoke. Then I said, Woe is me, I am lost, for I am a man of unclean lips, and I live among a people of unclean lips. And my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of Sabaoth. Then one of the seraphs flew to me, holding in its hand a live coal, which it had taken from the altar with a pair of tongs. With this it touched my mouth and said, Look, this has touched your lips. Your guilt has been removed, and your sin forgiven. I then heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send? Who will go for us? And I said, Here am I, Lord, send me. Go and say to this people, Listen and listen, but never understand. Look and look, but never perceive. Heard those words before? Where? Jesus quotes them, doesn't he? About parables. You find it, for example, in Mark's Gospel. Tell your parables, but listen and listen, but you never understand. Look and look, but you never perceive. So Isaiah's being told, you've got to go and tell them. They're not going to listen to you. But that's not your job. Your job's to give the message. Again, it's a story of, fire and light and smoke, all that. The very typical human reaction. Woe is me, I am lost. How can I stand in this presence and talk? The coal that cleanses his tongue, as it were, burns away the iniquity. And then, who shall I send? Lord, here I am, send me. All words reflected again and again in the New Testament. Remember Mary, the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to your word. Exactly the sort of thing here. And then he sent. So, again, this powerful story. Now, he's in the time leading up to the fall of the Northern Kingdom. And though he lived in the south, he was greatly concerned with that catastrophe and its consequences. Even this 1 to 39 is complex. Let alone once you start putting the rest in, which is obviously 2 other people. Like his Hosea, his children also are walking billboards, with names meaning the first, a remnant shall return. Remember this? Yes, this is the name the kid had to bear. And what about the second one? The name meant, hasten for spoil, hurry for plunder. Hello, my name's Hasten hurry for plunder. Yeah. It's all, as I say, the individual. You just don't ask that question. What about the poor kid? Because that's not what they're really talking about. It's always about the community. Remember, I'm not saying that a poor kid actually had to carry around that name, but this is the way it's told. He repeats Amos in seeing the temple worship as a distraction from the true service of God. That's particularly there, the very famous chapter 1 of the book of Isaiah. Very beautiful. Here is what the Lord says. What are your endless sacrifices to me? I'm sick of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of calves. I take no pleasure in the blood of bulls and lambs and goats. And on that goes for quite a number of verses. And then, you may multiply your prayers, I will not be listening. Your hands are covered in blood. Instead, wash, make yourselves clean. Take your wrongdoing out of my sight. Cease doing evil, learn to do good. Search for justice. Discipline the violent. Be just to the orphan. Plead for the widow. Come, let us talk this over, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. So all that sacrificial stuff, burnt offerings, who cares? What I want is justice inside your hearts. care for the widow, look after the orphan, the two most powerless people in the ancient world, who could therefore be put down by anyone virtually. Care about them. That's what true religion is about. Now, the prophets are constantly on this theme. So they seem to be very anti-temple people. They weren't quite that anti-temple. It was all a matter of priorities to them. That could never be a fulfillment of religion, just offering the sacrifices. Really what was in here came first. And provided what you did in the temple was a true expression of what was happening inside your heart, then fine, okay. It was when they got apart and when what was happening in the temple was not expressing what was going on inside, that's when they became angry with them. Despite the threats it contains, and it does, the book of Isaiah is one of the finest books of the Bible. Particularly, it's full of rich imagery and poetry. He's probably one of the greatest poets of the First Testament. You'd be familiar with many passages. Here, I won't read them all. I'll just give you one or two. What have we got? Oh, well, here you are. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. On the inhabitants of a country in shadow, dark as death, light has blazed forth. 11. A shoot will spring from the stock of Jesse. A new shoot will grow from his roots. On him will rest the Spirit of the Lord, the Spirit of wisdom and insight, the Spirit of counsel and power, the Spirit of knowledge and fear of the Lord. You've heard all these phrases. They are read time and again at Christmas time, particularly those ones for us. But there's a lot of beautiful poetry. There's also lots of quite fierce attacks on all sorts of people, but there's also this quite beautiful poetry. And then finally, of the four prophets from then, we have Micah, another contemporary, but in Judah, in the southern place. Like Amos, he was a countryman and denounced the ills of urban life while defending the poor of the countryside. There's no account of his call, unlike many of the others. There was much editing of this book, so it's hard to get back to the original prophet. Sometimes that is simply true. Sometimes the individual, like in those passages I've just read from Isaiah, something of Isaiah really comes through, the poetic style of thing. With Micah, it's very hard to get back, what comes from him and what comes from these later editors. He too condemns the idea that God will be impressed by the cost of a sacrifice. The bigger the bull you offered to God, got you far more with God than someone offering a pair of turtle doves. That sort of stuff to the prophets was anathema. How could you believe in a God who would think that way? God wants justice, love, and humility. Chapters 4 and 5 contain positive oracles here, but they were added by later writers when the need for judgment had passed. So sometimes, you get a prophet warning of death, doom, and despair because we're leading up to 722. But someone who wrote much later, the need was different. And they've put that into the book. And that creates problems for us. Now, the most famous phrase, probably from the book of Micah, let's read it. Though I think this is a different translation, not as good as ones you're more familiar with. Yes, he's asking this question, with what shall I enter the Lord's presence and bow down? If it's not to be judged by the size of the sacrifice, then what should I do? What should I give to the Lord? Shall I enter with burnt offering with calves 1 year old? Will he be pleased with rams by the 1,000 and 10,000 streams of oil? Shall I offer my eldest son for my wrongdoing? Because if you're going to go by the size of the gift, well, what more could you offer than... He's not advocating human sacrifice, on the contrary. But, if that's the line you're going to take, well, then that's where you end up, with human sacrifice. He's really saying that's how they did end up with it. Shall I offer my eldest son? You have already been told what is right and what the Lord wants of you. Only this, to act justly, to love tenderly, and to walk humbly with your God. Again, this is one of their roles. Take all this mess of stuff and reduce it to utter simplicity, to a beautiful phrase like that. That is what God wants of you. And these are those moments in the middle of all the human stuff and all the condemnations and attacks, and suddenly a beautiful phrase like that, and you look at it and you say, I don't care who said that, this comes from God. That's true for me too. All the rest, if I can act justly, love tenderly, and walk humbly with my God, everything's in place. And these beautiful phrases come out. Okay, they are the 4 prophets of that period before 722. Next, we move to 5 prophets of before 586. What happened in 586? The fall of Jerusalem. Who conquered it? Who conquered Jerusalem in 586? The Babylonians. Who was their king? Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so that's 586. These are in the years leading up to it. You see, we've got Jeremiah there. Remember, I've already taken you through his story. Quite a long story. He was born in 646. He began, he's preaching about 620, and he was still around in 586 when Jerusalem fell. So he went through that whole reformation of King Josiah, and then the fall of the Assyrians, the rise of the Babylonians, and then the 2 conquests of Jerusalem, one in 597, one in 586. So through all of that, and these other prophets as well. Nahum is a very short book. It consists of a series of Hebrew poems concerning the imminent fall of Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. So it doesn't bring us up to the fall of Jerusalem, nowhere near it. It's before the fall of the Assyrians, and it's about that. His God is a God of justice who never leaves the guilty unpunished, and he speaks of Assyria in scathing terms. He freely projects human emotions onto God and makes no attempt to see which emotions are worthy of God. They're all worthy. He doesn't like Assyrians and doesn't, is not afraid to say so. Very short book. His prophecy troubles us today because it's so vengeful. These Assyrians are about to get their comeuppance good. They deserve every bit of it, and I hate their guts. That's a little paraphrase, but that's the message he's given. And there's not much else. That's the whole message this prophet's got to give us. So he offers no criticism of his own people. So it's the Assyrians. Bang. That's Nahum. Zephaniah. He too noted the fall of Assyria, though neither Nahum nor Zephaniah mentions the rise of Babylon. So they're really in that period before the fall of Assyria. The big battle was 6. Prophesied the fall of... Nahum prophesied the fall. Zephaniah is noting the fall, but not going really beyond it. Though his main concern is with Jerusalem, and he charges it with idolatry, and the other one he gets real head up about is dressing in foreign attire. No, that's more than clothes. What he really meant was adopting Assyrian customs. See, that's what you could do if Assyria is to conquer. One of the tendencies always is, identify with the conqueror, dress like them, act like them, and that will make you more acceptable to them, and you'll get further. But Zephaniah didn't like that. So he condemns this dressing in foreign attire. He too has a dominant motive of the day of the Lord that's coming. But he also speaks of a faithful remnant. Then we have Habakkuk. A very interesting one, this one. Quite different from the others. He's slightly later than the 2 above, for he does speak of the rise of Babylon. But his book is exceptional in that it contains a sustained reflection on the problem of injustice. How can God be so unjust? Making this people suffer so much. And he doesn't have much of an answer, by the way. We won't go through it all here. But I've got a different one. His very first, the charge that Habakkuk the prophet received in a vision.
How long, Lord, am I to cry for help while you will not listen, to cry violence in your ear when you will not say? Why do you make me see wrongdoing? Why do you countenance oppression? Plundering and violence confront me, contention and discord flourish. And so the law loses its grip and justice never emerges, since the wicked outwits the upright, and so justice comes out perverted. So he's struggling with this problem of justice and injustice. Look at these Assyrians getting on so well. Well, now they've got their comeuppance, but look at these Babylonians. They're no better. And look at all that. Well, all the people who are observing your law faithfully, look what's happening to them. How? What's going on here, Lord? Age-old questions. We'll come back to that, certainly in the book of Job. But Habakkuk is quite exceptional as a prophet for grappling with this problem. He doesn't have much of an answer. His first response is that God will raise the Babylonians. So they'll be the one, put down the Assyrians, and that will bring a sort of justice to the Assyrians. But he does not appear persuaded that this is an answer to the problem of injustice, because it isn't, really, is it? It merely puts one oppressor in the place of another. It's very unusual for a prophet to take God to task. And this is what he's doing. He's not, anti-violent God language, but, yeah, he's asking questions. And they're serious questions. Why, God? What's going on here? In the end, he can do no more than appeal to a vision of the future to resolve the injustice of the present. Things will come right. He doesn't know how or why or where. Remember, and we'll grapple with this again and again, they did not believe in an afterlife. That came very late indeed, really about the time of Jesus, that the Jews, not from their sources, but from Greek philosophy, came to a certain belief in an afterlife. And if you take an afterlife out of it, it makes it very difficult indeed to explain injustice in the world. And that's why they're grappling with this problem. So Habakkuk's doing that. Which? No. Oh, well, there's no northern kingdom left. So there have to be. Yeah. Yes, the northern kingdom's gone. So it's all the kingdom of Judah. Now, okay, we come then to Jeremiah. We've already looked at his history. I said then that his book is a very complex book with much evidence of editing. He shared, firstly, the basic values of the Deuteronomic reform at the time of King Josiah, so 622. But he was reluctant to identify the law of the Lord with the contents of a book, and particularly with a book promulgated by scribes. There's always a tension between prophet and scribe. So while he did support the reform of Josiah, there's no doubt about that, he had his reservations from the beginning, and he later came to see that just wasn't the way. And then you remember he started talking about the law of God inscribed on the heart. He felt that the scribes falsified the law by absolutizing it. What ought to have been contingent laws became absolute laws, and that he objected to. It's remarkable, though, that the editors left in place his biting criticisms of themselves, giving some confidence that they did not deliberately distort his message. If they're going to distort, they would have cut out all those nasty bits about scribes, because they were scribes. He had an acute sense of impending disaster, and he evokes the sheer terror of military conquest through striking metaphors, brilliant descriptions of warfare and catastrophe. He shared the basic attitudes of earlier prophets about the cult. Your burnt offerings are not acceptable, nor are your sacrifices pleasing to me. So this constant anti-cult, though as I said, it's not anti-cult per se. They were not against cult as long as what happened in the temple was a true expression of what was going on inside your mind, and be against it if it was all outward form, offering the sacrifice while inside the person was really quite different. He's also the person who sort of attacked the very idea of the temple. He's the one whom Jesus quoted. You go around saying, this is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord. As though that was enough. I'm in the temple, and therefore everything's perfect. Whereas Jeremiah said, I don't care if you're in the temple. If bad things are going on inside your heart, the temple's not going to save you. But this trust in the temple itself was something that Jesus took up. So, this is very close to his ideas, what Jeremiah is saying here. He's critical of the professional prophets and was in conflict with them constantly. I told you something of that story where they put him in prison and put him down into a well and put a yoke on him. And this was his conflict with the other prophets, because the other prophets were saying to the king, everything's going to be fine, there's no troubles here. And Jeremiah saying, the Babylonians are coming and they're going to cart you off into Syria, and you better get used to that idea, which made him most unpopular. So he was in a constant fight with the other prophets. He's said to have consistently advocated submission to Babylon, but this may be the work of writers during the exile, because that was certainly their message. We'll see that. When they were in exile over there, the message of the prophets was, hey, you're here, get used to it, work with the, make yourselves acceptable to the authorities, etc. There's no point in being rebels in the middle of Babylon. And the difficulty to know here is, this constant problem, did Jeremiah say that in his time, or did later writers put it into his mouth? Not impossible to answer. He preached hope for the future, and he spoke of a covenant written on the heart. We read that out before. And, of course, one cannot leave out his confessions. Those beautiful phrases, those stories about himself and how he felt about this role of prophet, how he hated it, wanted to get away from it, but there was the fire burning in his heart. And he couldn't control that fire, had to get out. He couldn't stop it. So he feels the pain of isolation and resentment. He is forbidden to take a wife and children, to symbolize that any children born would be killed or taken as slaves. So, he was supposed to symbolize, don't have children because they're going to be slaves. Okay, so that's Jeremiah, at least in his time. Finally, there's the book of Lamentations. Now, these have traditionally been attributed to Jeremiah, so they're usually called the Lamentations of Jeremiah. But the consensus of scholars today is that he's not the author. They are 5 highly stylized poems, mostly in acrostic form. You know what I mean by acrostic form? Well, you take the letters of the Hebrew alphabet in turn, and the first verse begins with an A and the second with a B and so on. And so it's based on the alphabet. And even the church in Lattinsville, when we used to sing those at Tenebrae and Holy Week, you'd have to sing the letter of the alphabet first and then the bit that followed. So there are 5 highly stylized poems. Where am I? Get away from me here. Yeah. This is the 5th one is, Lord, remember what has happened to us. Consider and see our degradation. Our heritage is passed to strangers, our homes to foreigners. We are orphans, we are fatherless, our mothers are like widows. We have to buy our own water to drink, our own wood we can get only at a price. The yoke is on our necks, we are persecuted, exhausted, we are allowed no rest. And so it goes on. It contains expressions of unspeakable horror. Only occasionally does the book hint that the punishment is beyond measure. Mainly it's just the lamentation of what's happening. So these are the prophets of the time before 586. Okay? We'll start on the next block. And these are the 4 prophets of the exile itself. So from 586 to 539, that time. And the first of them is the man from whom I read at the beginning of today, Ezekiel. Very important person. He was a priest and of some social standing, much more than Jeremiah. So he was included among the elite of the land who were deported in the first deportation in 597. And then the second one was in 586. And he became a figure of importance among the exiles. He's one of the leaders in the exile. Most of the prophecies date to the early exile. His book is more highly structured than most. A judgment on Jerusalem, which takes up the first 24 chapters, a judgment on the nations, and then 15 or 16 chapters on the consolation and restoration of Jerusalem, which is the big, massive difference between these prophets and the earlier ones. He's after the event. Jerusalem has fallen. And he spends 24 chapters saying why it happened. His answer, because of the iniquities of Jerusalem. That's why it all happened. Then he judges the nations, but then he says, now there's going to be a restoration. So they're prophets of restoration and of reconciliation, the ones who come during this time. His reaction to the fall of Jerusalem was to recoil in horror at its impurity, and he was concerned that the people recognized that the fall was God's doing. The book is also noteworthy for the prominence of symbolic actions and for the vivid and even bizarre symbolism of many of the visions. In one, he's told to lie on his right side for 390 days to bear the iniquity of Israel, and then his left side for 40 days to bear the iniquity of Judah. Slightly odd thing to do. Or take this one. This is a very famous one. Have you read the story of the bones? Worth reading. Chapter 37, I think. Here we are. The hand of the Lord was on me, carried away by the Spirit of the Lord, and set me down in the middle of a valley full of bones. He made me walk up and down and all around among them. There were vast quantities of these bones on the floor of the valley, and they were completely dry. He said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? I said, You know, O Lord. He said, Prophesy over these bones. Say, Dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. The Lord says to these bones, I am now going to make breath enter you, and you will live. I shall put sinews on you. I shall make flesh grow on you. I shall cover you with skin and give you breath, and you will live. And you will know that I am the Lord. I prophesied as I had been ordered. While I was prophesying, there was a noise, a clattering sound. It was the bones coming together. And as I looked, they were covered with sinews. Flesh was growing on them, and skin was covering them. Yet there was no breath in them. He said to me, Prophesy to the breath, prophesy, Son of man. Say to the breath, The Lord God says this, Come from the four winds, breath, breathe on these dead, so that they come to life. I prophesied as he had ordered me, and the breath entered them. They came to life and stood up on their feet, a great and immense army. Not a prediction of the resurrection from the dead. It's nothing to do with that. It goes on. Then he said, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. They keep saying, Our bones are dry, our hope is gone, we are done for. So prophesy, say to them, The Lord God says this, I am now going to open your graves, I shall raise you from your graves, my people, and lead you back to the soil of Israel. So that's what the story's about. You're going to be led back to the stories of Israel, and it will be like dead, from this feeling of our bones are dry, our hope is gone. From that back to life. So it's a story of restoration. But it's certainly an imaginative story, isn't it? And then, yes, in his last 16 chapters he speaks of restoration, of a covenant of peace, and of a new heart and a new spirit. He's also got that very same idea as Jeremiah, borrowing from Jeremiah, obviously. He was a visionary, and in this he actually anticipates the apocalyptic literature. There are various bits leading towards it. The book of Daniel is the only truly apocalyptic book in the First Testament. But there are preparations for it, and Ezekiel is one of those. Okay, we'll break for morning tea.
Aquinas Academy, 2005. Introducing the Bible. A course given by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson over 5 weeks. This is week 4, tape 2 of 2 tapes.
So we're looking at the prophets of the time of the exile itself. And we've looked at the first of those, Ezekiel. The second one, Obadiah, much more minor. His book is the shortest book in the Bible. Well, in the First Testament anyway. 21 verses. It reflects conditions in Judah after the disaster. So while Ezekiel reflects conditions over in Babylon, where the people had been taken, Obadiah reflects conditions in Judah itself after the bulk of the people had been taken into exile. He repeats the idea of the day of the Lord, the remnant of Israel. But again, it's one of these, like Nahum, it's a brief, vindictive book, you have to say. Not terribly much in it that we can sort of get inspired by. And yet, I suppose, these books have been very realistic in saying that, well, justice and vengeance are never terribly far apart. And this is part of life. I mean, this was a reaction of many, many, many people to what happened. And the book is the Bible is a warts and all book. It doesn't disguise things. So this is part of the reaction that we get from Obadiah. Then we get 2nd Isaiah. So from chapters 40 to 55. This is a writer writing in the exile, but towards the end of the exile, actually. And very different. His opening words, which, if you've ever heard Handel's Messiah, you would be very familiar with. Where are we? Anyway, comfort my people, that Handel took up very much. It's the book of the consolation of Israel. Sorry, I've jumped ahead there. Yes, it begins straight off. Well, here, console my people, console them, says your God. Speak to the heart of Jerusalem and cry to her that her period of service is ended, that her guilt has been atoned for. So a very different message now, not the threatening of this disaster and all the rest of it, but consolation. A very different message altogether. He adds the novel twist that Jerusalem has been punished double for all her sins, opening up the idea that suffering may have a purpose other than punishment. So it's not solely punishment, punished double for all her sins. See, one of the most galling aspects of the exile, according to the understanding of the time, had been the failure of their God and the apparent superiority of the Babylonian gods. And the Babylonians were never shy to push the message home to them. 2nd Isaiah answers by categorically denying that other gods have any power at all, and he comes very close to denying their very existence. So he's arguably the first real monotheist in the tradition. Remember, I have told you this before. For quite a long time, the Hebrew idea was the Lord is our God. But then, yes, other people have their gods, but this is our God, and our God is better than all the other gods. Now, it's a big step further to say there are no other gods. And they hadn't made that step at all. And yet Isaiah's coming very, very close to it here. But actually, it's only post-exile that they really, really come to that idea. There are no other gods. You find, for example, in the story of David, when he has to flee from Saul, and he's over in other territory, and that's one of his ideas. Well, the Hebrew God's back there. Where I am, the Hebrew God's not here, so there's other gods who rule here. David, believes this, and it's the common idea. Now Isaiah is actually second Isaiah is coming very close to saying there are no other gods. He preaches a universal religion for all peoples, but it's centered on Mount Zion and the Jewish religion. So that's where it all comes from, and that's what comes first, but other people are invited to share in this. His book also contains the 4 songs of the suffering servant. Remember, we get all these during Holy Week, and they're very powerful, beautiful stories, particularly, say, the fourth one in chapter 53. You'd all be familiar with this. As many people were aghast at him, he was so inhumanly disfigured that he no longer looked like a man. So many nations will be astonished, and kings will stay tight-lipped before him. Who has given credence to what we have heard? Like a sapling, he grew up before him like a root in arid ground. He had no form or charm to attract us, no beauty to win our hearts. He was despised, the lowest of men, a man of sorrows, familiar with suffering, one from whom, as it were, we averted our gaze, despised, for whom we had no regard. Yet ours were the sufferings he was bearing, ours the sorrows he was carrying. Now, there are a number of phrases like this which Christians took. He was talking about Jesus Christ, of course. Who else? Well, scholars now would say, excuse me a moment, you can't read that back into a book a long, long time before. Isaiah really had no idea of Jesus Christ. But then the next question is, well, okay, who was he talking about? And at that point, the scholars start disagreeing with one another all over the place. This is probably a summary. The evidence of the book as a whole indicates that the servant is usually Israel. So that's who he's talking about. Remember, this is towards the end of the exile, and it's Israel he is saying is despised, the man of sorrows, familiar with suffering, for we averted our gaze. That's Israel in exile that he's talking about. But that an individual interpretation cannot be ruled out in all cases. Translate that into English, we don't know. Really who these songs of the suffering servant are referring to. But you do have to be careful about reading them ahead. Sometimes in doing that, Christians have also changed them or mistranslated them. The famous one is a virgin shall give birth. Well, the Hebrew doesn't say a virgin, it says a young woman, that's all. Now, the young woman could be married or unmarried. It doesn't say which. Could be a married young woman shall give birth. Perfectly normal thing to happen. And to translate it as a virgin shall get and say that's Mary he's talking about. Really that one is definitely changing the sense and changing the words. And here it's hard. They're beautiful stories, and yes, we can apply it to Jesus, but it would be a big step further to say that's what Isaiah had in mind. That's hard to say. Now he had a problem in that he talked about, he's towards the end of the exile, and he's talking about this wonderful return. He's got those great phrases, therefore prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his paths, all that. That's not Jesus, John the Baptist again. That's the people going home from Babylon that he's talking about. And you really can't say he really meant Jesus. He didn't. He meant the people going home from Babylon. So he's got all those beautiful phrases, but many people were not convinced by him and had no desire to return to a burned out land. They knew it was. They'd made a place for themselves in Babylon. And in fact, we know many, many, many people did not return. Were you aware of that, by the way? So the Babylonian Jews were a great group for a long time. And in fact, the Talmud, the great big volume of Jewish wisdom, there was a Babylonian Talmud that the scholars there, centuries after the return, after the time of Jesus, elaborated. So many did not return and didn't want to go. They believed that God had forgotten them. Isaiah replies that the famous, beautiful phrase, God could no more forget them than a mother could forget her children. Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, has got many, many of those passages we're all familiar with and have heard again and again in church. He has no place for a restored monarchy. The covenant will be renewed, but with the people as a whole. The kings will not be set up again. He insists that no word of God goes unfulfilled, though the ways of God are often mysterious to human beings. That's the passage I read about 2 weeks ago at the beginning of from chapter 55 of Isaiah. So that's 2nd Isaiah, there in the time of the Israel. There's also 3rd Isaiah, Chapter 60 is a joyful prediction of the restoration of Jerusalem. Again, Handel made it famous, arise, shine. Again, it is a universal vision, but centered on Jerusalem. There is a place for all nations, but it's subordinate. Despite this, the contrast with the vision of Ezekiel is striking. Ezekiel, saw a holy city where Jews would be separated from Gentiles, while Isaiah sees Gentiles enhancing the glory of Jerusalem by serving it, so that they will come to join in the service of God, whereas Ezekiel, all know they were to be kept strictly separate. This euphoric tone continues in chapter 61, where the prophet claims to be anointed and endowed with the Spirit of the Lord. That's the great passage cited in Luke's Gospel. Remember Jesus in the temple and, the anointed and endowed with the Spirit of the Lord. He is to bring liberty to the captives, good news to the poor, that beautiful saying. In chapter 62, however, we get a sense that the promised glory did not materialize as expected. The tone of the chapter is confident, but the very need for insistent assurance hints at the problems that would be encountered by the people who returned to Jerusalem and the gap that would be apparent between glorious promise and modest fulfillment. So there were tensions. Other oracles in the section have a tone of bitter recrimination that reflects disputes within the community. In other words, he'd said, the glorious return, the glorious return. So a number of them did return, and it wasn't quite so glorious, So what's new? Isn't it always that way? And they ended up squabbling with one another. We'll see a bit more of that, some of the things they squabbled about in other prophets. So this presupposes a situation after the return. In other words, 3rd Isaiah crosses from Babylon to Judah and is hinting at some of the problems that did arise once they got back. There's evidence of tension between the prophet and the Jerusalem priesthood. He indicates that the temple is unnecessary, or at least not very important. He stands in the tradition of the prophets who questioned the value of sacrifices. He was not necessarily opposed to the rebuilding of the temple, and several times takes the fact for granted, but he was not as impressed with it as some of his contemporaries. And there we'll see a difference between him and Haggai in the next group. Again, for him, cultic sacrifices were no substitute for humility and justice. In chapter 56, in fact, he reassures eunuchs and foreigners who had joined themselves to the Lord that they are welcome on the holy mountain and their sacrifices will be accepted. And that's a direct conflict, say, with Deuteronomy on eunuchs and Ezekiel on foreigners, who had said there's no part for such people in the worship of the Lord. The party with which the prophet identified evidently did not enjoy much power in the post-exilic community, but they entertained hopes of a dramatic reversal of fortunes. This is a key element in apocalyptic literature, and these chapters again anticipate some of the motives of apocalyptic literature. He appeals to God to tear open the heavens. This was the concept of God's revelation, that the heavens were torn apart and God spoke. And that is a theme taken up at the baptism of Jesus. The heavens are torn open. It's a fulfillment of 3rd Isaiah's, and that God spoke to Jesus in his baptism. And this phrase is deliberately quoted at that point. So there's no hope of salvation by human means. The hope is in divine intervention. Most striking is the prophecy of a new heaven and a new earth. He does not envision resurrection from the dead. None of them have got round to that, the idea of an afterlife. What we find in 3rd Isaiah is the range of emotions experienced by the followers of 2nd Isaiah in the years after the return from Babylon, ranging from euphoric and idealistic hope to bitter recrimination and appeals for God to intervene. So we're getting something of the story, and in fact we're getting more of the real story of Israel than we ever got from the books of history, the book of Kings, or for that matter the book of Chronicles, which we'll look at later. This is giving us something of the different factions and the different things that were going on around. Yes, great euphoria in returning home, but it didn't work out quite as well as that. So the total book of Isaiah was composed over a period of several hundred years.
We know it was completed by the mid-3rd century because of the oldest manuscripts from Qumran. You know Qumran. Qumran was where the Essenes lived, down on the Dead Sea, and the caves that were discovered there after the Second World War by a Bedouin child, actually. And there is a manuscript dating from about the mid-3rd century, so we know the book was completed by then. There are certainly continuities that run through the whole book. So we can't simply say we've got 1st Isaiah, 2nd Isaiah, 3rd Isaiah, totally distinct, and somebody has wrongly put them into the one book. There are continuities through the three. Does that come from the prophets? Does it come from the editors? These are our real difficulties to answer that sort of thing. It's unlikely that these come from some school of Isaiah. It's more likely that later authors were aware of the older oracles and had some hand in shaping even the early chapters. At the same time, the oracles of judgment stand as timeless warnings. The promises of hope and restoration stand as paradigms of hope for all generations. There is clearly a movement from judgment to restoration. But the book is not tightly ordered, and nevertheless the editor succeeded in fashioning a book that would speak to many generations long after the time of Isaiah. Of all prophetic books of the Old Testament, Isaiah is clearly the most famous. And I think you've seen some of the reasons, passage after passage, those beautiful phrases that we read again and again in church. Isaiah would be read more than any other prophet, by a long way, actually. And some of those really wonderful passages that we're familiar with. Okay, prophets after the exile. So, now they've returned. The prophets Haggai and Zechariah are mentioned in the book of Ezra. It's apparent that about 20 years elapsed between the return and the building of the temple. The exiles returned to an impoverished land, and for many, the building of the temple was not the highest priority. They needed somewhere to live, first of all. The governor shared power with the high priest, and this idea of the high priest as a political leader was a post-exilic idea. Some of these things come right through to the time of Jesus. So at the time of Jesus, the high priest was a very powerful figure. So the book of Haggai, chapter 1, reports the dispute between the prophet and the people over the building of the temple. The actual completion of the temple came in 516, exactly 70 years after the destruction, fulfilling Jeremiah's prophecy. On the one hand, many people had other priorities. On the other hand, the importance of the temple should not be underestimated, even from a purely sociological point of view. As long as that temple wasn't there, they weren't truly home. When it stood up there, we're back. And we're back in business, and we're back. Identity comes back with it. So it was a dispute. As we saw, 3rd Isaiah was really against it. This false cult again. Haggai was unequivocally in favor of the building of the temple. In fact, he was in his demand. He gave, however, very poor reasons. He said that the lack of rain and crops was due to the fact that they'd not built the temple. So he was really trying to scare them into building a temple. Again, he's preaching an angry God. You've got to be very careful about what kind of God you're preaching. He was at odds with earlier prophets who were quite skeptical of the value of sacrifice and cultic worship. He predicted that the glory of the Lord would shortly be revealed, and in this he was wrong. But the prophecy is allowed to stand. That's the good part about it. The later editors did not attempt to say, that prophecy wasn't fulfilled, therefore we'll cut it out. They left it, and I'm glad they did. It helps us to understand. So his oracles are dated to 520, the second year of Darius, so 20 years after the return. So he's really the prophet of the rebuilding of the temple. He's strongly in favor of it, demanding that it be done. Though it was a controversial thing, partly for religious reasons. Remember, 3rd Isaiah said, no, false cult's the last thing we want. We want real religion here. But it was also problematic at a very practical level. There were people who said, we've got other priorities. We need to build some homes for ourselves before we build a temple, while others were saying, no, until we have that temple there, we are not a people. We just won't have our identity back. So it was controversial. Zechariah, a book of 14 chapters, and a very sharp distinction needs to be drawn between chapters 1 to 8 and chapters 9 to 14. Zechariah was active about the same time as Haggai. His revelations take the form of visions seen in the night. He is new in having an angel to interpret them. So he sees visions, an angel, and that is leading us very close to apocalyptic literature. The last 6 chapters are among the most obscure and difficult passages in the Bible. And we've already seen some pretty obscure and difficult ones, haven't we? So if I say these are among the most obscure and difficult, you'll get an idea what I mean. Zechariah is not mentioned, and they may be considered as a collection of anonymous oracles appended to the collection of the prophet. So the probability is it's the first 8 chapters that actually in some manner come from Zechariah, though edited. The last 7 chapters, or the last 6 chapters, really have nothing to do with Zechariah. They're added by later writers and put on to his book, and they're bits and pieces, which is why they are really so obscure. Zechariah, probably his most famous phrase. Now, I doubt that I'm going to find this because I can't instantly give a quote. But his most famous one would be, the king coming riding on a donkey. You know, the one quoted on Palm Sunday. Okay. Malachi. The oracles attributed to Malachi were probably also transmitted anonymously because the name means my messenger, and therefore it's probably not a real person's name. It's my messenger said. He comments at length on the priesthood. Unlike other prophets, he does not question the validity of sacrifice, but he demands that it be done properly, with which you can't disagree. I've said that all of them really had that idea that as long as what happened in the temple was a true reflection of what was happening inside, it was okay. Well, Malachi spells that out more, whereas the earlier ones had simply denounced the cult, and you sort of had to read in that that's what they really meant, whereas this man spells that out more. He's not against the cult, but it must be done properly. Then he has a passage on divorce. It's a difficult passage, and yet his comments mark a change in traditional Jewish attitudes to marriage. While divorce remained, he points to a stricter view. It's worth quoting this bit. He's talking about things they do wrong. Here is something else you do. You cover the altar of the Lord with tears, with weeping and wailing, because he now refuses to consider the offering or to accept it from you. And you ask, why? Because the Lord stands as witness between you and the wife of your youth, with whom you have broken faith, even though she was your partner and your wife by covenant. Did he not create a single being having flesh and the breath of life? And what does the single being seek? God's given offspring. Have respect for your own life then, and do not break faith with the wife of your youth. For I hate divorce, says the Lord, the God of Israel, and people concealing their cruelty under a cloak. Have respect for your own life then, and do not break faith. Now that was a pretty revolutionary statement. Men alone could divorce. Wives had no rights whatsoever in the matter. Even to this very day, as you know, a Jewish woman can't get a divorce unless the husband gives it to her. The famous get that she has to get from him. And divorce was simply accepted. A man's right. There were arguments about the grounds, but it was accepted. And then here comes Malachi with a quite different message, and a fairly powerful one. So, again, we're preparing for something different here. He's also the earliest evidence, Malachi is, of the expectation that Elijah would return. The last words of his thing. Look, I shall send you the prophet Elijah before the great and awesome day of the Lord comes. So that concept that Elijah would return, which became rather popular among Christians, not so much among the rabbis. but was there and comes up in the Gospels. Then, finally, we have the book of Joel. The book provides little internal evidence of its date, but most scholars today place it after the exile. Something could happen, discover something more in an excavation somewhere that would change this, and we'll put it at another time. But for the present, most scholars put it after the exile. It seems to have been occasioned by a terrible plague of locusts. Joel sees in this a divine judgment, and from this starting point he develops the theme of the day of the Lord in apocalyptic language. In each of these we're getting closer and closer to the apocalyptic language. He calls on the people to sanctify a fast, call a solemn assembly, and it's most unusual to find a prophet actually advocating liturgical acts, which this man's doing here, sanctify a fast, call a solemn assembly. He does not call for these acts exclusively, but to return to me and to rend your hearts, not your garments. His day of the Lord is a day of judgment against all peoples. It reflects the resentment and anger of a people at the mercy of its neighbour. He also speaks of consolation, and in the end the Spirit of the Lord will be poured out on all flesh, so that all will have the gift of prophecy. He's typical by starting with a specific situation and then moving to a much wider horizon of cosmic judgment. That always start from the very particular, but he goes on to this cosmic judgment. It's the beginning of looking beyond history to a definitive judgment of all nations and the restoration of Israel. And that's what happens in the apocalyptic literature. Okay? So that's just something on prophets. You'll have the notes, but above all, anytime you want to do anything about a particular prophet, just quickly look up when did he speak, because that's absolutely essential to an understanding of what's going on in the book. These few little notes I've given you do not begin to answer all the questions you'll have about a particular prophet, and you'll still pick up and say, what the hell is this all about? Where does this fit in? But these are very crucial facts in order to understand the prophets. Okay? Yes.
As you've been talking, it's been hitting me more than it's ever hit me before, how Jesus comes across in the New Testament very much in the line of the prophets, after the manner. And the question, I suppose, and you may be going to look at this, would the gospel writers have been deliberate about, as it were, using the template of the prophets, or to what extent did that actually emerge in his life? I suppose it's a bit of both.
The gospel writers obviously struggled to understand who Jesus was, and one of their great insights is this man's a prophet. He's like one of the prophets of old. But he was also a scribe, you see, which most of the prophets weren't, because he applied the law. He, in quite fine manner. The law says this and this. So he was several things together, but certainly a prophet. And they would have been consciously accenting that aspect of him. That's what the people seem to realize too. This man, he doesn't speak like one of the scribes. He speaks with authority. There's something very different coming through here. Some of those anti-establishment attitudes, some of that, in that he's very much in the line of the prophets. Oh yes. Okay, I now have a whole category headed by the term other books. Now, I've still got a big category, the wisdom literature, but there's all sorts of attempts to divide the First Testament up into three groups, and they'll do it into three different sorts of groups, and none of them work. You've got to do terrible violence. So I think you can talk about the Pentateuch, of course. You can talk about the Deuteronomic books. They form a group, and that's, of course, the book of Deuteronomy, which is also part of the Pentateuch, but the book of Deuteronomy and then the books of Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, and 1st and 2nd Kings. They form a unity. You can talk about the prophets, you can talk about the wisdom literature, but you've got a number of books left over which don't really fit into any of these categories. And we'll have a look at a few of them. First are a couple of sort of historical books. I mean, they're historical in the sense that they tell you something that happened at a particular time, but we've already seen this.
they're so slanted as to putting their meaning onto things that they're not history as we'd understand it today. You know, no, they're not. Anyway, the first of these would be Ezra and Nehemiah, then 1 and 2 Chronicles, and then 1 and 2 Maccabees. Ezra and Nehemiah. These two books were originally counted as one, but were divided into two as early as the 3rd century of the Common Era. They've much in common with the two books of Chronicles, which we'll look at next, but they have their own distinctive concerns. They report events from 3 distinct periods in the century after the return from the exile. So firstly, the initial return and rebuilding of the temple, then the career of Ezra, and then the career of Nehemiah. But you might think that the career of Ezra is to be found in the book of Ezra and the career of Nehemiah is to be found in the book of Nehemiah. Nothing is that simple when you come to the First Testament. It's actually the initial return and rebuilding is chapters 1 to 6. The career of Ezra is to be found in chapters 7 to 10 of Ezra and chapters 8 to 9 of Nehemiah. Well, then the career of Nehemiah is to be found in chapters 1 to 8 and then 11 to 13 of Nehemiah. I said nothing's quite simple. In the first section, the return and rebuilding of the temple, the most significant event is that a group of non-Jewish people who believed in the Lord offered to assist in the building of the temple. That's interesting, isn't it? These people who had accepted the Lord, the Jewish God, but were non-Jewish, offered to assist. And the offer was rejected. They were pagans, Gentiles, unfit, impure. And this was a fateful decision, setting the stage for centuries of tension. This offer was rejected. Ezra went up from Babylon in the mid-5th century. He was a priest skilled in the law of Moses. He brought a law with him that incorporates both Deuteronomy and the priestly laws, and yet is short of the final version of the Bible. Remember, I already hinted that we really don't know when the Pentateuch was when somebody said, that's it, nothing more. It seems to have been very late. Remember, I've hinted that it's none of the prophets, none of these people we've looked at ever mention Adam and Eve. And so we have to ask. We don't know the answer, but we have to ask, when was that written? And it could have been, not long before Jesus. The dominant issue for Ezra, so he's not, remember they came back in 539, we're talking somewhere in the middle of the following century for Ezra. And the dominant question was intermarriage, where Jewish returnees had married non-Jewish women. And Ezra's solution was the drastic one that all such marriages were to be broken up and the wives and children sent back to their own people. They were not even given the chance to convert to the Jewish religion. That wouldn't save them. All such marriages were to be broken up forcibly, and the wives and the children sent back to their own people. This is it must be the pure Jewish race. Can't be any of this intermixing with other peoples. The solution is, of course, offensive to us, but it's also offensive to strands of the prophets and of the Torah itself. A very different approach is evident, say, in the books of Ruth and Jonah, and indeed it could well have been this decision that Malachi was reacting against in that quote about divorce that I read to you. He could have been saying, see, this was a very famous decision, because of how drastic it was, and it goes together with that refusal to allow non-Jews to assist in the building of the temple, even though they had accepted the Lord. So it's a time in which, even a leader like Ezra is taking an extraordinarily hard stand and saying there's only one way to do this, cut off all foreigners. Remember an earlier prophet had talked about, Isaiah, the second Isaiah, had talked about the foreigners and the eunuchs worshipping with the Jews in the temple. Ezra will have none of that. It's to be the Jewish religion, pure and undefiled. Get rid of all those women and all those children. Really drastic, harsh stuff. Nehemiah is in a first-person account. He went up from Babylon with a specific... Both of them, by the way, came from Babylon, so they were part of the community which had stayed behind. They're sort of sent by the the Persian king now, over to Israel. Nehemiah is a first-person account. He went up from Babylon with the specific purpose of rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. He had to deal with a famine and the consequent outcry because people had to pledge their fields and houses to get grain, and so lost them, and some were forced to sell their sons and daughters as slaves. So this was the problems that Nehemiah had to deal with. Okay, the books of Chronicles. This is a real cook story, isn't it? But you're getting some idea, are you? While these two books tell the history of the period before Ezra and Nehemiah, they were written after Ezra and Nehemiah. So they were written at a later date, even though they tell a history that comes before. That's why I put them after. They are an alternative account of the history told in the Deuteronomic books of 1 and 2 Samuel and 1 and 2 Kings. They may be divided into an introduction, then the reigns of David and Solomon, and then the history of Judah from the time of the separation of the northern tribes. The introductory section consists of extensive genealogies, with particular emphasis on Judah. The second section, we'd have to say, cleans up the stories of David and Solomon, omitting all the less savoury incidents. So it's a cleaning up, a washing of that history. The aim of the chronicler was to promote a view of Judaism that centered primarily on the temple cult and on the active leadership of priests. So, I mean, they're all preaching, aren't they? No one's really being a proper historian as we'd understand it. They're all preaching. And the writer of this book, we're post-exile now, well post-exile, believes in the unity coming through the worship in the temple and hence the leadership of the priests. There would be no more kings, so we don't look for leadership there. Prophecy really died out. Leadership would come from the priests and from the scribes, the lawyers. Now, this is very Jerusalem-centered. We'll see a couple of books, which we'll get to next week, the small books like Ruth and Jonah and Esther and Tobit, are written by people in the exile, right, living in Babylon. And for them, the temple in Jerusalem is way over there. They have no interest in it. But this is coming from Jerusalem. It's all to be centered on the temple, and so the leadership of the priests. Remember, we'll have to finish with this. Remember, before the exile, I've said this to you before, I'll say it again, it's very important. You'd had this idea, I shall be your God, you shall be my people. Great big covenant. But too big. You have to bring that down and say, yes, but what does that mean in practice, in my life? And there were 5 things that brought it down into practice. Priest, prophet, king, law and land. Right? Priest brought together the cult, the worship together. That was part of being a nation, because they were a nation founded by God. Prophet, the people who kept bringing them back to the essence of the covenant and holding up this mirror to them, this is what you look like. Kings, because kings gave the practical organization of the nation. You know, the ordinary things that have to happen. Who was to build the roads? Somebody had to raise taxes if you're going to have money to do this. Who was going to set up schools and what have you? You know, kings were that practical thing. Then there was the law of the Pentateuch, that was so basic to the identity of the Jewish people. And then the land given to them. Those 5 were the 5 practical things that brought that big idea down into a reality. Now, look what the exile did. Got rid of the kings, and they never came again. The priests. But the priests were only in Jerusalem, weren't over in Babylon. They weren't far away from, and if you couldn't get to Jerusalem, they were pretty irrelevant to you. And there was also then diaspora. There was 1 million Jews at the time of Jesus in Alexandria, in Egypt. And a priesthood was pretty irrelevant to them. Prophecy died out. We saw those few prophets after the exile. The last of them was Malachi. And then nothing after that. And also, dare I say it, they weren't the greatest of the prophets, the ones after the exile. There was nothing of that greatness of any of the three Isaiahs or Jeremiah, let alone Elijah. Prophecy sort of died out. So priest, prophet, and king have all gone. Land had lost. I mean, it's still important, but if you lived in exile over in Babylon or in Alexandria, what did the land mean to you either? Not very much. So what swept in to fill all the gaps? Law. That was what gave them their identity, and particularly the laws that made them different from other peoples. And they were three. The Sabbath, and the religious observance of the Sabbath, circumcision, and the purity laws. What you could eat and not eat, all of that. They were the three, and Jews died for those. And you find that in the book of Maccabees, don't you? That they die rather than break those laws, because to break any of those laws was to say, I'm not part of the covenant, I'm not part of the Jewish race. They became so important. And this is what Jesus was reacting against, where law had taken over and was supreme. Well, now, for these people here, it's law, and in Jerusalem, priesthood. But it's only Jerusalem that the priesthood was so important. And that's where the book of Chronicles is coming out of. So everything's to be centered on the temple cult and the active leadership of the priests. In this view, the great contribution of David and Solomon was that they'd put that system in place. They'd built the temple. So that was what made them important. The later kings were then evaluated by the degree to which they maintained it. Good kings. So you start with your own idea and then you push all history to fit it. This temple-centered cultic view of Jerusalem, with its great emphasis on the leadership of priests, is characteristic of Second Temple Judaism. The chronicler wanted to maintain that this view of the cult of the Lord had dated back to the time of David and Solomon, and that it was supported by consistent divine retribution in the history of Judah whenever anyone departed from it. So it's a very, it's reading history through a very narrow lens. The aim of the history was to legitimize and lend authority to this view of Judaism, formed by the traumatic events of the exile. The authors based their concept of a nation on temple worship and law. Look what happened when we did not offer proper sacrifice and obey the law. So now we must obey the law. And hence you had all that phenomenon of building the fence around the law, the great oral tradition, but that we'll come back to next. And we finish at 12, don't we? So we've got a couple of minutes. I'll do the other two historical books here. They don't take me half a minute. They're later still. As I said, Cook's Talk. So this is Second Temple. They talk about First Temple is of course the one built by Solomon, and then destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. They talk about Second Temple Judaism. Then is from the temple that was built after they came back from the exile, and that lasted through actually till the time of Jesus, because the temple was then taken down. King Herod was the great builder, Herod the Great, and he built extraordinary things. If you ever go to Israel, it's one of the great things to see. Some things that Herod built and they're still there. The city of Caesarea, the Herodion outside Bethlehem, sort of mountain out of nothing, in the middle of a desert. But anyway, he wanted his crowning glory. He wanted to rebuild the temple, and he had a big problem because the priests didn't believe him. They thought he wanted to tear down the one that was there, and he actually had to. It took him about 20 years to convince them, and he actually had to get all the materials for the new temple and gather them all on the site, and then the priests believed him that he would actually build a new temple. So it was sometime before the birth of Jesus that the old temple was torn down, and the building was started. During the lifetime of Jesus, they would have finished the Temple Mount. See, it was on top of a hill, Mount Moriah, and he built this massive platform. It's extraordinary stuff. Even today it causes you to wonder. And you see the size of some of the stones that he worked with. I'm talking about stones from here to the lift in length and about, my height and, extraordinary business. And he built, and that would have been, and the temple building itself would have been up. But the work wasn't actually finished until about the year 60, and then it was torn down in the year 70 when the Romans invaded. So it was an extraordinary story, and that was, Jesus has to be put in that scene, by the way, a temple that's in the building, and things that are happening around, and even things like the buying and selling in the temple, and it was a thoroughfare, and that was what he objected to. It was supposed to be a house of prayer for all people, and he objected to the idea that the building, the temple, that was the temple, but the courtyard was not. See, the courtyard was called the courtyard of the pagans and the Gentiles. That was where they were allowed to come and pray, and that is what had been turned into a thoroughfare and a marketplace. And he said, no, this is part of the temple. This is where the Gentiles are entitled to pray. And that was never called the third temple, it was called the second temple, because it's supposed to be the continuity of the... that was part of his convincing the priests. Anyway, we're going back, that was a little digression. Back to a century and a half before. First Maccabees tells of events that occurred between 175 and 134. The revolt of the Jews against the Seleucid king. Remember the Seleucids back to our first day when we talked about the generals who took over from Alexander. And one of those was Seleucid, or Seleucus, and there was Ptolemy and Antigonus. And they fought over Alexander's empire, and Seleucid was Seleucus was the Asian one. And when he took over Israel, he was the one who set up the so-called abomination of abominations in the temple. Pagan gods he put right into the temple itself. And there was a revolt against that, and this book tells that story. It was written about the year 100. Second Maccabees, you would logically think that it's a continuation of the story you find in 1 Maccabees. As I said, nothing simple in the Bible. It starts at an earlier point in time than First Maccabees and recounts in greater detail the material contained in the first 7 chapters of First Maccabees. Right? So it tells the story in greater detail. So it's not as though it's a continuation of the story. It was probably written some 20 years before First Maccabees. Sorry about this. It attributes all victories to God, so it has less faith in the Maccabees themselves, whereas the first book of Maccabees has more faith in them and extols Mattathias and Judas Maccabeus as great heroes, whereas second Maccabees is, oh well, they did what they had to do, but God really did it all. So it's a story from there. With that I will finish, because I want to get on to next week what many people would call the short stories, the very beautiful little stories of Ruth, Jonas, Tobit, Judith. Yeah, okay, we'll do those, and then we'll do the wisdom literature. Sorry, we'll do apocalyptic literature and we'll do wisdom literature. That's all for next week. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Aquinas Academy, 2005, Introducing the Bible.
Right, we're nearing, this is our last time, so we're nearing the end. We've just a few of the books to do, and today we'll look at, among others, the wisdom literature, which is a quite significant part of the Bible. So I'll begin with a reading from from that wisdom literature. It's about wisdom. It's the book of wisdom. Listen then, kings, and understand. Rulers of remotest lands, take warning. Hear this, you who govern great populations, taking pride in your hosts of subject nations. Seek wisdom, for within her is a spirit, intelligent, holy, unique, manifold, subtle, mobile, incisive, unsullied, lucid, invulnerable, benevolent, shrewd, irresistible, beneficent, friendly to human beings, steadfast, dependable, unperturbed, almighty, all-surveying, penetrating, all-intelligent, pure and most subtle. For wisdom is quicker to move than any motion. She is so pure, she pervades and permeates all things. She is a breath of the power of God, pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty. Nothing impure can find its way into her. She is a reflection of the eternal light, untarnished mirror of God's active power and image of God's goodness. Although she is alone, she can do everything. Herself unchanging, she renews the world, and generation after generation, passing into holy souls, she makes them into God's friends and prophets. For God loves only those who dwell. She is indeed more splendent than the sun. She outshines all the constellations. Compared with light, she takes first place. For light must yield to night, but against wisdom evil cannot prevail. Strongly she reaches from one end of the world to the other, and she governs the whole world for its good. There's a lot more, but that's possibly enough to say that the person who wrote this likes wisdom, sees it as important, and praises it in this very beautiful way. And in several of the books, wisdom, in fact, is, as here, personified as a woman. It's very interesting. It's the connections between the woman wisdom, the lady wisdom, and the Holy Spirit. Very, very close. Let's get into a little heresy for a moment, but it was not. It was chapter 7. Really, God is neither male nor female, as we know, and yet we have to use language. And I would have no problem at all with using the feminine word for the Spirit, because the Spirit and the Lady Wisdom are very close together in the Bible. And so if at least of the Holy, Father is a masculine term, Son is a masculine term, but Spirit and the Lady Wisdom, I would have no problem with using the feminine, because we haven't got any other. We've only got he, she, and it, and God is none of those, the above. God's not a he, not a she, and not an it. And so we don't have a pronoun. But anyway, enough of that. All right, we've looked at all sorts of introductions in different books of the Bible. At the moment, we'd reached last week a group I'd called other books, because they don't quite fit into either, the neat categories. And the one I'd reached was the category of short stories. Some quite beautiful short stories. The story of Ruth, for example, is the first of them. I'll put them up so we've got the list. You know the story. She was the great-grandmother of King David, and she was a Moabitess from the Moabites. Now, Deuteronomy 23:3 says that no Moabite could ever be admitted to the assembly, even to the 7th generation. So Moabites were really out. They'd offended the Jews somewhere along the line, and this was the result. But this book tells a story of interaction between individuals where ethnic origins recede. It's about people. You know the story of Naomi had moved and her sons had married Moabite women, and then they both died. And the other daughter-in-law went back to join her people, but Naomi said those words, "Wherever you go, I will go, and your people will be my, and your God will be my God." And she goes with her, and then she marries Boaz and becomes the great-grandmother of King David. And it's a beautiful story of fidelity. the message is that people who act with fidelity and compassion are blessed by God, and that, all the fearsome language about Moabites and ethnic peoples gives way to this greater principle, that if you act with fidelity and compassion, God loves you. She is, however, one of the 4 scandalous women in Matthew's Gospel. He begins with that genealogy, all that begatting, so-and-so begat and begat and begat, and it's all men, but there are 4 women in the middle of it. And they're all 4 scandalous women. There's Tamar, that story, I won't go into it now, but anyway, who pretended to be a prostitute and seduced her father-in-law, and then he ended up saying she was in the right because... Anyway, another story. Then there was Rahab, who was the prostitute at the time they attacked Jericho. Then there's Ruth, and then finally there's Bathsheba, the David and Bathsheba. Now, why is she one of the 4 scandalous women? Well, firstly, she was a Moabite, and no decent Jew should have considered marrying her. Secondly, she seduced Boaz. It has a beautiful euphemism. It says she uncovered his feet, but every scholar will tell you that that's a euphemism for uncovering various other parts of the anatomy. In other words, she seduced him. And that's why she's sort of included among the Matthew's 4 scandalous women. Why would Matthew, in all this list of men, have 4 women, 4 scandalous women? Anyone at all? Why would he have them there? Bit of that he's showing that the history of Jesus is a human history. It's not pure straight out of heaven. Jesus is descended from a very human line of all kinds of people. And so these 4 stories are part of it. But I think there's another reason. He's leading up to a 5th scandalous woman, who is Mary. That's right, pregnant, not married, and pregnant by another man, not her fiancé. Even today, that'd be a scandalous story. There's a seeming scandal in this. So he's leading up to that with this story of the 4 women. And Ruth is one of those. Enough. Jonah, I won't go into this, we've done that story. You can include it among the prophets, because he is a prophet in that sense in which I've explained that term. He's a person who holds up a mirror to the people. This is what you look like. And that was the real task of the prophet. So you can include him among the prophets, but he also very neatly belongs here in the short stories, because that's what it is. And it's to me, it's probably the high point of the whole of the First Testament. That message of God's universal love for the whole world. A beautiful story. The story of Esther. That story too, where King Xerxes has a wife, Vashti, and he orders her to appear and she refuses. And so he dismisses her and seeks another one, and he chooses Esther as his wife. But then there's a threat by his number one courtier against all the Jews, and she has to appear before him unsummoned, for which the penalty was death. But she risks all and does so, and of course he forgives her. And doesn't tell you, by the way, and I will usually tell the story, it ends up with the Jews slaying 70,000 people, and Esther approving of all of this. So, our stories are pretty down to earth in the Bible, and revenge is never very far away. But anyway, before we get to that, the story particularly is located in the diaspora, that is, the Jews outside Israel, at the Persian court of Xerxes I, who reigned from 485 to 465. But many historical details are obviously wrong. Now, that's common of these short stories. They purport to be history, and yet any of them, they're not. They're just way off. Also, the Persians had very good records, and there's no mention of a queen called Vashti, there's no mention of a queen called Esther, and yet they would have had that. They had a whole long story of Xerxes, who was a very famous king. It appears as a festal legend. That is a story told to explain why a festival is celebrated. The Feast of Purim, which is still celebrated by the Jews, is this story of Esther. Very much, still a very popular story among the Jewish people. It was probably composed in the eastern diaspora, so probably, off in Babylon, that sort of area, in the 4th century. It represents diaspora Judaism, which didn't really look towards Jerusalem. It was too far away. temples were pretty irrelevant to them, and so they'd found their own way of living their religion. And so it's quite different from the literature that you get out of Jerusalem, only in the temple and all this sort of stuff. No, over in Babylon, that was all pretty irrelevant. The Hebrew text does not mention God even once. Fascinating, isn't it? Not a slightest mention of God in the Hebrew text. Then there was later a Greek text which had additions, and they do mention God, except only the Hebrew bit, and the Catholics accept the Greek bit as well. See, anytime you think you've got something simple, there's a complication. The story of Tobit, then, or Tobias, a very different story, again from the eastern diaspora, but Tobit is said to be a man from northern Israel taken captive to Assyria after the disaster of 722. Said to be, but the story is written later. It reflects the piety of the time after the exile, where all will come right for pious persons. So it's that kind of story. If you're good, all will come right for you. It doesn't work like that. It probably comes from the 3rd century, but it's telling a story back in the 8th century. Tobias, he's very good. He looks after particularly the dead. He buries them, and then he goes blind. And then his son goes off on a journey and meets Sarah. Remember, she's the lady who'd been married 7 times, and all 7 times her husband had died on the wedding night. So it was a bit dangerous to marry this lady. But Tobias does, and of course they pray holily and everything works out just fine, and they come back and Tobit's sight is restored. So it's a pious story. Then there's another one which is not a pious story, namely the story of Judith. This story is set in the land of Israel, while the others have been in the diaspora. It gives many trappings of an historical account, but the history is quite false. In fact, the first 7 chapters are all purported history, and they're just mainly wrong. Judith only appears in chapter 8, even though she's the heroine of it all. The book is entirely lacking in the comic character, which is part of. Jonah was quite comic, and even the Tobias and the odd elements. He goes blind when a bird shats on him. That sends him. So, these little sort of comic elements, there's none of that here, please, thank you. And it makes no apology for the violence of its action. It's widely supposed that it is Maccabean literature. So from the time of the Maccabees and their revolt against King Seleucus, the Seleucid king, and so it's a book promoting resistance to foreign rulers. Remember the story, the king Holofernes, and Judith, the champion, goes and again sort of half seduces him, except she gets him too drunk to do anything about it. And then when he is drunk, she chops off his head. And there are many, many paintings in Italy from the time of the Renaissance, including one done by the one famous lady painter, Artemisia Gentileschi, was the one woman, very, very good painter from the time of the Renaissance. And her most famous painting is an extraordinarily gruesome one of Judith cutting off the head of Holofernes. Okay, so it's Maccabean literature, so it comes from that time of the Maccabees, the 2nd century BC. Okay, these are some of these short stories. Then we need to consider briefly the apocalyptic literature. Now, introduction here. Firstly, apocalypse means unveiling. So now apocalyptic literature took its start from the idea of the day of the Lord. Remember, we saw that in a number of different prophets. Amos talked about it, Joel, various others, about the day of the Lord. And what they were saying was there'll be a day of the Lord that will come, and everything will be God will intervene in human affairs and turn everything upside down. Now, that was first of all a popular idea. And the idea was that God would intervene, slaughter all the other peoples, Moabites and so, and exalt the Jews. Yeah, very popular idea. The prophets took that idea and turned it on its head. Yeah, there'll be a day of the Lord, all right, but you lot look out as well when it does come. And they painted, wrath and what have you, and sun falling and stars and, a very dramatic kind of literature. But the prophets were speaking to very particular situations. For example, Amos was talking to the northern kingdom in the years before 722, in the years when the Assyrians conquered it and took them off into slavery. So he wanted to give a message. There'll be a day of the Lord, but it's the Assyrians who are going to bring it. And it will not be a day you'll enjoy. So he's taken a popular idea, turned it on its head to give a powerful message. Now, others did that, and I've hinted to you that some of them tended to break out of that into a, no longer talking about the particular situation they were addressing, but a broader thing, and started using this kind of apocalyptic language. For the writers we're now talking about, the apocalyptic writers, they broke away from the particular historical circumstances and started talking about a religious explanation of universal history, of the whole world. And this language started becoming their very ordinary language. They became less and less interested in particular events and spoke of a universal and direct inbreaking of God into human affairs. They described a future that they believed would one day suddenly become the present. And in their evolving descriptions, the darkness became deeper, the light more blinding, for they were convinced that only the direct action of God could transform the world. They were optimistic in believing that God would intervene, but they were pessimistic in believing the world was so bad that only a divine intervention could fix it up. Nothing less than that could. The norm was that of a vision of the world of supernatural beings, in which secrets about the cosmic struggle were revealed. Though frequently, even the writer didn't understand them. That's a fascinating thing. You got these visions, even the writer couldn't explain them. More often than not, the visions were filled with an exotic symbolism, and the writings often have angels explaining the vision, with the parts of the body, animals, clothing, colours and numbers, all having symbolic meanings. For example, the book of the Apocalypse, the book of Revelation, that famous 666, and nobody knows what it means. Not today. It's all very mysterious. But everything had symbolic meanings. The most openly apocalyptic book of the First Testament is the book of Daniel, though other books contain apocalyptic passages, as we've seen. Some of them are straying onto this territory a bit. But Daniel's full-blown into this territory. The major literature of this type, however, comes from outside the Bible and is to be found in the so-called apocryphal books, so that a large apocalyptic literature is to be found in works such as the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, the Psalms of Solomon. The literature flourished in the period from about 200 BCE to 200 CE, so that 400 years, 200 before Jesus and 200 after Jesus. So he came smack in the middle of it, and hence it was a very common literature of his time, and the people understood it, and so the Gospels stray into it occasionally. Chapter 13 of Mark's Gospel, the falling of the temple and the end of the world and the coming of the Son of Man, quite deliberately moves into this apocalyptic language, a very familiar language of the time. It was only after the crushing of the Jewish rebellion of 135 after Jesus that the people began to lose their faith in the sudden appearance of a divine kingdom, and so to place greater faith in obedience to law. Okay, the book of Daniel. With a good degree of probability, we can date this book precisely as having been written between the years 167 and 164 BC. Though it presents itself as having been written by a man named Daniel, exiled some 400 years earlier. Got it? Nothing simple. We can do, because it comes out of that Maccabee period, that rebellion against the Seleucid king. But in telling his story, he puts Daniel down in the time of Babylon, and the story of Daniel and his three companions. They've got those. Anyone can give their names? You're doing well if you can. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. There was a famous Australian poem about a pastor, Protestant pastor, who went droving, and the bullocks wouldn't go, and he didn't want to swear in front of everyone,
So he started saying, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, and that really got the bullocks going when he used his whip. They're good substitute swear words. Anyway, they are all in the court of the Babylonian king. And you know the story of Daniel in the lion's den, the 3 young men in the fiery furnace, all out of the book of Daniel, all placed back at the time of Babylon. But it's written at the time of the Maccabees. This was common for them to put their heroes in some specific time like that. Yes, the Seleucid king Antiochus IV was the one who tried to stamp out the Jewish religion and introduce Greek culture in its place, as a religion virtually. He desecrated the temple by offering pig's flesh on the great altar. He deliberately did that, was so offensive to the Jews. And by setting up public brothels in the temple courtyards. He did everything to desecrate this temple. And then he set up, before the Holy of Holies itself, he set up a statue of Olympian Zeus, the highest of the Greek gods, and ordered the Jews to worship. And it was this that the book of Daniel called the abomination of desolation, or the abomination of abomination. A phrase again repeated in the Gospels. The first 6 chapters tell court stories of Daniel and his companions. Daniel in the lion's den, the fiery furnace, all that. In chapter 7, then, there's a dramatic change, and the book tells of visions that Daniel had and the interpretations of these visions, particularly of that vision of, in the night, the one like the Son of Man coming, not a foretelling of Jesus. It was the people of Israel who were that Son of Man. But anyway, it gets right off into this apocalyptic literature. I'm not going to take you through it. It ends up by getting back to stories. It has the story, for example, of Susanna, which you'd be familiar with. Again, where she's accused of adultery with these 2 elderly men, and young Daniel comes along and says, separate those 2, and asks a simple question: where did you see this happen? And one says, oh, over there, and the other says, oh, over there. So it's obvious they're lying. And then they are put to death. Now, if there are always dangers in reading any part of the Scriptures from the standpoint of a fundamentalist, these dangers increase 1,000 times when we come to apocalyptic literature. If you start treating these as literal accounts, you've got problems. You're not beginning, you're not beginning to understand. It is a quite exotic style of literature, and it's all too easy to read meanings into it, whatever we want to find there. As one writer has put it, they were attempts to paint the unpaintable and speak the unspeakable. They were poetry, not prose. They were visions, not science. They were dreams, not history. They were never meant to be taken prosaically as maps of the future and timetables of events to come. Fundamentalists are sadly but predictably fascinated by apocalyptic literature. In isolated phrases taken far out of their context, they hope to find the answer to all future history, and many of them believe fervently to this day in a day of the Lord. They share that. Things are so bad that God's going to intervene. And when God intervenes, that lot will cop it, and we will be exalted. That's... Scratch a fundamentalist today, and that's what you find. Exactly the same as before. There's a whole vast literature, as I say, the book of Daniel there and the book of the Apocalypse, but you will find bits of it in other books. As I've indicated, chapter 13 of Mark is into this apocalyptic language. Okay, that touch on apocalyptic literature. Wisdom literature then. So it's these books: Psalms, Song of Songs, Proverbs, Job, Koheleth, Ben Sira, Baruch, and Wisdom. There's a few other names for some of those books, but they are probably the names most used today. Now, wisdom literature abounded in the ancient world, and it ignored national boundaries, so that people would take a wise saying from anywhere they got it. If a Hittite had said something good, a Jew would pick it up and say, that's, yeah, and include it. So it crossed national boundaries. In a way, it does the same thing today, wise sayings,
Though it's also true that every nation today has its little proverbs that are fairly unique to it. Not every nation, every language, so that there are quite a number of ones that would cross all English-speaking countries, but not go outside it. Not in that form anyway. You know, a stitch in time saves nine. That's fine. But if you go to Italy and you translated that literally, they'd say, what the hell are you talking about? They would probably have the same concept in quite different, in another proverb. You know, do something now to repair something and that'll save you from much bigger repair down the track. But they'd have a quite different proverb to say that. But I'm certain if you went to England, there'd be no problem with that one. Even if you went to America, where everything is different, you may find that a stitch in time saves nine they would understand. Not necessarily over there, but anyway, you may. So it crossed the national boundaries. As already indicated to you, it was not primarily religious in character. Though it could bring in God, it could bring in religion. It was rather concerned with human solutions, so wise sayings. You know, all those proverbs, a stitch in time saves nine. It's wise. I know as a bishop going around to visit parishes, I've lost count of the number of times I said to a priest, you know, you better get that fixed now, because if you don't, you're going to have to spend a lot more money in 5 years' time. And then, that was it applies across the board. It's a wise saying. It's a wise thought, and it's often good that wise thoughts like that are put into some sort of pithy form that can be remembered and handed on from generations. So it's basically human solutions. The one I've just said, without flogging it to death, but a stitch in time saves nine. It's actually perfectly true in the deeper spiritual fields as well, isn't it? You know, don't leave your conversion to God till the moment you're actually falling off the horse. Do it now. A stitch in time saves nine. It's a lot easier to do it now. So it's true at a deep spiritual level. But this wisdom literature spoke of the meaning of life by appeal to experience. This is what human experience tells us. And it sought to offer a path to a successful way of life. So it's concerned with the individual. Whereas, say, the prophetic literature had very little concern for the individual. Remember I commented on that, say, talking about Hosea. Remember he had to marry the wife who would be unfaithful, and then his children had to become these walking billboards. You know, what was the name? Hasten for spoil, hurry for plunder. That was the name of the kid. You know, well, it's a different kind of literature altogether. So these sayings represented a stilled folklore, observations about human nature, accumulated over many generations, and crystallized into maxims and short poems. They may well be more representative of popular thought in ancient Israel than the more cultic literature. You know, you can hear the people speaking in a way you don't when you've got some prophet sounding off. They were used to inculcate moral virtues and in the instruction of the young. So often, by our standards, they're extraordinarily heavy-handed. Remember when I read at the beginning of today, and I read from, I quite a bit from, listen, kings, and understand, rulers remember and take warning. You know, they're by our standards fairly heavy-handed advice. This time to kings, but time and time again it's a father speaking to his son. My son, listen to my wisdom, you know, and as I say, by our standards, fairly heavy-handed. But that's the style of a lot of them. Its practitioners were known as sages, you know, wise people, sages. In the Bible, we have many examples of older proverbs handed down from ancient times. We also have a moral and religious development under the influence of Jewish beliefs. So you do find this same, the phrase I've constantly used, the Bible is the story of a journey. So even in this we'll find that story of a journey. I think I have commented to you that, you know, Job will actually overturn one of the basic assumptions of the book of Proverbs. The book of Proverbs was saying, you know, the good will be rewarded, the bad will be punished. Job is saying it just ain't like that.
So there's development going on here within this. In several books, wisdom is presented as a divine attribute personified as a woman. In later writings, we have the distinct influence of Greek philosophy or the battle against the inroads of Greek culture. Indeed, Greek culture is more evident in the wisdom literature than in any other part of the First Testament, mainly because it's late. The compilations are late. While many of the sayings gathered come from 1,000 years before, the gathering comes here late and after the time of Alexander. Okay, so the first of them, the Psalms. You're aware there are 150 Psalms, some long, some short. They were attributed, all of them, to David. But it's now generally agreed that they were composed over many centuries to serve the needs of the worshipping community. And again, it was that old thing, because people wanted to give authority, they said that, David, attributed to David, when they didn't come from him. They were not the spontaneous prayers of individuals, but reflect fixed forms transmitted from generation to generation. They may have begun as someone's private prayer, but they acquired this fixed form, and were no longer just spontaneous outpourings, but careful presentations of prayer. There are different forms and genres. There's 2 lines missing from your text. The bottom of the page, I think, ends with generation, doesn't it? This was photocopying. There are 2 lines only missed out, which read, there are different literary forms and genres, including hymns, psalms of the Lord's enthronement, psalms of individual complaint, of communal complaint, of thanksgiving, and both royal and wisdom psalms. I'll give you that also if you want it. There are different literary forms and genres, including hymns, psalms of the Lord's enthronement, psalms of individual complaint, of communal complaint, and then you've got it. Of thanksgiving and both royal and wisdom psalms. Most, if not all, were originally meant to be sung. They are written in rhythmic style and are usually regarded as poetry through the correspondence between the first and second lines of a verse, with the second complementing or contrasting with the first. This is the normal style of Hebrew poetry, and you'd be familiar with it, even if you didn't realise you were familiar with it. I'm taking these at random here, so I don't know what I'm going to get. You hate evildoers, liars you destroy, the violent and deceitful Yahweh detests. That's a complementarity, is repeating the same thing twice, but other times it'll be a contrast with the first half of it. What do we take? Psalm 8. I look up at the heavens shaped by your fingers, at the moon and the stars you set firm. What are human beings that you spare a thought for them, or the child of Adam that you care for him? This is complementarity again. But you see, the second half complements or contrasts with the first half. And so they can be recited, as we do, either individually or together. They can be recited. Several psalms are acrostics, with each verse beginning with a successive letter of the alphabet. There were 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, and you'll often find those in 22 verses. And the first verse begins with A, and the second with B, or Aleph, Baleh, and then so on, down to it. Some are also chiastic structures, C-H-I-A-S-T-I-C, and the noun is chiasm, C-H-I-A-S-M. This refers to structures where the first and the last go together, the second and the second last go together, and so on. And sometimes you're one in the middle that we do have them in English, but they're very simple ones usually. To finish first, you must first finish, is a chiasm. To finish first, you must first finish. Sometimes there is that then, what's a few others in it? When the going gets tough, the tough get going. That's another simple one of that kind. Sometimes you'll have one in the middle, which controls. There was one I heard, the soul of reform in Christ is reform of the soul. Now, that's saying in other fields it may be different, but in Christ, the soul of reform is reform of the soul. So the idea in the middle, in Christ, controls our understanding of the whole. That's the full chiastic form. You can have it not as simply, it can be in 9 parts, with 1 and 9 balancing 2 and 8, 3 and 7, and so on, right down to the 5 in the middle controlling the whole form. This wasn't so much, by the way, Hebrew. This was Greek and Latin culture. The chiasm was taken for granted. Anyone who'd studied in those cultures knew chiasm. They were, just commonplace, whereas they're rather foreign to us coming back later. So they're in that form. The easy one to remember is the first one. A, B, B, A. So Abba, you see, is chiasm. Now, that's the Psalms. There are 150 of them. They're all different. I've already told you, of course, that here too we don't meet the all beautiful. We get that lovely Psalm 137, beginning, by the rivers of Babylon there we sat and wept, but ending up, blessed be he who dashes your children against the rock. So we get this descent down to the very, very, very human very quickly. It's this mixed book, always that. Then we've got the Song of Songs, an extraordinary and a quite beautiful book, utterly different from anything else in the Bible, a unique composition, without even a close comparison in the Bible. It's been controversial, and it's been interpreted allegorically, or as a remnant of a fertility cult, or of a cycle of wedding songs, but there can be little doubt that it is a collection of love songs, a celebration of erotic love between a man and a woman. And that's what it is. You can read so much other meanings into it, but don't ever forget that that's what you're starting from. That's what it is. It contains some of the most beautiful poetry in the Bible, rich in similes, and repeatedly evoking scenes from nature. It appears clear, indeed, that the love it speaks of is not protected by marriage. There's a lot of clues to that. He's coming to her house to take her, so they're not a married couple living together. It ignores the concerns of social control expressed in Deuteronomy and articulates the viewpoint of the lovers who find love delightful and irresistible. Opinions vary on its date. The presence of a Persian word would argue that it is post-exilic, and some would place it as late as the Greek period. But it's a beautiful book, and it's unique in the Bible. It's this celebration of love, of a love between a man and a woman. Just looking for... sometimes the imagery is a little strange to us, and I'm probably not going to find this. No, I need to look this up. It's where I'm thinking of where he compares her hair to goats coming down the mountain. It's not quite our imagery, but it's his, and it's very beautiful. Here we are. How beautiful you are, my beloved, how beautiful you are. Your eyes are doves behind your veil. Your hair is like a flock of goats surging down Mount Gilead. Your teeth a flock of sheep to be shorn when they come up from the washing. Each one has its twin, not one unpaired with another. Your lips are a scarlet thread and your words enchanting. Your cheeks behind your veil are halves of pomegranate. Your neck is the Tower of David, built on layers, hung round with 1,000 bucklers, and each the shield of a hero. Your 2 breasts are 2 fawns, twins of a gazelle that feed among the lilies. Okay, not quite our imagery, but it's poetic imagery, isn't it? Coming out of a different time and a different culture, but very much poetic imagery and a celebration of love. So, and there it is in the Bible. Don't forget, the people who remember that phrase that even though we see this immense human input into the Bible, I claim that it's still inspired in the sense of this is the Bible God wanted. Not just finished beautiful things, but the story of a journey. And The collectors were inspired to add this quite controversial book and to put it in there too. It belongs as a beautiful part of the story. Okay, I'm for a break.